You are about to hear the true story of the deadliest rivalry in royal history, Mary Queen of Scots versus Elizabeth I. But unlike a history class, this is designed for sleep. Our deep red visuals and calm narration allow your mind to rest while you absorb the story. Written by Alexandre Dumas, this isn't just a biography, it is a crime thriller. Why did a queen who came seeking safety end up on the chopping block? And what secret letters finally forced Elizabeth to sign the death warrant after 19 years of hesitation? Please like this video, comment night if you are listening, and subscribe for more history sleep stories. Now let the story begin. Celebrated Crimes, Mary Stuart. Chapter 1. Some royal names seem predestined for misfortune. In France, it is the name Henry. Henry I was poisoned. Henry II died in a tournament. Henry III and Henry IV were assassinated. As for Henry V, for whom the past was already so fatal, only God knew what the future held. In Scotland, the unlucky name was Stuart. Robert I, founder of the line, died at 28 of a lingering illness. Robert II, the most fortunate of the family, spent part of his life not only in retirement, but in darkness due to severe eye inflammation. Robert III succumbed to grief after the death of one son and the captivity of another. James I was stabbed by Graham in the Abbey of the Black Monks of Perth. James II was killed at the Siege of Roxburgh by a splinter from a bursting cannon. James III was assassinated by an unknown hand in a mill where he had taken refuge during the Battle of Sochi. James IV, wounded by 2 arrows and a halberd blow, fell amidst his nobles on the battlefield of Flodden. James V died of grief over the loss of his 2 sons and remorse for the execution of Hamilton. James VI, destined to unite the crowns of Scotland and England, and son of an assassinated father, led a melancholy and timid existence, overshadowed by the scaffolds of his mother, Mary Stuart, and his son, Charles I. Charles II spent a portion of his life in exile, and James II died in it. The Chevalier St. George, proclaimed King of Scotland as James VIII, and of England and Ireland as James III, was forced to flee without achieving even the luster of defeat for his arms. His son, Charles Edward, after skirmishes at Derby and the Battle of Culloden, was hunted from mountain to mountain, pursued from rock to rock, swimming from shore to shore. He was picked up half-naked by a French vessel and went to Florence to die, never recognized as a sovereign by the European courts. Finally, his brother, Henry Benedict, the last Stuart heir, lived on a pension of £3,000 sterling granted by George III. He died completely forgotten, bequeathing to the House of Hanover all the crown jewels James II had carried off to the continent in 1688. This was a belated but complete recognition of the legitimacy of the family that had succeeded his own. Amidst this ill-fated lineage, Mary Stuart was misfortune's favorite. As Brantome said of her, "Whoever desires to write about this illustrious Queen of Scotland has, in her, 2 very large subjects, her life and her death." Brantome had known her during one of the most sorrowful occasions of her life, as she was leaving France for Scotland. It was the 9th of August, 1561. Having lost her mother and husband in the same year, Mary Stuart, Dowager of France and Queen of Scotland at 19, arrived at Calais. She was escorted by her uncles, Cardinals Guise and Lorraine, by the Duke and Duchess of Guise, the Duc d'Aumale and Monsieur de Nemours. 2 galleys awaited her there to take her to Scotland, one commanded by Monsieur de Mevillon and the other by Captain Albize. She remained in the town for 6 days. Finally, on the 15th of the month, after the saddest goodbyes to her family, accompanied by Messrs. d'Aumale, d'Elbeuf and Damville, along with many nobles including Brantome and Chatelard, she embarked in Monsieur Mevillon's galley. It was immediately ordered to put out to sea, which it did with the aid of oars, there not being sufficient wind for sails. Mary Stuart was then in the full bloom of her beauty, a beauty even more brilliant in her mourning garb. It was a wonder that cast a charm no one she wished to please could escape, and which proved fatal to almost everyone. Around this time, someone made her the subject of a song, which even her rivals confessed contained only the truth. It was said to be by Monsieur de Maisonfleur, a cavalier equally accomplished in arms and letters. In robes of whiteness, lo, full sad and mournfully, went pacing to and fro beauty's divinity. A shaft in hand she bore from Cupid's cruel store, and he who fluttered round bore, o'er his blindfold eyes and o'er his head uncrowned, a veil of mournful guise, whereon the words were wrought, "You perish or are caught." Yes, at this moment Mary Stuart, in her deep mourning of white, was more lovely than ever. Great tears trickled down her cheeks as she stood on the quarter-deck, weaving a handkerchief. She, so grieved to set out, bowed farewell to those so grieved to remain. At last, in half an hour, the harbor was left behind, the vessel was out at sea. Suddenly, Mary heard loud cries behind her. A boat, coming in under full sail due to the pilot's ignorance, had struck a rock and split open. After trembling and groaning for a moment like someone wounded, it began to be swallowed up amidst the terrified screams of the crew. Mary, horror-stricken, pale, silent, and motionless, watched it gradually sink. As the keel disappeared, the unfortunate crew climbed into the yards and shrouds, delaying their agony for a few minutes. Finally, keel, yards, masts, all were engulfed in the ocean's gaping jaws. For a moment, some black specks remained, then disappeared one after another. Wave followed wave, and the spectators of this horrible tragedy, seeing the sea calm and solitary as if nothing had happened, wondered if it had not been a vision. "Alas!" cried Mary, falling onto a seat and leaning her arms on the vessel's stern. "What a sad omen for such a sad voyage." Then, fixing her eyes once more on the receding harbor, dried for a moment by terror and beginning to moisten anew. "Adieu, France," she murmured. "Adieu, France." For 5 hours she remained thus, weeping and murmuring, "Adieu, France! Adieu, France!" Darkness fell while she was still lamenting. As the view was blotted out and she was summoned to supper, she rose and said, "It is indeed now, dear France, that I truly lose you, since jealous night heaps morning upon morning, casting a black veil before my sight. Adieu then, one last time, dear France, for never shall I see you more." With these words, she went below, saying she was the very opposite of Dido, who, after Aeneas's departure, had only looked at the waves, while she, Mary, could not take her eyes off the land. Everyone gathered around her, trying to divert and console her. But she grew sadder, unable to respond, so overcome was she with tears. She could barely eat. Having had a bed prepared on the stern deck, she sent for the steersman, ordering him to wake her immediately if he still saw land at daybreak. On this point, Mary was favored, for the wind had dropped, and at daybreak, the vessel was still within sight of France. It was a great joy when, awakened by the steersman, who had not forgotten her order, Mary rose on her couch. Through the open window she had requested, she once more saw the beloved shore. But at 5 o'clock in the morning, the wind freshened, and the vessel rapidly drew farther away, so that the land completely disappeared. Then Mary fell back upon her bed, pale as death, murmuring yet again, "Adieu, France! I shall see thee no more." Indeed, the happiest years of her life had just passed in France she so greatly regretted. Born amidst the first religious troubles, near the bedside of her dying father, her cradle mourning was to stretch to the grave. Her stay in France had been a ray of sunshine in her night. Slandered from her birth, the rumor was so generally spread that she was malformed and would not live to grow up. One day her mother, Mary of Guise, tired of these false rumors, undressed her and showed her naked to the English ambassador, who had come on behalf of Henry VIII to ask for her hand in marriage for the Prince of Wales, himself only 5 years old. Crowned at 9 months by Cardinal Beaton, Archbishop of St. Andrews, she was immediately hidden by her mother, who feared treacherous dealings from the King of England in Stirling Castle. 2 years later, finding even this fortress unsafe, her mother removed her to an island in the middle of the Lake of Menteith. There a priory, the only building in the place, provided asylum for the royal child and for 4 young girls born in the same year as herself. Like her, they shared the sweet name which is an anagram of the word Aymer, and who, never leaving her in good or ill fortune, were called the Queen's Marys. They were Mary Livingston, Mary Fleming, Mary Satan, and Mary Beaton. Mary stayed in this priory until Parliament approved her marriage with the French Dauphin, son of Henry II. She was then taken to Dumbarton Castle to await the moment of departure. There she was entrusted to Monsieur de Brézé, sent by Henry II to fetch her. Having set out in the French galleys anchored at the mouth of the Clyde, Mary, after being hotly pursued by the English fleet, entered Brest Harbor on August 15, 1548, 1 year after the death of Francis I. Besides the Queen's 4 Marys, The vessels also brought to France 3 of her natural brothers, among whom was the prior of St. Andrews, James Stuart. He would later abjure the Catholic faith, and, with the title of regent and under the name of the Earl of Murray, become so fatal to poor Mary. From Brest, Mary went to Saint-Germain-en-Laye, where Henry II, who had just ascended the throne, overwhelmed her with affection. He then sent her to a convent where the heiresses of the noblest French houses were brought up. There, Mary's happy qualities developed. Born with a woman's heart and a man's head, Mary not only acquired all the accomplishments that constituted the education of a future queen, but also the real knowledge that is the object of the truly learned. Thus, at 14, in the Louvre, before Henry II, Catherine de' Medici, and the entire court, she delivered a discourse in Latin of her own composition. In it, she maintained that it behooves women to cultivate letters, and that it is unjust and tyrannical to deprive flowery minds of their perfumes by banishing young girls from all but domestic cares. One can imagine how a future queen, sustaining such a thesis, was likely to be welcomed in the most lettered and pedantic court in Europe. Between the literature of Rabelais and Marot, nearing their decline, and that of Ronsard and Montaigne, reaching their zenith, Mary became a queen of poetry, only too happy never to have to wear another crown than that which Ronsard, Dubellay, Maisonfleur, and Brantome placed daily on her head. But she was predestined. In the midst of those festivities that a waning chivalry was trying to revive, came the fatal joust of Tournelles. Henry II, struck by a splinter of a lance for want of a visor, died prematurely. Mary Stuart then ascended the throne of France, where, from mourning for Henry, she passed to that for her mother, and from mourning for her mother to that for her husband. Mary felt this last loss both as a woman and as a poet. Her heart burst forth into bitter tears and plaintive harmonies. It was then, says Brantome, that it was delightful to see her, for the whiteness of her countenance and of her veil contended together, but finally the artificial white yielded, and the snow-like pallor of her face vanquished the other. For it was thus, he adds, that from the moment she became a widow, I always saw her with her pale hue, as long as I had the honor of seeing her in France and Scotland, where she had to go in 18 months' time, to her very great regret, after her widowhood, to pacify her kingdom, greatly divided by religious troubles. Alas! She had neither the wish nor the will for it, and I have often heard her say so, with a fear of this journey like death, for she preferred 100 times to dwell in France as a dowager queen, and to content herself with Touraine and Poitou for her jointure, than to go and reign over there in her wild country. But her uncles, at least some of them, not all, advised her, and even urged her to it, and deeply repented their error. Mary was obedient, as we have seen, and she began her journey under such auspices that when she lost sight of land, she was close to dying. Then it was that the poetry of her soul found expression in famous lines. This part of herself that Mary left in France was the body of the young king, who had taken with him all poor Mary's happiness into his tomb. Mary had but one hope remaining, that the sight of the English fleet would compel her little squadron to turn back. But she had to fulfill her destiny. That same day a fog, a very unusual occurrence in summer, extended all over the channel and allowed her to escape the fleet. It was such a dense fog that one could not see from stern to mast. It lasted the whole of Sunday, the day after departure, and did not lift until the following day, Monday, at 8 o'clock in the morning. The little flotilla, which all this time had been sailing haphazardly, had gotten among so many reefs that if the fog had lasted some minutes longer, the galley would certainly have grounded on some rock and perished like the vessel seen engulfed upon leaving port. But, thanks to the fog's clearing, the pilot recognized the Scottish coast. Steering his 4 boats with great skill through all dangers, on August 20th he put in at Leith, where no preparation had been made for the Queen's reception. Nevertheless, scarcely had she arrived than the chief persons of the town met and came to congratulate her. Meanwhile, they hastily collected some wretched nags, with harnesses all falling to pieces, to convey the Queen to Edinburgh. At this sight, Mary could not help weeping again, for she thought of the splendid palfreys and hackneys of her French knights and ladies. At this first view, Scotland appeared to her in all its poverty. The next day, it would appear to her in all its wildness. After having passed one night at Holyrood Palace, during which, says Brantome, 500 to 600 rascals from the town, instead of letting her sleep, came to give her a wild morning greeting on wretched fiddles and little rebecks, she expressed a wish to hear Mass. Unfortunately, the people of Edinburgh belonged almost entirely to the Reformed religion. Furious at the Queen giving such a proof of papistry at her first appearance, they entered the church by force, armed with knives, sticks, and stones, intending to kill the poor priest, her chaplain. He left the altar and took refuge near the Queen, while Mary's brother, the prior of St. Andrew's, who was more inclined from this time forward to be a soldier than an ecclesiastic, seized a sword. Placing himself between the people and the Queen, he declared that he would kill with his own hand the first man who took another step. This firmness, combined with the Queen's imposing and dignified air, checked the zeal of the reformers. As we have said, Mary had arrived in the midst of the heat of the first religious wars. A zealous Catholic, like all her family on her maternal side, she inspired the gravest fears among the Huguenots. Besides, a rumor had spread that Mary, instead of landing at Leith, as she had been obliged by the fog, was to land at Aberdeen. There, it was said, she would have found the Earl of Hentley, one of the peers who had remained loyal to the Catholic faith, and who, next to the Hamilton family, was the nearest and most powerful ally of the royal house. Seconded by him and by 20,000 soldiers from the north, she would then have marched upon Edinburgh and re-established the Catholic faith throughout Scotland. Events were not slow to prove this accusation false. As we have stated, Mary was much attached to the prior of St. Andrew's, a son of James V and of a noble descendant of the Earls of Mar, who had been very handsome in her youth. In spite of James V's well-known love for her and the child who had resulted, she had nevertheless wedded Lord Douglas of Lechleven, by whom she had had 2 other sons, the elder named William and the younger George, who were thus half-brothers of the regent. Now, scarcely had she reascended the throne than Mary had restored to the prior of St. Andrews the title of Earl of Mar, that of his maternal ancestors. As that of the Earl of Murray had lapsed since the death of the famous Thomas Randolph, Mary, in her sisterly friendship for James Stuart, hastened to add this title to those she had already bestowed upon him. But here difficulties and complications arose. For the new Earl of Murray, with his character, was not a man to content himself with a barren title. The estates, which were crown property since the extinction of the male branch of the old earls, had been gradually encroached upon by powerful neighbors, among whom was the famous Earl of Huntley, whom we have already mentioned. The result was that, as the Queen judged that in this quarter her orders would probably encounter opposition, under pretext of visiting her possessions in the north, she placed herself at the head of a small army, commanded by her brother, the Earl of Mar and Murray. The Earl of Hentley was less deceived by the apparent pretext of this expedition, in that his son, John Gordon, for some abuse of his powers, had just been condemned to a temporary imprisonment. He nonetheless made every possible submission to the Queen, sending messengers in advance to invite her to rest in his castle, and following up the messengers in person to renew his invitation viva voce. Unfortunately, at the very moment when he was about to join the Queen, the governor of Inverness, who was entirely devoted to him, was refusing to allow Mary to enter this castle, which was a royal one. It is true that Murray, aware that he does not hesitate in the face of such rebellions, had already had him executed for high treason. This new act of firmness showed Huntley that the young Queen was not disposed to allow the Scottish lords a resumption of the almost sovereign power humbled by her father. So that, in spite of the extremely kind reception she accorded him, as he learned while in camp that his son, having escaped from prison, had just put himself at the head of his vassals, he was afraid that he should be thought, as doubtless he was, a party to the rising. He set out the same night to assume command of his troops, his mind made up, as Mary only had with her 7,000 to 8,000 men, to risk a battle. He gave out, however, as Buccleuch had done in his attempt to snatch James V from the hands of the Douglases, that it was not at the Queen he was aiming, but solely at the regent, who kept her under his tutelage and perverted her good intentions. Murray, who knew that often the entire peace of a reign depends on the firmness displayed at its beginning, immediately summoned all the northern barons whose estates bordered on his, to march against Huntley. All obeyed, for the house of Gordon was already so powerful that each feared it might become still more so. However, it was clear that if there was hatred for the subject, there was no great affection for the Queen, and that the greater number came without fixed intentions and with the idea of being led by circumstances. The two armies encountered each other near Aberdeen. Murray at once posted the troops he had brought from Edinburgh, and of which he was sure, on the top of rising ground, and drew up in tiers on the hillside all his northern allies. Hindley advanced resolutely upon them and attacked his neighbors, the Highlanders, who after a short resistance retired in disorder. His men immediately threw away their lances, and drawing their swords, cried, "Gordon, Gordon," pursued the fugitives, and believed they had already gained the battle, when they suddenly ran right against the main body of Murray's army, which remained motionless as a rampart of iron, and which, with its long lances, had the advantage over its adversaries, who were armed only with their claymores. It was then the turn of the Gordons to draw back. Seeing this, the northern clans rallied and returned to the fight, each soldier having a sprig of heather in his cap, so that his comrades might recognize him. This unexpected movement determined the day. The Highlanders ran down the hillside like a torrent, dragging along with them everyone who could have wished to oppose their passage. Then Murray, seeing that the moment had come for changing the defeat into a rout, charged with his entire cavalry. Hindley, who was very stout and heavily armed, fell and was crushed beneath the horse's feet. John Gordon, taken prisoner in his flight, was executed at Aberdeen 3 days afterwards. Finally, his brother, too young to undergo the same fate at this time, was shut up in a dungeon and executed later, the day he reached the age of 16. Mary had been present at the battle, and the calm and courage she displayed had made a lively impression on her wild defenders, who all along the road had heard her say that she would have liked to be a man, to pass her days on horseback, her nights under a tent, to wear a coat of mail, a helmet, a buckler, and at her side a broadsword. Mary made her entry into Edinburgh amidst general enthusiasm. This expedition against the Earl of Huntly, who was a Catholic, had been very popular among the inhabitants, who had no very clear idea of the real motives which had caused her to undertake it. They were of the Reformed faith. The Earl was a papist. There was one enemy less. That is all they thought about. Now, therefore, the Scots, amidst their acclamations, whether viva voce or by written demands, expressed the wish that their queen, who was without issue by Francis II, should remarry. Mary agreed to this, and yielding to the prudent advice of those about her, she decided to consult upon this marriage with Elizabeth, whose heir she was, in her title of granddaughter of Henry VII, in the event of the Queen of England's dying without posterity. Unfortunately, she had not always acted with such circumspection, for at the death of Mary Tudor, known as Bloody Mary, she had laid claim to the throne of Henry VIII, and, relying on the illegitimacy of Elizabeth's birth, had with the Dauphin assumed sovereignty over Scotland, England, and Ireland, and had coins struck with this new title, and plate engraved with these new armorial bearings. Elizabeth was 9 years older than Mary, meaning that at this time she had not yet attained her 30th year. She was not merely her rival as queen, then, but as a woman. As regards education, she could sustain comparison with advantage. For if she had less charm of mind, she had more solidity of judgment. Versed in politics, philosophy, history, rhetoric, poetry, and music, besides English, her maternal tongue, she spoke and wrote to perfection Greek, Latin, French, Italian, and Spanish. But while Elizabeth excelled Mary on this point, in her turn, Mary was more beautiful, and above all more attractive than her rival. Elizabeth had, it is true, a majestic and agreeable appearance, bright, quick eyes, and a dazzlingly white complexion. But she had red hair, a large foot, and a powerful hand. Mary, on the contrary, with her beautiful ashy-fair hair, her noble open forehead, eyebrows that could only be faulted for being so regularly arched that they looked as if drawn by a pencil, eyes continually beaming with the witchery of fire, a nose of perfect Grecian outline, a mouth so ruby-red and gracious that it seemed that, as a flower opens but to let its perfume escape, so it could not open but to give passage to gentle words, with a neck white and graceful as a swan's, hands of alabaster, with a form like a goddess's and a foot like a child's, Mary was a harmony in which the most ardent enthusiast for sculptured form could have found nothing to reproach. This was indeed Mary's great and real crime, one single imperfection in face or figure, and she would not have died upon the scaffold. Besides, to Elizabeth, who had never seen her, and who consequently could only judge by hearsay, this beauty was a great cause of uneasiness and jealousy, which she could not even disguise, and which showed itself unceasingly in eager questions. One day, when she was chatting with James Melville about his mission to her court, Mary's offered to be guided by Elizabeth in her choice of a husband, a choice which the Queen of England had seemed at first to wish to see fixed on the Earl of Leicester. She led the Scotch ambassador into a cabinet. There she showed him several portraits with labels in her own handwriting. The first was one of the Earl of Leicester. As this nobleman was precisely the suitor chosen by Elizabeth, Melville asked the Queen to give it to him to show to his mistress, but Elizabeth refused, saying that it was the only one she had. Melville then replied, smiling, that being in possession of the original, she might well part with the copy. But Elizabeth would have no account consent. This little discussion ended. She showed him the portrait of Mary Stuart, which she kissed very tenderly, expressing to Melville a great wish to see his mistress. "That is very easy, madam," he replied. "Keep your room, on the pretext that you are indisposed, and set out incognito for Scotland, as King James V set out for France when he wanted to see Madeleine de Valois, whom he afterwards married." "Alas," replied Elizabeth, "I would like to do so, but it is not as easy as you think. Nevertheless, tell your queen that I love her tenderly, and that I wish we could live more in friendship than we have done up to the present." Then, passing to a subject which she seemed to have wanted to broach for a long time, "Melville," she continued, "tell me frankly, is my sister as beautiful as they say?" "She has that reputation," replied Melville, "but I cannot give your majesty any idea of her beauty, having no point of comparison." "I will give you one," the Queen said. "Is she more beautiful than I?" "Madam," replied Melville, "you are the most beautiful woman in England, and Mary Stuart is the most beautiful woman in Scotland." "Then which of the two is the taller?" asked Elizabeth, who was not entirely satisfied by this answer, clever as it was. "My mistress, madam," responded Melville. "I am obliged to confess it." "Then she is too tall," Elizabeth said sharply, "for I am tall enough." "And what are her favorite amusements?" she continued. "Madam," Melville replied, "hunting, riding, performing on the lute and the harpsichord." "Is she skilled at the latter?" Elizabeth inquired. "Oh yes, madam," answered Melville, "skilled enough for a queen." There the conversation stopped. But as Elizabeth was herself an excellent musician, she commanded Lord Hunsdon to bring Melville to her at a time when she was at her harpsichord, so that he could hear her without her seeming to play for him. In fact, the same day Hunsdon, agreeably to her instructions, led the ambassador into a gallery separated from the Queen's apartment merely by tapestry, so that his guide had raised it. Melville at his leisure could hear Elizabeth, who did not turn around until she had finished the piece, which, however, she was playing with much skill. When she saw Melville, she pretended to fly into a passion, and even wanted to strike him. But her anger calmed down little by little at the ambassador's compliments, and ceased altogether when he admitted that Mary Stuart was not her equal. But this was not all. Proud of her triumph, Elizabeth desired also that Melville should see her dance. Accordingly, she kept back her dispatches for 2 days, so that he might be present at a ball that she was giving. These dispatches, as we have said, contained the wish that Mary Stuart should espouse Leicester, but this proposal could not be taken seriously. Leicester, whose personal worth was besides sufficiently mediocre, was of birth too inferior to aspire to the hand of the daughter of so many kings. Thus Mary replied that such an alliance would not become her. Meanwhile, something strange and tragic came to pass. Chapter 2. Among the lords who had followed Mary Stuart to Scotland was a young nobleman named Chatelard. A true type of the nobility of that time, he was a nephew of Bayard on his mother's side. A poet and a knight, talented and courageous, he was attached to Marshal Danville's household. Thanks to this high position, Chatelard, throughout Mary's stay in France, paid court to her. Mary, in the poetic homage he rendered, saw nothing more than the customary declarations of gallantry of that age, with which she was daily overwhelmed. But, as we've said, Chatelard was deeply in love with the Queen when she was obliged to leave France. Marshal Danville, unaware of Chatelard's passion, and himself a candidate to succeed Francis II as husband, set out for Scotland with the poor exile, taking Chatelard with him. Not imagining he would find a rival in him, Danville made him a confidant and left him with Mary when he himself had to depart, charging the young poet to support his suit with the Queen. This post as confidant brought Mary and Chatelard closer. As a fellow poet, the Queen treated him like a brother. Bold in his passion, he risked all to obtain another title. Accordingly, one evening he got into Mary Stuart's room and hid himself under the bed. But as the queen began to undress, a little dog she had began to yelp so loudly that her women came running. Led by the barking, they discovered Chatelard. A woman easily pardons a crime for which too great love is the excuse. Mary Stuart was a woman before being a queen. She pardoned him. But this kindness only increased Chatelard's confidence. He attributed the reprimand to the presence of the queen's women, supposing that if she had been alone, she would have forgiven him even more completely. 3 weeks later, the same scene was repeated. But this time, Chatelard, discovered in a cupboard when the queen was already in bed, was placed under arrest. The moment was ill-chosen. Such a scandal, just as the queen was about to remarry, was fatal to Mary, let alone to Chatelard. Murray took the affair in hand, thinking a public trial alone could save his sister's reputation. He urged the prosecution with such vigor that Chatelard, convicted of treason, was condemned to death. Mary entreated her brother that Chatelard might be sent back to France, but Murray made her see the terrible consequences such a use of her right of pardon might have. So Mary was obliged to let justice take its course. Chatelard was led to execution. Arriving on the scaffold, set up before the Queen's palace, Chatelard, who had declined the services of a priest, had Ronsard's Ode on Death read aloud. When the reading, which he followed with evident pleasure, was ended, he turned towards the Queen's windows. Having cried out for the last time, "Adieu, loveliest and most cruel of princesses," he stretched out his neck to the executioner, displaying no repentance or complaint. This death made an even greater impression upon Mary, for she dared not show her sympathy openly. Meanwhile, a rumor spread that the Queen of Scotland was consenting to a new marriage, and several suitors came forward from the principal reigning families of Europe. First, the Archduke Charles, third son of the Emperor of Germany, then the Duke of Anjou, who later became Henry III. But to wed a foreign prince was to give up her claims to the English crown. So Mary refused, and, making a merit of this to Elizabeth, she cast her eyes on a relation of Elizabeth's, Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, son of the Earl of Lennox. Elizabeth, having nothing plausible to object to this marriage, since the Queen of Scotland not only chose an Englishman for a husband, but was marrying into her own family, allowed the Earl of Lennox and his son to go to the Scottish court. She reserved the right, if matters appeared to take a serious turn, to recall them both, a command they would be constrained to obey, since all their property was in England. Darnley was 18 years old. He was handsome, well-made, and elegant. He spoke with that attractive manner of the young nobles of the French and English courts that Mary no longer heard since her exile in Scotland. She allowed herself to be deceived by these appearances and did not see that beneath this brilliant exterior, Darnley hid utter insignificance, dubious courage, and a fickle and churlish character. It is true that he came to her under the auspices of a man whose influence was as striking as the risen fortune that gave him the opportunity to exert it. We refer to David Rizzio. David Rizzio, who played such a great part in the life of Mary Stuart, whose strange favor for him gave her enemies, probably without any cause, such cruel weapons against her, was the son of a Turin musician burdened with a numerous family. Recognizing in him a pronounced musical taste, his father had him instructed in the first principles of the art. At the age of 15, he left his father's house and walked to Nice, where the Duke of Savoy held his court. There he entered the service of the Duke of Moretto. Some years later, this lord was appointed to the Scottish embassy, and Rizzio followed him to Scotland. As this young man had a very fine voice and accompanied on the viol and fiddle songs of which both the airs and the words were of his own composition, the ambassador spoke of him to Mary, who wished to see him. Rizzio, full of self-confidence and seeing in the Queen's desire a road to success, hastened to obey her command, sang before her, and pleased her. She then begged him from Moretto, making no more of it than if she had asked of him a thoroughbred dog or a well-trained falcon. Moretto presented him to her, delighted at finding such an opportunity to pay his court. But scarcely was Rizzio in her service when Mary discovered that music was the least of his gifts. He possessed, besides that, education if not profound at least varied, a supple mind, a lively imagination, gentle ways, and at the same time much boldness and presumption. He reminded her of those Italian artists she had seen at the French court, and spoke to her the tongue of Marot and Ronsard, whose most beautiful poems he knew by heart. This was more than enough to please Mary Stuart. In a short time, he became her favorite, and meanwhile, the place of secretary for French dispatches falling vacant, Rizzio was provided with it. Darnley, who wished to succeed at all costs, enlisted Rizzio in his interests, unaware that he had no need of this support. And as, on her side, Mary, who had fallen in love with him at first sight, fearing some new intrigue of Elizabeth's, hastened this union as far as proprieties permitted, the affair moved forward with wonderful rapidity. In the midst of public rejoicing, with the approbation of the nobility, except for a small minority with Murray at its head, the marriage was solemnized under the happiest auspices on July 29, 1565. 2 days before, Darnley and his father, the Earl of Lennox, had received a command to return to London. As they had not obeyed it, a week after the celebration of the marriage, they learned that the Countess of Lennox, the only one of the family remaining in Elizabeth's power, had been arrested and taken to the Tower. Thus Elizabeth, in spite of her dissimulation, yielding to that first impulse of violence that she always had such trouble to overcome, publicly displayed her resentment. However, Elizabeth was not a woman to be satisfied with useless vengeance. She soon released the Countess and turned her eyes towards Murray, the most discontented of the nobles in opposition, who by this marriage was losing all his personal influence. It was thus easy for Elizabeth to put arms in his hand. In fact, when he had failed in his first attempt to seize Darnley, he called to his aid the Duke of Châtellerault, Glencairn, Argyll, and Rothes, and collecting what partisans they could, they openly rebelled against the Queen. This was the first ostensible act of that hatred which was afterwards so fatal to Mary. The Queen, on her side, appealed to her nobles, who in response hastened to rally to her, so that in a month's time she found herself at the head of the finest army that ever a king of Scotland had raised. Darnley assumed the command of this magnificent assembly, mounted on a superb horse, arrayed in gilded armor. He was accompanied by the Queen, who, in a riding habit, with pistols at her saddle-bow, wished to make the campaign with him, that she might not quit his side for a moment. Both were young, both were handsome, and they left Edinburgh amidst the cheers of the people and the army. Murray and his accomplices did not even try to stand against them. The campaign consisted of such rapid and complex marches and countermarches that this rebellion is called the runabout raid, that is to say, the run in every sense of the word. Murray and the rebels withdrew into England, where Elizabeth, while seeming to condemn their unlucky attempt, afforded them all the assistance they needed. Mary returned to Edinburgh delighted at the success of her 2 first campaigns, not suspecting that this new good fortune was the last she would have, and that there her short-lived prosperity would cease. Indeed, she soon saw that in Darnley she had given herself not a devoted and very attentive husband, as she had believed, but an imperious and brutal master, who, no longer having any motive for concealment, showed himself to her just as he was, a man of disgraceful vices, of which drunkenness and debauchery were the least. Accordingly, serious differences were not long in springing up in this royal household. Darnley, in wedding Mary, had not become king, but merely the Queen's husband. To confer on him authority nearly equaling a regent's, it was necessary that Mary should grant him what was termed the crown matrimonial, a crown Francis II had worn during his short reign. Mary, after Darnley's conduct, had not the slightest intention of bestowing it on him. Thus, to whatever entreaties he made, in whatever form they were wrapped, Mary merely replied with an unvaried and obstinate refusal. Darnley, amazed at this force of will in a young queen who had loved him enough to raise him to her, and not believing that she could find it in herself, sought in her entourage for some secret and influential adviser who might have inspired her with it. His suspicions fell on Rizzio. In reality, to whatever cause Rizzio owed his power, and to even the most clear-sighted historians this point has always remained obscure. Be it that he ruled as lover, be it that he advised as minister, his counsels as long as he lived were always given for the greater glory of the Queen. Sprung from so low, he at least wished to show himself worthy of having risen so high. Owing everything to Mary, he tried to repay her with devotion. Thus Darnley was not mistaken, and it was indeed Rizzio who, in despair at having helped to bring about a union which he foresaw must become so unfortunate, advised Mary not to give up any of her power to one who already possessed much more than he deserved in possessing her person. Darnley, like all persons of both weak and violent character, disbelieved in the persistence of will in others, unless this will was sustained by an outside influence. He thought that in ridding himself of Rizzio he could not fail to gain the day, since, as he believed, he alone was opposing the grant of this great desire of his, the crown matrimonial. Consequently, as Rizzio was disliked by the nobles in proportion as his merits had raised him above them, it was easy for Darnley to organize a conspiracy, and James Douglas of Morton, Chancellor of the kingdom, consented to act as chief. This is the second time since the beginning of our narrative that we inscribe this name Douglas, so often pronounced in Scottish history, and which at this time, extinct in the elder branch known as the Black Douglases, was perpetuated in the younger branch known as the Red Douglases. It was an ancient, noble, and powerful family, which, when the descent in the male line from Robert Bruce had lapsed, disputed the royal title with the first Stuart. Since then it had constantly kept alongside the throne, sometimes its support, sometimes its enemy, envying every great house, for greatness made it uneasy, but above all envious of the house of Hamilton, which, if not its equal, was at any rate after itself the next most powerful. During the whole reign of James V, thanks to the hatred which the king bore them, the Douglases had not only lost all their influence, but had also been exiled to England. This hatred was on account of their having seized the guardianship of the young prince, and kept him prisoner till he was 15. Then, with the help of one of his pages, James V had escaped from Falkland and had reached Stirling, whose governor was in his interests. Scarcely was he safe in the castle than he made a proclamation that any Douglas who should approach within a dozen miles of it would be prosecuted for high treason. This was not all. He obtained a decree from Parliament declaring them guilty of felony and condemning them to exile. They remained proscribed then, during the king's lifetime, and returned to Scotland only upon his death. The result was that, although they had been recalled about the throne, and though, thanks to the past influence of Murray, who, one remembers, was a Douglas on the mother's side, they filled the most important posts there, they had not forgiven to the daughter the enmity borne them by the father. This was why James Douglas, Chancellor as he was, and consequently entrusted with the execution of the laws, put himself at the head of a conspiracy which had for its aim the violation of all laws, human and divine. Douglas's first idea had been to treat Rizzio as the favorites of James III had been treated at the Bridge of Lauder, that is to say, to make a show of having a trial and to hang him afterwards. But such a death did not suffice for Darnley's vengeance, as above everything he wished to punish the Queen in Rizzio's person. He exacted that the murder should take place in her presence. Douglas associated himself with Lord Ruthven, an idle and dissolute Sybarite, who under the circumstances promised to push his devotion so far as to wear a cuirass. Then, sure of this important accomplice, he busied himself with finding other agents. However, the plot was not woven with such secrecy, but that something of it transpired, and Rizzio received several warnings that he despised. Sir James Melville, among others, tried every means to make him understand the perils a stranger ran who enjoyed such absolute confidence in a wild, jealous court like that of Scotland. Rizzio received these hints as if resolved not to apply them to himself, and Sir James Melville, satisfied that he had done enough to ease his conscience, did not insist further. Then a French priest, who had a reputation as a clever astrologer, got himself admitted to Rizzio, and warned him that the stars predicted he was in deadly peril, and that he should beware of a certain bastard above all. Rizzio replied that from the day he had been honored with his sovereign's confidence, he had sacrificed in advance his life to his position. He added that since that time, however, he had had occasion to notice that in general the Scots were ready to threaten but slow to act. As to the bastard referred to, who was doubtless the Earl of Murray, he would take care that he should never enter Scotland far enough for his sword to reach him, were it as long as from Dumfries to Edinburgh. This was as much as to say that Murray should remain exiled in England for life, since Dumfries was one of the principal frontier towns. Meanwhile, the conspiracy proceeded. Douglas and Ruthven, having collected their accomplices and taken their measures, came to Darnley to finish the compact. As the price of the bloody service they rendered the king, they exacted from him a promise to obtain the pardon of Murray, and the nobles compromised with him in the affair of the run in every sense. Darnley granted all they asked of him, and a messenger was sent to Murray to inform him of the expedition in preparation, and to invite him to hold himself in readiness to re-enter Scotland at the first notice he should receive. Then, this point settled, they made Darnley sign a paper in which he acknowledged himself the author and chief of the enterprise. The other assassins were the Earl of Morton, the Earl of Ruthven, George Douglas the bastard of Angus, Linley, and Andrew Carew. The remainder were soldiers, simple murderers' tools, who did not even know what was afoot. Darnley reserved it for himself to appoint the time. 2 days after these conditions were agreed upon, Darnley, having been notified that the Queen was alone with Rizzio, wished to make himself sure of the degree of favor enjoyed by the minister. He accordingly went to her apartment by a little door of which he always kept the key upon him, but though the key turned in the lock, the door did not open. Then Darnley knocked, announcing himself, but such was the contempt into which he had fallen with the Queen, that Mary left him outside, although, supposing she had been alone with Rizzio, she would have had time to send him away. Darnley, driven to extremities by this, summoned Morton, Ruthven, Lennox, Lindley, and Douglas's bastard, and fixed the assassination of Rizzio for 2 days later. They had just completed all the details and had distributed the parts that each must play in this bloody tragedy, when suddenly, and at the moment when they least expected it, the door opened and Mary Stuart appeared on the threshold. "My lords," she said, "your holding these secret councils is useless. I am informed of your plots, and with God's help I shall soon apply a remedy." With these words, and before the conspirators had had time to collect themselves, she shut the door again and vanished like a passing but threatening vision. All remained thunderstruck. Morton was the first to find his tongue. "My lords," he said, "this is a game of life and death, and the winner will not be the cleverest or the strongest, but the readiest. If we do not destroy this man, we are lost. We must strike him down this very evening, not the day after tomorrow." Everyone applauded, even Ruthven, who, still pale and feverish from riotous living, promised not to be behindhand. The only point changed, on Morton's suggestion, was that the murder should take place next day, for, in the opinion of all, not less than a day's interval was needed to collect the minor conspirators, who numbered not less than 500. The next day, which was Saturday, March 9th, 1566, Mary Stuart, who had inherited from her father, James V, a dislike of ceremony and the need of liberty, had invited to supper with her 6 persons, Rizzio among the number. Darnley, informed of this in the morning, immediately gave notice of it to the conspirators, telling them that he himself would let them into the palace between 6 and 7 o'clock in the evening. The conspirators replied that they would be in readiness. The morning had been dark and stormy, as nearly all the first days of spring are in Scotland, and towards evening the snow and wind redoubled in depth and violence. So Mary had remained shut up with Rizzio, and Darnley, who had gone to the secret door several times, could hear the sound of instruments and the voice of the favorite, who was singing those sweet melodies which have come down to our time, and which Edinburgh people still attribute to him. These songs were for Mary a reminder of her stay in France, where the artists in the train of the Medicis had already brought echoes from Italy, but for Darnley they were an insult, and each time he had withdrawn strengthened in his design. At the appointed time, the conspirators, who had been given the password during the day, knocked at the palace gate, and were received there so much the more easily that Darnley himself, wrapped in a great cloak, awaited them at the postern by which they were admitted. The 500 soldiers immediately stole into an inner courtyard, where they placed themselves under some sheds, so as to keep themselves from the cold, so that they might not be seen on the snow-covered ground. A brightly lighted window looked into this courtyard. It was that of the Queen's study. At the first signal given from this window, the soldiers were to break in the door and go to the help of the chief conspirators. These instructions given, Darnley led Morton, Ruthven, Lennox, Lindley, Andrew Carew, and Douglas's bastard into the room adjoining the study, and only separated from it by a tapestry hanging before the door. From there one could overhear all that was being said, and at a single bound fall upon the guests. Darnley left them in this room, enjoining silence. Then, giving them as a signal to enter the moment when they should hear him cry, "To me, Douglas," he went round by the secret passage, so that seeing him come in by his usual door the Queen's suspicions might not be roused by his unlooked-for visit. Mary was at supper with 6 persons, having, say to thou and Melville, Rizzio seated on her right, while on the contrary, Camden assures us that he was eating standing at a sideboard. The talk was gay and intimate, for all were giving themselves up to the ease one feels at being safe and warm at a hospitable board, while the snow is beating against the windows and the wind roaring in the chimneys. Suddenly Mary, surprised that the most profound silence had succeeded the lively and animated flow of words among her guests since the beginning of supper, and suspecting, from their glances, that the cause of their uneasiness was behind her, turned around and saw Darnley leaning on the back of her chair. The Queen shuddered, for although her husband was smiling when looking at Rizzio, this smile had assumed such a strange expression that it was clear something terrible was about to happen. At the same moment, Mary heard in the next room a heavy, dragging step draw near the cabinet. Then the tapestry was raised, and Lord Ruthven, in armor of which he could barely support the weight, pale as a ghost, appeared on the threshold, and, drawing his sword in silence, leaned upon it. The Queen thought he was delirious. "What do you want, my lord?" she said to him, "and why do you come to the palace like this?" "Ask the king, madam," replied Ruthven in an indistinct voice. "It is for him to answer." "Explain, my lord," Mary demanded, turning again towards Darnley. "What does such a neglect of ordinary propriety mean?" "It means, madam," returned Darnley, pointing to Rizzio, "that man must leave here this very minute." "That man is mine, my lord," Mary said, rising proudly, "and consequently takes orders only from me." "To me, Douglas!" cried Darnley. At these words, the conspirators, who for some moments had drawn nearer Ruthven, fearing, so changeable was Darnley's character, lest he had brought them in vain, and would not dare to utter the signal. At these words, the conspirators rushed into the room with such haste that they overturned the table. Then David Rizzio, seeing that it was he alone they wanted, threw himself on his knees behind the Queen, seizing the hem of her robe and crying in Italian, "Giustizia! Giustizia!" Indeed, the Queen, true to her character, not allowing herself to be intimidated by this terrible eruption, placed herself in front of Rizzio and sheltered him behind her Majesty. But she counted too much on the respect of a nobility accustomed to struggle hand to hand with its kings for 5 centuries. Andrew Carew held a dagger to her breast and threatened to kill her if she insisted on defending any longer him whose death was resolved upon. Then Darnley, without consideration for the Queen's pregnancy, seized her round the waist and bore her away from Rizzio, who remained on his knees pale and trembling. Meanwhile, Douglas's bastard, confirming the prediction of the astrologer who had warned Rizzio to beware of a certain bastard, drawing the king's own dagger, plunged it into the breast of the minister, who fell wounded, but not dead. Morton immediately took him by the feet and dragged him from the cabinet into the larger room, leaving on the floor that long track of blood which is still shown there. Then, arriving there, each rushed upon him as upon a quarry, and set upon the corpse, which they stabbed in 56 places. Meanwhile, Darnley held the Queen, who, thinking that all was not over, did not cease crying for mercy. But Ruthven came back, paler than at first, and at Darnley's inquiry if Rizzio were dead, he nodded in the affirmative. Then, as he could not bear further fatigue in his convalescent state, he sat down, although the Queen, whom Darnley had at last released, remained standing on the same spot. At this Mary could not contain herself. "My lord," cried she, "who has given you permission to sit down in my presence, and whence comes such insolence?" "Madam," Ruthven answered, "I act thus not from insolence, but from weakness, for to serve your husband I have just taken more exercise than my doctors allow." Then turning round to a servant, "Give me a glass of wine," he said, showing Darnley his bloody dagger before putting it back in its sheath, "for here is the proof that I have well earned it." The servant obeyed, and Ruthven drained his glass with as much calmness as if he had just performed the most innocent act. "My lord," the Queen then said, taking a step towards him, "it may be that as I am a woman, in spite of my desire and my will, I never find an opportunity to repay you what you are doing to me. But," she added, energetically striking her womb with her hand, "he whom I bear there, and whose life you should have respected, since you respect my Majesty so little, will one day revenge me for all these insults." Then, with a gesture at once superb and threatening, she withdrew by Darnley's door, which she closed behind her. At that moment a great noise was heard in the Queen's room. Huntley, Athol, and Bothwell, who we are soon about to see play such an important part in the sequel of this history, were supping together in another hall of the palace, when suddenly they had heard outcries and the clash of arms, so that they had run with all speed. When Athol, who came first, without knowing whose it was, struck against the dead body of Rizzio, which was stretched at the top of the staircase, they believed, seeing someone assassinated, that the lives of the king and queen were threatened, and they had drawn their swords to force the door that Morton was guarding. But directly Darnley understood what was going on, he darted from the cabinet, followed by Ruthven, and showing himself to the newcomers. "My lords," he said, "the people of the queen and myself are safe, and nothing has occurred here but by our orders. Withdraw, then, you will know more about it in time. As to him," he added, holding up Rizzio's head by the hair, whilst the bastard of Douglas lit up the face with a torch so that it could be recognized, "you see who it is, and whether it is worth your while to get into trouble for him." And in fact, as soon as Huntley, Athol, and Bothwell had recognized the musician minister, they sheathed their swords, and, having saluted the king, went away. Mary had gone away with a single thought in her heart: vengeance. But she understood that she could not revenge herself at one and the same time on her husband and his companions. She set to work, then, with all the charms of her wit and beauty, to detach the king from his accomplices. It was not a difficult task. When that brutal rage which often carried Darnley beyond all bounds was spent, he was frightened himself at the crime he had committed. While the assassins, assembled by Murray, were resolving that he should have that greatly desired crown matrimonial, Darnley, as fickle as he was violent, and as cowardly as he was cruel, in Mary's very room, before the scarcely dried blood, made another compact, in which he engaged to deliver up his accomplices. Indeed, 3 days after the event that we have just related, the murderers learned a strange piece of news: that Darnley and Mary, accompanied by Lord Satan, had escaped together from Holyrood Palace. 3 days later still, a proclamation appeared, signed by Mary and dated from Dunbar, which summoned around the Queen, in her own name and the King's, all the Scottish lords and barons, including those who had been compromised in the affair of the Run in every sense, to whom she not only granted full and complete pardon, but also restored her entire confidence. In this way she separated Murray's cause from that of Morton and the other assassins, who, in their turn, seeing that there was no longer any safety for them in Scotland, fled to England, where all the Queen's enemies were always certain to find a warm welcome, in spite of the good relations which reigned in appearance between Mary and Elizabeth. As to Bothwell, who had wanted to oppose the assassination, he was appointed warden of all the marches of the kingdom. Unfortunately for her honor, Mary, always more the woman than the Queen, while on the contrary, Elizabeth was always more the Queen than the woman, had no sooner regained her power than her first royal act was to exhume Rizzio, who had been quietly buried on the threshold of the chapel nearest Holyrood Palace. She had him removed to the burial place of the Scottish kings, compromising herself still more by the honors she paid him dead than by the favor she had granted him living. Such an imprudent demonstration naturally led to fresh quarrels between Mary and Darnley. These quarrels were the more bitter that, as one can well understand, the reconciliation between the husband and wife, at least on the latter's side, had never been anything but a pretense. So that, feeling herself in a stronger position still on account of her pregnancy, she restrained herself no longer, and leaving Darnley, she went from Dunbar to Edinburgh Castle, where on June 19, 1566, 3 months after the assassination of Rizzio, she gave birth to a son who afterwards became James VI. Chapter 3. Directly after her delivery, Mary sent James Melville, her usual envoy, to Queen Elizabeth. She tasked him with delivering the news of her son's birth, and requesting that Elizabeth serve as the child's godmother. Upon arriving in London, Melville immediately went to the palace. However, a court ball was in progress, preventing him from seeing the Queen. He informed Minister Cecil of the purpose of his visit, and requested an audience for the following day. Elizabeth was dancing when Cecil approached her and quietly announced, "Queen Mary of Scotland has just given birth to a son." Elizabeth turned pale, looking bewildered, as if she might faint. She leaned against an armchair, then sat down, throwing back her head, lost in a mournful reverie. A lady of the court, breaking through the circle that had formed, approached Elizabeth and asked what troubled her. "Ah, madam," Elizabeth replied impatiently, "do you not know that Mary Stuart has given birth to a son, while I am but a barren stock, who will die without offspring? Yet, Elizabeth, a skilled politician despite her initial impulses, would not allow her grief to compromise her for long. The ball continued, and the interrupted quadrille resumed. The next day, Melville had his audience. Elizabeth received him warmly, expressing her delight at the news, which she claimed had cured her of a 2-week illness. Melville replied that Mary had hastened to share her joy, knowing Elizabeth was her best friend. He added that the difficult confinement had nearly cost Mary her life. When he repeated this for the 3rd time, hoping to further deter Elizabeth from marriage, she interjected. "Be at ease, Melville," Elizabeth said. "You need not insist. I shall never marry. My kingdom serves as my husband, and my subjects are my children. When I am dead, I wish my tombstone to read, 'Here lies Elizabeth, who reigned so many years, and who died a virgin.'" Melville used this opportunity to remind Elizabeth of her desire to meet Mary several years prior. Elizabeth stated that, besides her country's affairs requiring her presence, she did not wish to expose herself to an unfavorable comparison, having heard so much of her rival's beauty. She instead chose the Earl of Bedford as her proxy. He set out with other noblemen for Stirling Castle, where the young prince was christened with great pomp and named Charles James. It was noted that Darnley did not appear at this ceremony, and his absence seemed to greatly scandalize the Queen of England's envoy. James Hepburn, Earl of Bothwell, on the other hand, held the most prominent position. Since the evening Bothwell had rushed to oppose the murder of Rizzio, he had greatly gained the Queen's favor. He appeared truly devoted to her party, unlike the King's or the Earl of Murray's factions. Bothwell was 35, head of the powerful Hepburn family, influential in East Lothian and Berwick. He was a violent, rough man, prone to debauchery, and capable of anything to satisfy his barely concealed ambition. Though once reputedly courageous, he had not had a serious opportunity to prove himself with a sword in a long time. If the king's authority had been shaken by Rizzio's influence, it was completely overthrown by Bothwell's. The great nobles, following the favorite's example, no longer rose in Darnley's presence and gradually ceased treating him as an equal. His retinue was cut, his silver plate taken, and the few officers who remained made him pay for their services with bitter vexations. As for the Queen, she no longer bothered to hide her dislike for him, openly avoiding him. One day, after going with Bothwell to Alway, she immediately left upon Darnley's arrival. The king, however, still had patience, but a new indiscretion by Mary ultimately led to a terrible catastrophe, one some had already foreseen since the Queen's liaison with Bothwell began. Towards the end of October 1566, while the Queen held court in Jedburgh, she received news that Bothwell, attempting to apprehend a malefactor, John Eliot of Park, had been severely wounded in the hand. The Queen, about to attend a council, immediately postponed the sitting until the next day. Ordering a horse, she rode to Hermitage Castle, Bothwell's residence, covering the 20 miles through woods, marshes, and rivers without stopping. After spending some hours alone with him, she returned with the same speed to Jedburgh, arriving back in the night. Although this action caused much gossip, further inflamed by the Queen's enemies, largely Protestants, Darnley did not hear of it for nearly 2 months. That is, not until Bothwell, fully recovered, returned to Edinburgh with the Queen. Darnley then felt he could no longer endure such humiliations. But since his betrayal of his former allies, he found no Scottish noble willing to support him. He resolved to seek his father, the Earl of Lennox, hoping his influence could rally the many disaffected nobles since Bothwell's rise. Unfortunately, Darnley, as indiscreet and imprudent as ever, confided this plan to some of his officers, who warned Bothwell. Bothwell did not appear to oppose the journey. However, scarcely a mile from Edinburgh, Darnley felt violent pains. He continued his journey and arrived very ill in Glasgow. He immediately summoned a celebrated doctor, James Abernetz, who found his body covered with pimples and declared without hesitation that he had been poisoned. Others, including Walter Scott, contend that this illness was simply smallpox. Whatever the illness, the Queen, facing her husband's danger, seemed to forget her resentment. At her own risk, she went to Darnley after sending her doctor ahead. However, if one believes the following letters, dated from Glasgow and attributed to Mary for Bothwell, she knew his illness too well to fear infection. These letters, little known and singular, are transcribed here. We will later explain how they fell into the hands of the Confederate lords, and then Elizabeth, who, upon receiving them, reportedly exclaimed, "God's death, then I hold her life and honor in my hands." First letter. When I left the place where I had left my heart, imagine my state, a poor body without a soul. During dinner, I spoke to no one, and no one dared approach me, for my distress was evident. Within a league of towns, the Earl of Lennox sent a gentleman to offer his compliments and apologize for not coming in person. He also conveyed that he feared presenting himself after the reprimand I gave Cunningham. This gentleman subtly urged me to investigate his master's conduct to confirm my suspicions. I replied that fear was an incurable disease, that the Earl of Lennox would not be so agitated if his conscience were clear, and that any hasty words from me were just reprisals for his letter. None of the inhabitants visited me, leading me to believe they all support him. They speak favorably of him and his son. The king sent for Joachim yesterday, asking why I did not lodge with him, adding that my presence would soon cure him. He also asked my purpose in coming. If it was to reconcile, if you were here, if I had taken Paris and Gilbert as secretaries, and if I still intended to dismiss Joseph? I do not know who gives him such accurate information. He is aware of everything, even Sebastian's marriage. I asked him about a letter where he complained of certain people's cruelty. He replied he was stricken, but my presence brought such joy he thought he would die of it. He repeatedly accused me of being distracted. I left for supper. He begged me to return, and I did. He then recounted his illness and wished to make a will to leave me everything, adding that I was partly the cause of his trouble, attributing it to my coldness. "You ask," he added, "who are the people I complain of? It is you, cruel one, you, whom I have never been able to appease with my tears and repentance. I know I have offended you, but not on the matter you reproach me with. I have also offended some of your subjects, but that you have forgiven. I am young, and you say I always relapse into my faults. But cannot a young man lacking experience gain it, break promises, repent immediately, and improve with time? If you will forgive me once more, I promise never to offend you again. All I ask is that we live together as husband and wife, sharing one bed and one table. If you are inflexible, I shall never recover. I implore you, tell me your decision. God alone knows what I suffer, because I think only of you, because I love and adore only you. If I have offended you, you must bear the blame. For if I could complain to you when someone offends me, I would not confide my griefs to others. But when we are at odds, I must keep them to myself, and that maddens me." He then urged me strongly to stay and lodge in his house. I excused myself, replying that he needed to be purged, which could not be conveniently done at Glasgow. He then said he knew I had brought a letter for him, but he would have preferred to make the journey with me. I think he believed I meant to send him to prison. I replied that I would take him to Craigmillar, where he would find doctors, and I would remain near him, enabling us to see my son. He answered that he would go wherever I wished, provided I granted his request. He does not wish to be seen by anyone. He told me over 100 pretty things I cannot repeat, and at which even you would be surprised. He did not want me to leave. He wanted me to stay with him all night. I pretended to believe everything and seemed genuinely interested in him. I have never seen him so small and humble. If I had not known how easily his heart overflows, and how mine is impervious to every other arrow but those with which you have wounded it, I believe I should have softened. But lest that alarm you, I would rather die than betray what I have promised you. As for you, be sure to act similarly toward those traitors who will do all they can to separate you from me. I believe all these people are cast in the same mold. This one always has a tear in his eye. He bows before everyone, from the greatest to the smallest. He wants to gain their favor and pity. His father threw up blood today from his nose and mouth. Consider what these symptoms mean. I have not seen him yet, for he remains indoors. The king wants me to feed him myself. He won't eat otherwise. But whatever I do, you will be no more deceived than I shall deceive myself. You and I are united to two detestable people. May hell sever these knots, and may heaven form better ones that nothing can break, making us the most tender and faithful couple ever. This is the profession of faith in which I would die. Excuse my scrawl. You must guess more than half of it, but I know no help for this. I must write hastily, while everyone here sleeps. But rest easy. I take infinite pleasure in my watch, for I cannot sleep like others, unable to sleep as I wish, that is, in your arms. I am going to bed. I shall finish my letter tomorrow. I have too many things to tell you, and the night is too far advanced. Imagine my despair. It is to you I am writing, it is of myself that I converse with you, and I must conclude. However, I cannot prevent myself from hastily filling the rest of my paper. Cursed be the crazy creature who torments me so much. Were it not for him, I could talk to you of more agreeable things. He has not greatly changed, yet he has lost a great deal. But he has nearly killed me with the fetid smell of his breath, for now his is still worse than your cousin's. You can guess this is a fresh reason for my not approaching him. On the contrary, I move as far away as possible and sit on a chair at the foot of his bed. Let us see if I forget anything. His father's messenger on the road, the question about Joachim, the state of my house, the people of my suite, subject of my arrival, Joseph, conversation between him and me, his desire to please me and his repentance, the explanation of his letter, Mr. Livingston. Ah, I was forgetting that. Yesterday, during supper, Livingston quietly told de Rere to drink to the health of one I knew well, and to ask me to do him the honor. After supper, as I leaned on his shoulder near the fire, he said, "Is it not true that some visits are very agreeable for those who pay them and those who receive them? But however satisfied they seem with your arrival, I challenge their delight to equal the grief of one whom you have left alone today, and who will never be content till he sees you again." I asked him whom he wished to speak to. He then answered by pressing my arm, "Of one of those who have not followed you, and among those, it is easy for you to guess of whom I want to speak." I worked until 2 o'clock on the bracelet. I have enclosed a little key attached by 2 strings. It is not as well made as I would like, but I have not had time to make it better. I will make you a finer one at the first opportunity. Be careful that it is not seen on you, for I worked on it before everyone, and it would surely be recognized. I always return, despite myself, to the frightful attempt you advise. You compel me to concealments, and above all to treacheries that make me shudder. I would rather die, believe me, than do such things, for it makes my heart bleed. He does not want to follow me unless I promise to share the same bed and board with him as before, and not to abandon him so often. If I consent, he says he will do all I wish and follow me everywhere. But he has begged me to postpone my departure for 2 days. I have pretended to agree to all his wishes, but I have told him not to speak of our reconciliation to anyone, for fear it might disquiet some lords. At last, I shall take him wherever I wish. Alas, I have never deceived anyone, but what would I not do to please you? Command, and whatever happens, I shall obey. But consider if one could not contrive some secret means in the form of a remedy. He must purge himself at Craigmillar and take baths there. He will be some days without going out. As far as I can see, he is very uneasy, but he has great trust in what I tell him. However, his confidence does not extend to opening his mind to me. If you like, I will tell him everything. I can have no pleasure in deceiving someone who trusts me. However, it will be just as you wish. Do not think less of me for that. You advised it. Vengeance would never have taken me so far otherwise. Sometimes he attacks me in a very sensitive spot, and he touches me to the quick when he tells me that his crimes are known, but that every day greater ones are committed that one uselessly attempts to hide, since all crimes, whatsoever they be, great or small, come to men's knowledge and form the common subject of their discourse. He adds sometimes, speaking of Madame de Rere, "I wish her services may do you honor." He has assured me that many people thought, and that he thought himself, that I was not my own mistress. This is doubtless because I had rejected the conditions he offered me. Finally, it is certain that he is very uneasy about you-know-what, and that he even suspects that his life is aimed at. He is in despair whenever the conversation turns on you, Livingston, and my brother. However, he says neither good nor ill of absent people, but, on the contrary, he always avoids speaking of them. His father keeps to the house. I have not seen him yet. A number of the Hamiltons are here, and accompany me everywhere. All the friends of the other one follow me each time I go to see him. He has begged me to be present at his rising tomorrow. My messenger will tell you the rest. Burn my letter. There would be danger in keeping it. Besides, it is hardly worth the trouble, being filled only with dark thoughts. As for you, do not be offended if I am sad and uneasy today, that to please you I rise above honor, remorse, and dangers. Do not misunderstand what I tell you, and do not listen to the malicious explanations of your wife's brother. He is a knave whom you ought not to hear, to the prejudice of the most tender and most faithful mistress that ever was. Above all, do not allow yourself to be moved by that woman. Her sham tears are nothing in comparison with the real tears that I shed, and with what love and constancy make me suffer at succeeding her. It is for that alone that in spite of myself I betray all those who could cross my love. God have mercy on me, and send you all the prosperity that a humble and tender friend who awaits from you soon another reward wishes you. It is very late, but it is always with regret that I lay down my pen when I write to you. However, I shall not end my letter until I have kissed your hands. Forgive me that it is so ill written. Perhaps I do so expressly that you may be obliged to reread it several times. I have transcribed hastily what I had written down on my tablets, and my paper has given out. Remember a tender friend, and write to her often. Love me as tenderly as I love you, and remember Madame de Rere's words, the English, his mother, the Earl of Argyll, the Earl of Bothwell, the Edinburgh dwelling. Second letter. It seems you have forgotten me during your absence, especially since you promised, upon leaving, to keep me informed of every new development. The hope of receiving your news brought me almost as much delight as your return could have. You have delayed longer than you promised. As for me, though you do not write, I always play my part. I shall take him to Craigmillar on Monday, and he will spend all of Wednesday there. On that day, I shall go to Edinburgh to be bled, unless you arrange otherwise. He is more cheerful than usual and better than ever. He says everything to persuade me that he loves me. He is endlessly attentive and anticipates my every need. All of this is so unpleasant for me that whenever I go to him, my side pain returns. So much does his company weigh on me. If Paris brought me what I asked, I would soon be cured. If you have not returned when I go you know where, write to me, I beg you, and tell me what you wish me to do. For if you do not manage things prudently, I foresee that the whole burden will fall on me. Look into everything and weigh the matter maturely. I send you my letter by Beaton, who will depart on the day assigned to Balfour. It only remains for me to beg you to inform me of your journey. Glasgow, this Saturday morning. Third letter. I stayed longer than I should have, had it not been to obtain something from him that the bearer of these presents will tell you was a good opportunity to cover our designs. I have promised him to bring the person you know tomorrow. Look after the rest, if you think fit. Alas! I have failed in our agreement, for you forbade me to write or send a messenger. However, I do not intend to offend you. If you knew with what fears I am agitated, you would not harbor so many doubts and suspicions. But I take them in good faith, persuaded as I am that they have no other cause than love, love that I esteem more than anything on earth. My feelings and my favors are sure warrants for that love, confirming your heart belongs to me. My trust in this is complete. But explain yourself, I entreat you, open your soul to me. Otherwise, I fear that by the fatality of my star, and the fortunate influence of the stars on women less tender and faithful than I may be supplanted in your heart as Medea was in Jason's. Not that I compare you to an unfortunate lover like Jason, or myself to a monster like Medea, though you have enough influence to compel me to resemble her whenever our love demands it, and it concerns me to keep your heart, which belongs solely to me. For I claim as mine what I have purchased with the tender and constant love with which I have burned for you, a love more alive today than ever, which will end only with my life. A love, in short, that makes me despise both the dangers and the remorse that may be its sad consequence. As the price of this sacrifice, I ask but one favor. Remember a spot not far from here. I do not demand you keep your promise tomorrow, but I want to see you to dispel your suspicions. I ask God only one thing, that he makes you read my heart, which is less mine than yours, and that he guards you from every ill, at least during my life. This life is dear to me only insofar as it pleases you, and as I please you myself. I am going to bed. Adieu. Give me your news tomorrow morning, for I shall be uneasy until I have it. Like a bird escaped from its cage, or a turtle dove that has lost her mate, I shall be alone, weeping your absence, short as it may be. This letter, happier than I, will go this evening where I cannot go, provided the messenger does not find you asleep, as I fear. I did not dare to write it in the presence of Joseph, Sebastian, and Joachim, who had only just left me when I began it. Thus, if these letters are genuine, Mary had conceived for Bothwell one of those mad passions. These are all the stronger in women who succumb to them because the reasons for their inspiration are so hard to understand. Bothwell was no longer young, nor was he handsome. Yet, Mary sacrificed for him a young husband considered one of the handsomest men of his century. It was like an enchantment. Darnley, the sole obstacle to their union, had long been condemned, if not by Mary, then at least by Bothwell. When his strong constitution overcame the poison, another method of death was sought. The Queen, as she announced in her letter to Bothwell, refused to bring Darnley back with her and returned to Edinburgh alone. Upon her arrival, she gave orders for the king to be moved in a litter. But instead of taking him to Stirling or Holyrood, she decided to lodge him in the abbey of the Kirk of Field. The king objected to this arrangement, but having no power to oppose it, he merely complained of the solitude of the assigned dwelling. The Queen replied that she could not receive him at Holyrood or Stirling at that moment, fearing that if his illness were infectious, he might transmit it to their son. Darnley was then obliged to make the best of his allotted abode. It was an isolated abbey, its location little calculated to dissipate the king's fears. It lay between two ruined churches and two cemeteries. The only nearby house, about a crossbow shot away, belonged to the Hamiltons. As they were Darnley's mortal enemies, the proximity was far from reassuring. Further north, some wretched huts called the Thieves' Crossroads stood. Exploring his new residence, Darnley noticed 3 holes in the walls, each large enough for a man to pass through. He requested these holes be sealed, but though masons were promised, nothing was done, and the holes remained open. The day after his arrival at Kirk of Field, the king saw a light in the house near his, which he had believed deserted. The next day, he asked Alexandre Dumas where it came from and learned that the Archbishop of St. Andrews had left his Edinburgh palace and housed there since the preceding evening for unknown reasons. This news further increased the king's uneasiness, as the Archbishop of St. Andrews was one of his most declared enemies. The king, gradually abandoned by all his servants, lived on the first floor of an isolated pavilion, with only Alexandre Dumas, his valet, attending him. Darnley, who had a special friendship for Dumas and, as mentioned, constantly feared an attack on his life, had moved Durham's bed into his own apartment so they both slept in the same room. On the night of February 8th, Darnley awoke Dumas. He thought he heard footsteps in the apartment below. Dumas rose, took a sword in one hand and a taper in the other, and went downstairs. Although Darnley was certain he had not been mistaken, Dumas returned a moment later, saying he had seen no one. The morning of the next day passed without fresh incident. The Queen was marrying one of her servants named Sebastian, an Auvergnat she had brought from France and was very fond of. However, as the king sent word that he had not seen her for 2 days, she left the wedding around 6 in the evening and came to visit him, accompanied by the Countess of Argyll and the Countess of Huntly. While she was there, Dumas, preparing his bed, accidentally set fire to his palliasse, burning it and part of the mattress. To prevent the fire from spreading, he threw the flaming bedding out the window. Now without a bed, he asked permission to return to town to sleep. But Darnley, remembering his terror the night before and surprised by Durham's promptness in discarding the bedding, begged him not to go, offering him one of his mattresses or even to share his own bed. Despite this offer, Dumas insisted, saying he felt unwell and wanted to see a doctor that evening. The Queen interceded for Dumas, promising Darnley she would send another valet to spend the night with him. Darnley was obliged to yield and, after Mary repeated her promise, gave Dumas leave for the evening. At that moment, Paris, whom the Queen mentions in her letters, entered. He was a young Frenchman who had been in Scotland for some years and, after serving Bothwell and Satan, was now with the Queen. Seeing him, she rose. Darnley still wished to keep her. "Indeed, my lord, it is impossible," she said. "I have left this poor Sebastian's wedding, and I must return to it, for I promised to come masked to his ball." The king dared not insist. He only reminded her of her promise to send him a servant. Mary reiterated it and left with her attendants. As for Dumas, he departed the moment he received permission. It was 9 in the evening. Darnley, left alone, carefully locked the doors and retired to rest, ready to rise to admit the servant who would spend the night with him. Scarcely was he in bed when the same noise he had heard the night before recommenced. This time, Darnley listened with all the attention fear gives, and soon he had no doubt that several men were walking about beneath him. It was useless to call, and dangerous to go out. To wait was the only course left to the king. He again made sure the doors were fastened, put his sword under his pillow, extinguished his lamp to avoid being betrayed by the light, and awaited his servant's arrival in silence. But the hours passed, and the servant did not come. At 1 a.m, Bothwell, after conversing for a while with the Queen in the presence of the captain of the guard, returned home to change his clothes. After some minutes, he emerged wrapped in a large German hussar's cloak, passed through the guardhouse, and had the castle gate opened. Once outside, he hurried to Kirk of Field, entering through the opening in the wall. Scarcely had he taken a step in the garden when he met James Balfour, governor of the castle. "Well," he said, "how far have we got?" "Everything is ready," replied Balfour, "and we were waiting for you to set fire to the fuse." "That is good," Bothwell answered, "but first I want to make sure that he is in his room." With these words, Bothwell opened the pavilion door with a false key and, groping his way up the stairs, went to listen at Darnley's door. Darnley, hearing no further noise, had eventually fallen asleep, but with a jerky breathing that indicated his agitation. It mattered little to Bothwell what kind of sleep it was, provided he was truly in his room. He descended in silence, just as he had ascended, and taking a lantern from one of the conspirators, he went himself into the lower room to see if everything was in order. This room was full of powder barrels, and a prepared fuse needed only a spark to ignite the whole. Bothwell then withdrew to the end of the garden with Balfour, David, Chambers, and 3 or 4 others, leaving one man to ignite the fuse. In a moment, this man rejoined them. Minutes of anxiety followed, during which the 5 men looked at one another in silence, as if afraid of themselves. Then, seeing that nothing exploded, Bothwell impatiently turned to the engineer, reproaching him for having, no doubt through fear, done his work badly. The engineer assured his master that he was certain everything was all right. As Bothwell, impatient, wanted to return to the house himself to make sure, the engineer offered to go back and check. He returned to the pavilion and, putting his head through a kind of air hole, saw the fuse still burning. Some seconds later, Bothwell saw him running back, signaling that all was going well. At the same moment, a frightful report was heard. The pavilion was blown to pieces, the town and the firth lit up with a clarity exceeding the brightest daylight. Then everything fell back into night, and the silence was broken only by the fall of stones and joists, which came down as fast as hail in a hurricane. The next day, the king's body was found in a nearby garden. It had been protected from the fire by the mattresses he was lying on. Since, in his terror, he had doubtless simply thrown himself onto his bed wrapped in his dressing gown and slippers, and was found thus, without his slippers, which lay some paces away, it was believed he had been first strangled, then carried there. However, the most probable version was that the murderers simply relied on the powder, an auxiliary powerful enough to ensure success. Was the Queen an accomplice or not? No one has ever known to save herself, Bothwell, and God. But her conduct, always imprudent, gave her enemies accusations, if not substance, then at least an appearance of truth. Scarcely had she heard the news than she ordered the body brought to her. Having it stretched out on a bench, she looked at it with more curiosity than sadness. Then the embalmed corpse was placed the same evening, without pomp, beside Rizios. Scottish ceremonial law prescribes that widows of kings retire for 40 days into a room entirely closed off from daylight. On the 12th day, Mary had the windows opened, and on the 15th set out with Bothwell for Seaton, a country house 5 miles from the capital. There the French ambassador, Ducroc, sought her out and made remonstrances that convinced her to return to Edinburgh. But instead of the usual cheers, she was met with an icy silence, and a solitary woman in the crowd called out, "God treat her as she deserves." The names of the murderers were no secret to the people. Bothwell brought a splendid coat, too large for him, to a tailor, asking him to remake it to his measure. The tailor recognized it as having belonged to the king. "That's right," he said. "It is the custom for the executioner to inherit from the condemned." Meanwhile, the Earl of Lennox, supported by public murmurs, loudly demanded justice for his son's death and stepped forward as the accuser of his murderers. The Queen was then obliged, to appease paternal clamor and public resentment, to command the Earl of Argyll, the Lord Chief Justice, to investigate. The same day this order was given, a proclamation was posted in Edinburgh streets, promising £2,000 sterling to whoever would reveal the king's murderers. The next day, wherever this letter had been affixed, another placard was found, worded thus: "As it has been proclaimed that those who should make known the king's murderers should have £2,000 sterling, I, who have made a strict search, affirm that the authors of the murder are the Earl of Bothwell, James Balfour, the priest of Flisk, David Chambers Blackmester, Jean Spens, and the Queen herself." This placard was torn down, but, as usually happens, it had already been read by the entire population. The Earl of Lennox accused Bothwell, and public opinion, also accusing him, seconded the Earl with such violence that Mary was compelled to bring him to trial. However, every precaution was taken to deprive the prosecutor of the power to convict the accused. On March 28th, the Earl of Lennox received notice that April 12th was set for the trial. He was granted a fortnight to collect decisive proofs against the most powerful man in all Scotland. But the Earl of Lennox, judging this trial a mere mockery, did not appear. Bothwell, on the contrary, presented himself at court, accompanied by 5,000 partisans and 200 picked fusiliers, who guarded the doors directly he entered. He seemed more a king about to violate the law than an accused submitting to it. Of course, what was certain to happen occurred. The jury acquitted Bothwell of the crime of which everyone, judges included, knew him to be guilty. On the day of the trial, Bothwell had this written challenge placarded: "Although I am sufficiently cleared of the murder of the king, of which I have been falsely accused, yet, the better to prove my innocence, I am ready to engage in combat with whomever will dare to maintain that I have killed the king." The next day this reply appeared: "I accept the challenge, provided that you select neutral ground." However, judgment had barely been given when rumors of a marriage between the Queen and the Earl of Bothwell spread. However strange and mad this marriage was, the relations of the two lovers were so well known that no one doubted its truth. But as everyone submitted to Bothwell, either through fear or ambition, only two men dared to protest beforehand against this union: Lord Herries and James Melville. Mary was at Stirling when Lord Herries, taking advantage of Bothwell's momentary absence, threw himself at her feet. He implored her not to lose her honor by marrying her husband's murderer, which could not fail to convince those who still doubted her complicity. But the Queen, instead of thanking Herries for his devotion, seemed very surprised at his boldness. Scornfully signaling him to rise, she coldly replied that her heart was silent regarding the Earl of Bothwell, and that, if she should ever remarry, which was not probable, she would neither forget what she owed to her people, nor what she owed to herself. Melville was not discouraged by this experience. He pretended to have received a letter that one of his friends, Thomas Bishop, had written to him from England. He showed this letter to the Queen, but at the first lines, Mary recognized the style and, above all, the friendship of her ambassador. Giving the letter to the Earl of Livingston, who was present, she said, "There is a very singular letter. Read it. It is quite in Melville's manner." Livingston glanced through the letter, but had scarcely read half of it when he took Melville by the hand, drawing him into the embrace of a window. "My dear Melville," he said, "you were certainly mad when you just now showed this letter to the Queen. As soon as the Earl of Bothwell gets wind of it, and that will not be long, he will have you assassinated. You have behaved like an honest man, it is true, but at court it is better to behave as a clever man. Go away then as quickly as possible. It is I who recommend it." Melville did not need to be told twice, and stayed away for a week. Livingston was not mistaken. Bothwell had scarcely returned to the Queen when he learned all that had passed. He burst into curses against Melville and searched for him everywhere, but could not find him. This weak opposition nonetheless disquieted Bothwell, who, sure of Mary's love, resolved to make short work of things. Accordingly, as the Queen was returning from Stirling to Edinburgh some days after these events, Bothwell suddenly appeared at the bridge of Grammont with 1,000 horsemen. Having disarmed the Earl of Huntly, Livingston, and Melville, who had returned to his mistress, he seized the Queen's horse by the bridle. With apparent violence, he forced Mary to turn back and follow him to Dunbar, which the Queen did without any resistance, a strange thing for one of Mary's character. The following day, the Earls of Huntly, Livingston, Melville, and their retainers were set at liberty. 10 days later, Bothwell and the Queen, perfectly reconciled, returned to Edinburgh together. 2 days after this return, Bothwell hosted a grand dinner for his noble partisans in a tavern. When the meal ended, on the very table, amid half-drained glasses and empty bottles, Lindsay, Ruthven, Morton, Maitland, and a dozen or 15 other noblemen signed a bond. This bond not only declared Bothwell innocent upon their souls and consciences, but also denoted him as the most suitable husband for the Queen. The bond concluded with this rather strange declaration: "After all, the Queen cannot do otherwise, since the Earl has carried her off and has lain with her." Yet, two circumstances still opposed this marriage. First, Bothwell had already been married 3 times, and his 3 wives were living. Second, having carried off the Queen, this violence might cause any alliance she contracted with him to be regarded as null. The first of these objections was addressed initially, as it was the most difficult to resolve. Bothwell's first 2 wives were of obscure birth, so he scorned to trouble himself about them. But it was not so with the third, a daughter of the Earl of Huntly, who had been trampled beneath horses' feet, and a sister of Gordon, who had been decapitated. Fortunately for Bothwell, his past behavior made his wife long for a divorce with an eagerness as great as his own. There was not much difficulty, then, in persuading her to bring a charge of adultery against her husband. Bothwell confessed that he had had criminal intercourse with a relative of his wife, and the Archbishop of St. Andrews, the same who had taken up abode in that solitary house at Kirk of Field to be present at Darnley's death, pronounced the marriage null. The case was begun, pressed, and decided in 10 days. As to the second obstacle, the violence used against the Queen, Mary undertook to remove it herself. Being brought before the court, she declared that not only did she pardon Bothwell for his conduct toward her, but further, knowing him to be a good and faithful subject, she intended to raise him immediately to new honors. In fact, some days afterwards she created him Duke of Orkney. On the 15th of the same month, scarcely 4 months after Darnley's death, with a levity that resembled madness, Mary, who had petitioned for a dispensation to wed a Catholic prince, her cousin in the 3rd degree, married Bothwell, a Protestant upstart. He, his divorce notwithstanding, was still bigamous, and thus found himself in the position of having 4 living wives, including the Queen. The wedding was dismal, as befitted a festival under such outrageous auspices. Morton, Maitland, and some base flatterers of Bothwell alone were present. The French ambassador, although a creature of the House of Guise, to which the Queen belonged, refused to attend. Mary's delusion was short-lived. Scarcely was she in Bothwell's power than she saw what a master she had given herself. Gross, unfeeling, and violent, he seemed chosen by Providence to avenge the faults of which he had been the instigator or accomplice. Soon his fits of passion reached such a point that one day, no longer able to endure them, Mary seized a dagger from Erskine, who was present with Melville at one of these scenes, and would have struck herself, saying she would rather die than continue living unhappily as she did. Yet, inexplicable as it seems, despite these miseries, constantly renewed, Mary, forgetting that she was wife and queen, tender and submissive as a child, was always the first to be reconciled with Bothwell. Nevertheless, these public scenes gave a pretext to the nobles, who sought only an opportunity for an outbreak. The Earl of Mar, the young princes Tudor, Argyle, Athol, Glencairn, Lindley, Boyd, and even Morton and Maitland themselves, those eternal accomplices of Bothwell, rose. They said they intended to avenge the king's death and to rescue the son from hands that had killed the father and held the mother captive. As for Murray, he had remained entirely in the background during all recent events. He was in the county of Fife when the king was assassinated, and 3 days before Bothwell's trial, he had asked and obtained permission from his sister to travel to the continent. The insurrection occurred so promptly and instantaneously that the Confederate lords, whose plan was to surprise and seize both Mary and Bothwell, believed they would succeed at the first attempt. The king and queen were at table with Lord Borthwick, who was entertaining them, when suddenly it was announced that a large body of armed men was surrounding the castle. Bothwell and Mary suspected they were the targets. Having no means of resistance, Bothwell dressed as a squire, Mary as a page, and both immediately mounted horses, escaping through one door just as the Confederates entered through another. The fugitives withdrew to Dunbar. There they gathered all Bothwell's friends, making them sign a treaty by which they undertook to defend the Queen and her husband. In the midst of this, Murray arrived from France. Bothwell offered him the document as to the others, but Murray refused to sign it, saying it was insulting to think he needed a written agreement to defend his sister and his queen. This refusal led to an altercation between him and Bothwell. Murray, true to his system of neutrality, withdrew to his earldom and let affairs follow their fatal decline without him. Meanwhile, the Confederates, having failed at Borthwick and not feeling strong enough to attack Bothwell at Dunbar, marched on Edinburgh. There they had an understanding with a man Bothwell thought he could trust, James Balfour, governor of the citadel, the same who had overseen the preparation of the mine that blew up Darnley, and whom Bothwell had met entering the garden at Kirk of Field. Not only did Balfour deliver Edinburgh Castle to the Confederates, but he also gave them a small silver coffer. The cipher, a crowned F, showed it had belonged to Frances too. It was, in fact, a gift from her first husband that the Queen had given to Bothwell. Balfour stated that this coffer contained precious papers, which in the present circumstances might be of great use to Mary's enemies. The Confederate lords opened it and found inside the 3 genuine or spurious letters we have quoted, the marriage contract of Mary and Bothwell, and 12 poems in the Queen's handwriting. As Balfour had said, therein lay, for her enemies, a rich and precious find, worth more than a victory. For a victory would yield them only the Queen's life, while Balfour's treachery yielded them her honor. Chapter 4. Meanwhile, Bothwell had gathered troops and felt confident in his position to control the country. He set out with his army, not even waiting for the Hamiltons, who were still assembling their forces. On June 15, 1567, the two opposing armies faced each other. Mary, hoping to avoid bloodshed, immediately sent the French ambassador to the Confederate lords. She urged them to lay down their arms. However, they responded, "The Queen deceives herself in taking us for rebels. We are marching not against her, but against Bothwell." The king's friends tried to break off negotiations and force a battle, but it was too late. The soldiers knew they were defending one man's cause, fighting for a woman's whim, not for the good of the country. They openly declared, "Since Bothwell alone is the target, it is for Bothwell to defend his cause." Bothwell, ever vain and blustering, announced he was ready to prove his innocence in person against anyone who dared to claim he was guilty. Immediately, every nobleman in the rival camp accepted the challenge. The honor was given to the bravest, and Kirkcaldy of Grange, Murray of Tullibardine, and Lord Lindsay of Byres successively defied him. But whether courage failed him, or if, in the face of danger, he doubted his own cause, Bothwell sought strange pretexts to avoid combat. Even the Queen was ashamed, and his most loyal friends murmured their displeasure. Mary, sensing the dangerous mood among the men, decided not to risk battle. She sent a herald to Kirkcaldy of Grange, who commanded an outpost. As Kirkcaldy advanced, trusting in the Queen's intentions, Bothwell, enraged by his own cowardice, ordered a soldier to fire upon him. But this time, Mary herself intervened, forbidding any violence under pain of death. As Bothwell's reckless order spread through the army, such murmurs erupted that he clearly saw his cause was forever lost. The Queen also believed it. Her conference with Lord Kirkcaldy concluded with her agreement to abandon Bothwell's cause and join the Confederates. The condition was that they would lay down their arms before her and bring her to Edinburgh as Queen. Kirkcaldy left to deliver these terms to the nobles, promising to return the next day with a satisfactory answer. But as she was about to leave Bothwell, Mary was again overcome by that fatal love she could never conquer. She felt such weakness that, weeping bitterly and before everyone, she wanted Kirkcaldy to be told that she broke off all negotiations. However, Bothwell, realizing he was no longer safe in the camp, insisted that things remain as they were. Leaving Mary in tears, he mounted his horse and rode off at full speed, not stopping until he reached Dunbar. The next day, at the appointed time, trumpeters announced the arrival of Lord Kirkcaldy of Grange. Mary immediately mounted her horse and rode to meet him. As he dismounted to greet her, she said, "My lord, I surrender to you, on the conditions you proposed from the nobles. Here is my hand as a sign of complete confidence." Kirkcaldy then knelt, respectfully kissed the Queen's hand, and, rising, took her horse by the bridle, leading it towards the Confederates' camp. Every person of rank in the army received her with such respect that she was entirely satisfied. But it was not so with the soldiers and common people. Hardly had the Queen reached the second line formed by them Then loud murmurs arose, and several voices cried, "To the stake, the adulteress! To the stake, the parricide!" Mary bore these insults stoically, but a more terrible trial awaited her. Suddenly, a banner unfurled before her. On one side, it depicted the dead king, stretched out in the fatal garden. On the other, the young prince knelt, hands clasped and eyes raised to heaven, with the inscription, "O Lord, judge and avenge my cause." Mary abruptly reined in her horse at this sight, wanting to turn back. But she had barely moved a few paces when the accusing banner again blocked her passage. Wherever she went, she met this dreadful apparition. For 2 hours, she incessantly saw the king's corpse demanding vengeance, and her young son praying to God to punish the murderers. At last, she could endure it no longer. Crying out, she fell backward, losing consciousness completely. She would have fallen if someone had not caught her. That evening, she entered Edinburgh, still preceded by the cruel banner. She already looked more like a prisoner than a queen. Having had no moment during the day to attend to her appearance, her hair fell in disorder about her shoulders, her face was pale and tear-stained, and her clothes were covered with dust and mud. As she proceeded through the town, the jeers and curses of the crowd followed her. Finally, half dead with fatigue, worn out with grief, and bowed down with shame, she reached the house of the Lord Provost. But scarcely had she arrived when the entire population of Edinburgh crowded into the square, with cries that at times took on a terrifying menace. Several times, Mary wished to go to the window, hoping that her sight, whose influence she had so often proved, would disarm the multitude. But each time, she saw the banner unfurling itself like a bloody curtain between herself and the people, a terrible depiction of their feelings. However, all this hatred was directed even more at Bothwell than at her. They pursued Bothwell in Darnley's widow. The curses were for Bothwell. Bothwell was the adulterer, Bothwell was the murderer, Bothwell was the coward. Mary, in contrast, was the weak, fascinated woman, who that same evening gave fresh proof of her folly. Indeed, as soon as night fell and the crowd dispersed, bringing a little quiet, Mary, no longer uneasy for herself, immediately turned her thoughts to Bothwell. She had been forced to abandon him, and he was now proscribed and fleeing, while she believed, was about to reassume her title and station as queen. With that eternal confidence of a woman in her own love, by which she invariably measures the love of another, she thought Bothwell's greatest distress was not the loss of wealth and power, but the loss of her. So she wrote him a long letter, in which, forgetful of herself, she promised him with the most tender expressions of love never to desert him. She vowed to recall him to her as soon as the breaking up of the Confederate lords would give her the power to do so. With the letter written, she called a soldier, gave him a purse of gold, and instructed him to take the letter to Dunbar, where Bothwell should be. If he had already gone, the soldier was to follow him until he caught up. Then she went to bed and slept more calmly, for, unhappy as she was, she believed she had just softened misfortunes even greater than her own. The next day, the queen was awakened by the steps of an armed man entering her room. Both astonished and frightened by this disregard for propriety, which could only forebode ill, Mary sat up in bed. Parting the curtains, she saw Lord Lindsay of Byres standing before her. Knowing he was one of her oldest friends, she asked him in a voice she vainly tried to make confident what he wanted of her at such a time. "Do you know this writing, madam?" Lord Lindsay asked in a rough voice, presenting the queen with a letter she had written to Bothwell the previous night. The soldier, instead of delivering it, had taken it to the Confederate lords. "Yes, doubtless, my lord," the queen answered. "But am I already a prisoner, then, that my correspondence is intercepted? Or is a wife no longer permitted to write to her husband?" "When the husband is a traitor," replied Lindsay. "No, madam, a wife is no longer permitted to write to her husband, at least if this wife has a part in his treason. Which seems to me, moreover, quite proven by the promise you make to this wretch to recall him to you." "My lord," cried Mary, interrupting Lindsay, "do you forget that you are speaking to your queen?" "There was a time, madam," Lindsay replied, "when I would have spoken to you in a more gentle voice and bent the knee, though it is not in the nature of us old Scots to model ourselves on your French courtiers. But for some time, thanks to your changing loves, you have kept us so often in the field, in harness, that our voices are hoarse from the cold night air, and our stiff knees can no longer bend in our armor. You must then take me just as I am, madam, since today, for the welfare of Scotland, You are no longer at liberty to choose your favorites." Mary grew frightfully pale at this lack of respect, to which she was not yet accustomed. But quickly containing her anger as much as possible, she said, "But still, my lord, however disposed I may be to take you as you are, I must at least know by what right you come here. That letter which you hold in your hand would lead me to think it is as a spy, if the ease with which you enter my room without being asked did not make me believe it is as a jailer. Have the goodness, then, to inform me by which of these two names I must call you." "Neither by one nor the other, madam," he responded, "for I am simply your fellow traveler, chief of the escort which is to take you to Lechleven Castle, your future residence. And yet, scarcely have I arrived there than I shall be obliged to leave you to go and assist the Confederate lords choose a regent for the kingdom." "So," said Mary, "it was as a prisoner and not as queen that I surrendered to Lord Kirkcaldy. It seems to me that things were agreed upon otherwise. But I am glad to see how much time Scottish noblemen need to betray their sworn undertakings." "Your Grace forgets that these engagements were made on one condition," Lindsay answered. "On which?" Mary asked. "That you should separate forever from your husband's murderer. And there is the proof," he added, showing the letter, "that you had forgotten your promise before we thought of revoking ours." "And at what hour is my departure fixed?" said Mary, whom this discussion was beginning to fatigue. "At 11 o'clock, madam." "It is well, my lord. As I have no desire to make your lordship wait, you will have the goodness, in withdrawing, to send me someone to help me dress, unless I am reduced to waiting upon myself." And in pronouncing these words, Mary made a gesture so imperious that whatever may have been Lindsay's wish to reply, he bowed and went out. Behind him, Mary Satan entered. Chapter 5. At the appointed time, the Queen was ready. She had suffered so much in Edinburgh that she left without regret. To spare her the humiliations of the previous day, or to hide her departure from any remaining partisans, a litter had been prepared. Mary entered it without resistance, and after a 2-hour journey, she reached Duddington. A small vessel awaited her there and set sail as soon as she was on board. The next day at dawn, she disembarked on the other side of the Firth of Forth in the county of Fife. Mary halted at Rosyth Castle only long enough to breakfast and immediately resumed her journey. Lord Lindsay had declared his wish to reach their destination that same evening. Indeed, as the sun was setting, Mary saw the high towers of Lechleven Castle, situated on an islet in the midst of the lake, gilded by its last rays. The royal prisoner was evidently expected at Lechleven Castle. Upon reaching the lakeside, Lord Lindsay's equerry unfurled his banner, which had remained cased until then, and waved it from right to left, while his master blew a small hunting bugle hanging from his neck. A boat immediately put off from the island and approached, propelled by 4 vigorous oarsmen who swiftly crossed the water. Mary silently entered and sat at the stern, while Lord Lindsay and his equerry stood before her. As her guide seemed no more inclined to speak than she was to respond, she had ample time to examine her future dwelling. The castle, or rather the fortress of Lechleven, already somewhat gloomy in its situation and architecture, gained fresh mournfulness from the hour it appeared to the Queen's gaze. As far as she could judge through the mists rising from the lake, it was one of those massive 12th-century structures that seemed like the stone armor of a giant, so tightly shut up were they. As she drew nearer, Mary began to discern the contours of 2 great round towers that flanked the corners, giving it the severe character of a state prison. A clump of ancient trees enclosed by a high wall, or rather a rampart, rose at its north front, appearing as stone vegetation, completing the general effect of this gloomy abode. In contrast, the eye, wandering from it and passing from island to island, lost itself to the west, north, and south in the vast plain of Kinross, or stopped southward at the jagged summits of Ben Lomond, whose farthest slopes died down on the shores of the lake. 3 people awaited Mary at the castle door: Lady Douglas, William Douglas, her son, and a 12-year-old child named Little Douglas, who was neither a son nor a brother of the castle's inhabitants, but merely a distant relative. As one can imagine, there were few compliments exchanged between Mary and her hosts. The Queen, led to her apartment on the 1st floor, with windows overlooking the lake, was soon left with Mary Satan, the only one of the 4 Marys permitted to accompany her. However, rapid as the interview had been, and short and measured as the words exchanged between the prisoner and her jailers, Mary had had time, combined with her prior knowledge, to form a fairly accurate idea of the new figures who had just entered her story. Lady Lacleven, wife of Lord William Douglas, a woman between 55 and 60 years of age, had been beautiful enough in her youth to capture the attention of King James V. She had borne him a son, the same Murray who had so often appeared in Mary's history. Though illegitimate, Murray had always been treated as a brother by the Queen. Lady Lacleven had momentarily hoped to become James V's wife, given his great love for her. This was possible as her family, the Mar, was equal to Scotland's most ancient and noble houses. However, unluckily, perhaps slanderously, rumors circulating among young noblemen reached James's ears. It was said that the beautiful favorite had another lover besides her royal one, a man chosen, no doubt from curiosity, from the lowest class. It was added that this Porterfield was the true father of the child already named James Stuart, whom the king was raising as his son at St. Andrew's Monastery. These rumors, whether founded or not, stopped James V just as he was about to raise her to the rank of queen, out of gratitude for bearing him a son. Instead of marrying her himself, he invited her to choose a husband from the court's nobles. As she was very beautiful, and the king's favor accompanied the marriage, her choice, which fell on Lord William Douglas of Lacleven, met with no resistance. However, despite James V's lifelong direct protection, Lady Douglas could never forget that she had once grasped at a higher fortune. Moreover, she held a hatred for the one who, in her view, had usurped her place. Poor Mary had naturally inherited the profound animosity Lady Douglas bore her mother, which had already surfaced in their brief exchange. Furthermore, with age, whether from repentance or hypocrisy, Lady Douglas had become a prude and a Puritan. Thus, at this time, she combined the natural acrimony of her character with the stiffness of her adopted religion. William Douglas, the eldest son of Lord Lacleven and Murray's half-brother on his mother's side, was a man between 35 and 36, athletic, with harsh and strongly pronounced features, and red-haired like all the younger branches. He had inherited the paternal hatred that the Douglases had cherished against the Stuarts for a century, demonstrated by numerous plots, rebellions, and assassinations. As fortune had favored or deserted Murray, William Douglas had seen the rays of the fraternal star draw near or away from him. He felt he was living through another's life and was devoted, body and soul, to him who was the cause of his greatness or his abasement. Mary's fall, which necessarily raised Murray, was thus a source of joy for him. The Confederate lords could not have chosen better than to entrust the safe keeping of their prisoner to the instinctive spite of Lady Douglas and the intelligent hatred of her son. As for little Douglas, he was, as we have said, a 12-year-old orphan whom the Laclevens had taken charge of. They made him earn the bread they gave him through all sorts of harshness. As a result, the child, proud and spiteful like a Douglas, and knowing, despite his inferior fortune, that his birth was equal to his proud relatives, had little by little changed his early gratitude into lasting and profound hatred. For it was said that among the Douglases there was an age for loving, but none for hating. Feeling his weakness and isolation, the child showed a self-contained strength beyond his years. Humble and submissive in appearance, he only awaited the moment when, as a grown young man, he could leave Lacleven and perhaps avenge himself for the proud protection of those who dwelt there. But the feelings we have just expressed did not extend to all members of the family. As much as little Douglas detested William and his mother from the bottom of his heart, so much he loved George, the second of Lady Lacleven's sons, whom we have not yet spoken of because, being away from the castle when the Queen arrived, we have not yet found an opportunity to present him to our readers. George, who at this time might have been about 25 or 26 years old, was the second son of Lord Lacleven. But by a singular chance, which his mother's adventurous youth had caused Sir William to misinterpret, this second son had none of the characteristic features of the Douglases: full cheeks, high color, large ears, and red hair. As a result, poor George, who had naturally pale cheeks, dark blue eyes, and black hair, had been, since his birth, an object of indifference to his father and dislike to his elder brother. As for his mother, whether she was genuinely surprised like Lord Douglas at this difference in appearance, or whether she knew the cause and inwardly reproached herself, George had never been, ostensibly at least, the object of a very lively maternal affection. So the young man, followed from his childhood by a fate he could not explain, had grown up like a wild shrub, full of sap and strength, but uncultivated and solitary. Furthermore, from the age of 15, his motiveless absences were common, which the indifference everyone showed him made perfectly explicable. From time to time, however, he would reappear at the castle, like migratory birds that always return to the same place but only stay a moment, then depart again without anyone knowing their destination. An instinct for shared misfortune had drawn little Douglas to George. George, seeing the child ill-treated by everyone, had developed an affection for him, and little Douglas, feeling loved amidst an atmosphere of indifference, turned to George with open arms and heart. This mutual liking led to an incident one day when the child had committed some fault, and William Douglas raised the whip he used to beat his dogs to strike him. George, who was sitting on a stone, sad and thoughtful, immediately sprang up, snatched the whip from his brother's hands, and threw it far away. At this insult, William drew his sword, and George drew his. These two brothers, who had hated one another for 20 years like two enemies, were about to cross swords when little Douglas, who had picked up the whip, returned and knelt before William, offering him the ignominious weapon, saying, "Strike, cousin, I have deserved it." This behavior from the child caused a few minutes of reflection for the two young men. Terrified by the crime they were about to commit, they returned their swords to their scabbards and each left in silence. Since this incident, the friendship of George and little Douglas had gained new strength, and on the child's side, it had become venerated. We dwell on all these details somewhat at length, perhaps, but no doubt our readers will pardon us when they see the use to be made of them. This is the family, excluding George, who, as we have said, was absent at the time of her arrival, into whose midst the Queen had fallen, passing in a moment from the summit of power to the position of a prisoner. From the day following her arrival, Mary saw that it was by such a title she was an inmate of Leckleven Castle. In fact, Lady Douglas presented herself before her as soon as it was morning, and with an embarrassment and dislike ill-disguised beneath an appearance of respectful indifference, invited Mary to follow her and inspect the several parts of the fortress chosen beforehand for her private use. She then led her through 3 rooms, one to serve as her bedroom, the second as a sitting room, and the third as an antechamber. Afterwards, leading the way down a spiral staircase, which opened into the castle's great hall, its only outlet, she crossed this hall and took Mary into the garden whose trees the Queen had seen topping the high walls on her arrival. It was a small square of ground, forming a flower bed in the midst of which was an artificial fountain. It was entered by a very low door, repeated in the opposite wall. This second door overlooked the lake and, like all the castle doors, whose keys, however, never left the belt or pillow of William Douglas, it was guarded night and day by a sentinel. This was now the entire domain of her who had possessed the palaces, the plains, and the mountains of an entire kingdom. Mary, on returning to her room, found breakfast ready, and William Douglas standing near the table. He was going to fulfill the duties of carver and taster for the Queen. Despite their hatred for Mary, the Douglases would have considered it an eternal blemish on their honor if any accident had befallen the Queen while she resided in their castle. To ensure the Queen herself harbored no fear in this respect, William Douglas, in his capacity as Lord of the Manor, not only desired to carve before the Queen but also to taste first, in her presence, all the dishes served to her, as well as the water and various wines brought for her. This precaution saddened Mary more than it reassured her, for she understood that, while she stayed in the castle, this ceremony would prevent any intimacy at the table. However, it stemmed from too noble an intention for her to impute it as a crime to her hosts. She resigned herself, then, to this company, insupportable as it was to her. Only from that day forward, she so shortened her meals that throughout her stay at Leckleven, her longest dinners barely lasted more than a quarter of an hour. 2 days after her arrival, Mary, sitting down to breakfast, found on her plate a letter addressed to her, placed there by William Douglas. Mary recognized Murray's handwriting, and her first feeling was one of joy. If a ray of hope remained to her, it came from her brother, to whom she had always been perfectly kind, whom from Prior of St. Andrews she had made an earl by bestowing on him the splendid estates that formed part of the old earldom of Murray, and to whom, which was of more importance, she had since pardoned, or pretended to pardon, the part he had taken in Rizzio's assassination. Her astonishment was great, then, when, having opened the letter, she found in it bitter reproaches for her conduct, an exhortation to do penance, and an assurance, repeated several times, that she should never leave her prison. He ended his letter by announcing that, despite his distaste for public affairs, he had been obliged to accept the regency. He had done this less for his country than for his sister, seeing that it was the sole means he had of standing in the way of the ignominious trial to which the nobles wished to bring her, as author, or at least as chief accomplice, of Darnley's death. This imprisonment was then clearly a great good fortune for her, and she ought to thank heaven for it, as an alleviation of the fate awaiting her if he had not interceded for her. This letter was a lightning bolt for Mary. However, not wishing to give her enemies the delight of seeing her suffer, she contained her grief and, turning to William Douglas, said, "My lord, this letter contains news that you doubtless already know. For although we are not children of the same mother, he who writes to me is related to us in the same degree, and will not have desired to write to his sister without writing to his brother at the same time. Besides, as a good son, he will have desired to acquaint his mother with the unlooked-for greatness that has befallen him." "Yes, madam," replied William, "we know since yesterday that, for the welfare of Scotland, my brother has been named regent. And as he is a son as respectful to his mother as he is devoted to his country, we hope that he will repair the evil that for 5 years favorites of every sort and kind have done to both. It is like a good son, and at the same time like a courteous host, to go back no farther into the history of Scotland," replied Mary Stuart, "and not to make the daughter blush for the father's errors. For I have heard say that the evil which your lordship laments was prior to the time to which you assign it, and that King James V also had formerly favorites, both male and female. It is true that they add that the ones as ill rewarded his friendship as the others his love. In this, if you are ignorant of it, my lord, you can be instructed, if he is still living, by a certain Porterfield, I don't know which, understanding these names of the lower classes too ill to retain and pronounce them, but about whom, in my stead, your noble mother could give you information." With these words, Mary Stuart rose, and leaving William Douglas crimson with rage, she returned to her bedroom and bolted the door behind her. All that day Mary did not come down, remaining at her window, from which she at least enjoyed a splendid view over the plains and village of Kinross. But this vast expanse only contracted her heart the more when, bringing her gaze back from the horizon to the castle, she beheld its walls surrounded on all sides by the deep waters of the lake, on whose wide surface a single boat, where little Douglas was fishing, was rocking like a speck. For some moments Mary's eyes mechanically rested on this child, whom she had already seen upon her arrival, when suddenly a horn sounded from the Kinross side. At the same moment, little Douglas threw away his line, and began to row towards the shore whence the signal had come, with skill and strength beyond his years. Mary, who had let her gaze rest on him absently, continued to follow him with her eyes, and saw him make for a spot on the shore so distant that the boat seemed to her at length but an imperceptible speck. But soon it reappeared, growing larger as it approached, and Mary could then observe that it was bringing back to the castle a new passenger, who, having in his turn taken the oars, made the little skiff fly over the tranquil water of the lake, where it left a furrow gleaming in the last rays of the sun. Very soon, flying on with the swiftness of a bird, it was near enough for Mary to see that the skillful and vigorous oarsman was a young man from 25 to 26 years of age, with long black hair, clad in a close coat of green cloth, and wearing a Highlander's cap, adorned with an eagle's feather. Then, as with his back turned to the window he drew nearer little Douglas, who was leaning on his shoulder, said a few words which made him turn round towards the Queen. Immediately Mary, with an instinctive movement rather than with the dread of being an object of idle curiosity, drew back, but not so quickly, however, but that she had been able to see the handsome pale face of the unknown, who, when she returned to the window, had disappeared behind one of the corners of the castle. Everything is a cause for conjecture to a prisoner. It seemed to Mary that this young man's face was not unknown to her, and that he had seen her already. But though she carefully questioned her memory, she could not recall any distinct remembrance, so much so that the Queen ended by thinking it the play of her imagination, or that some vague and indistinct resemblance had deceived her. However, despite Mary, this idea had taken an important place in her mind. She incessantly saw this little boat skimming the water, and the young man and the child who were in it drawing near her, as if to bring her help. It followed that, although there had been nothing real in all these captives' dreams, She slept that night a calmer sleep than she had yet done since she had been in Leckleven Castle. Next day, on rising, Mary ran to her window. The weather was fine, and everything seemed to smile on her, the water, the heavens, and the earth. But, without being able to account for the restraining motive, she did not want to go down into the garden before breakfast. When the door opened, she turned quickly around. It was, as on the day before, William Douglas, who came to fulfill his duty as taster. The breakfast was short and silent. Then, as soon as Douglas had withdrawn, Mary descended in her turn. Crossing the courtyard, she saw 2 horses ready saddled, indicating the imminent departure of a master and a squire. Was it the young man with the black hair already setting out again? This is what Mary did not dare or did not wish to ask. She consequently went her way and entered the garden. At first glance, she took it to its full extent. It was deserted. Mary walked there for a moment. Then, soon tiring of the promenade, she went up again to her room. Passing back through the courtyard, she had noticed that the horses were no longer there. Directly she returned to her apartment, she went to the window to see if she could discover anything upon the lake to guide her in her conjectures. A boat was in fact receding, and in this boat were the 2 horses and the 2 horsemen. One was William Douglas, the other a simple squire from the house. Mary continued watching the boat until it had touched the shore. Arriving there, the 2 horsemen got out, disembarked their horses, and went away at full gallop, taking the same road by which the Queen had come. As the horses were prepared for a long journey, Mary thought that William Douglas was going to Edinburgh. As for the boat, scarcely had it landed its 2 passengers on the opposite shore than it returned towards the castle. At that moment, Mary Satan announced to the Queen that Lady Douglas was asking permission to visit her. It was the second time, after long hatred on Lady Douglas's part and contemptuous indifference on the Queen's, that the 2 women were face to face. Therefore, the Queen, with that instinctive impulse of coquetry which urges women, in whatever situation they find themselves, to desire to be beautiful, above all for women, made a sign to Mary Satan. Going to a little mirror fastened to the wall in a heavy Gothic frame, she arranged her curls and readjusted the lace of her collar. Then, having seated herself in the pose most favorable to her, in a great armchair, the only one in her sitting room, she said smilingly to Mary Satan that she might admit Lady Douglas, who was immediately introduced. Mary's expectation was not disappointing. Lady Douglas, despite her hatred for James V's daughter, and as much mistress of herself as she thought she was, could not prevent herself from showing by a movement of surprise the impression that this marvelous beauty was making on her. She had expected to find Mary crushed by her unhappiness, pallid from her fatigues, humbled by captivity, and she saw her calm, lovely, and haughty as usual. Mary perceived the effect that she was producing, and addressed herself with an ironic smile partly to Mary Satan, who was leaning on the back of her chair, and partly to her who was paying her this unforeseen visit. "We are fortunate today," she said, "for we are going, it seems, to enjoy the society of our good hostess, whom we thank besides for having kindly maintained with us the empty ceremony of announcing herself, a ceremony with which, having the keys of our apartment, she could have dispensed." "If my presence is inconvenient to your grace," replied Lady Leckleven, "I am all the more sorry for it, as circumstances will oblige me to impose it twice daily, at least during the absence of my son, who is summoned to Edinburgh by the Regent. This is of what I came to inform your grace, not with the empty ceremonial of the court, but with the consideration which Lady Leckleven owes to everyone who has received hospitality in her castle." "Our good hostess mistakes our intention," Mary answered, with affected good nature, "and the Regent himself can bear witness to the pleasure we have always had in bringing nearer to us the persons who can recall to us, even indirectly, our well-beloved father, James V. It will therefore be unjustly that Lady Douglas will interpret in a manner disagreeable to herself our surprise at seeing her. And the hospitality that she offers us so obligingly does not promise us, despite her goodwill, sufficient distractions that we should deprive ourselves of those that her visits cannot fail to procure for us." "Unfortunately, madam," replied Lady Leckleven, whom Mary was keeping standing before her, "whatever pleasure I myself derive from these visits, I shall be obliged to deprive myself of, except at the times I have mentioned. I am now too old to bear fatigue, and I have always been too proud to endure sarcasms." "Really, Satan," cried Mary, seeming to recollect herself. We had not dreamed that Lady Lacleven, having won her right to a stool at the court of the king my father, would have needed to preserve it in the prison of the queen, his daughter. Bring forward a seat, Satan, that we be not deprived so soon, and by a failure of memory on our part, of our gracious hostess's company. Or even, went on Mary, rising and pointing out her own seat to Lady Lacleven, who was making a motion to withdraw. If a stool does not suit you, my lady, take this easy chair. You will not be the first member of your family to sit in my place. At this last allusion, which recalled to her Murray's usurpation, Lady Lacleven was no doubt about to make some exceedingly bitter reply, when the young man with the dark hair appeared on the threshold, without being announced. Advancing towards Lady Lacleven, without saluting Mary, he said, "Madam," bowing to the former, "the boat which took my brother has just returned, and one of the men in it is charged with a pressing message that Lord William forgot to make to you himself." Then, saluting the old lady with the same respect, he immediately left the room, without even glancing at the Queen, who, hurt by this impertinence, turned around to Mary Satan and, with her usual calm, said, "What have they told us, Satan, of injurious rumors which were spread about our worthy hostess apropos of a child with a pale face and dark hair? If this child, as I have every reason to believe, has become the young man who just went out of the room, I am ready to affirm to all the incredulous that he is a true Douglas, if not for courage, of which we cannot judge, then for insolence, of which he has just given us proofs. Let us return, darling," continued the Queen, leaning on Mary Satan's arm, "for our good hostess, out of courtesy, might think herself obliged to keep us company longer, while we know that she is impatiently awaited elsewhere." With these words, Mary went into her bedroom, while the old lady, still quite stunned by the shower of sarcasms the Queen had rained on her, withdrew, murmuring, "Yes, yes, he is a Douglas, and with God's help he will prove it, I hope." The Queen had had strength as long as she was sustained by her enemy's presence, but scarcely was she alone than she sank into a chair, and no longer having any witness of her weakness than Mary Satan, burst into tears. Indeed, she had just been cruelly wounded. Until then no man had come near her who had not paid homage either to the majesty of her rank or to the beauty of her countenance. But precisely he, on whom she had reckoned, without knowing why, with instinctive hopes, insulted her at one and the same time in her double pride of queen and woman. Thus she remained shut up till evening. At dinner time, just as Lady Lacleven had informed Mary, she ascended to the Queen's apartment in her dress of honor, and preceding four servants who were carrying the several dishes composing the prisoner's repast, and who, in their turn, were followed by the old castle steward, having, as on days of great ceremony, his gold chain round his neck and his ivory stick in his hand. The servants placed the dishes on the table and waited in silence for the moment when it should please the Queen to come out of her room. But at this moment the door opened, and in place of the Queen, Mary Satan appeared. "Madam," she said on entering, "her Grace was indisposed during the day, and will take nothing this evening. It will be useless, then, for you to wait longer." "Permit me to hope," replied Lady Lacleven, "that she will change her decision. In any case, see me perform at my office." At these words, a servant handed Lady Lacleven bread and salt on a silver salver, while the old steward, who, in the absence of William Douglas, fulfilled the duties of carver, served to her on a plate of the same metal a morsel from each of the dishes that had been brought. Then this transaction ended. "So the Queen will not appear today?" Lady Lacleven inquired. "It is Her Majesty's resolve," replied Mary Satan. "Our presence is then needless," said the old lady. "But in any case, the table is served. Should her Grace need anything else, she has but to name it." With these words, Lady Lacleven, with the same stiffness and dignity with which she had arrived, withdrew. Her four servants and steward followed. As Lady Lacleven had foreseen, the Queen, yielding to Mary Satan's entreaties, finally emerged around 8 in the evening. She sat at the table and, served by her sole remaining maid of honor, ate a little. Then, rising, she went to the window. It was one of those magnificent summer evenings when all of nature seems to celebrate. The sky was studded with stars reflected in the lake. Amidst them, like a more fiery star, shone the flame of a chafing dish, burning at the stern of a small boat. By its gleam, the Queen perceived George Douglas and little Douglas, who were fishing. However great her wish to breathe the pure night air, The sight of the young man who had so grossly insulted her that very day made such a keen impression that she immediately shut her window. Retiring to her room, she went to bed, asking her companion to read several prayers aloud. Still unable to sleep, so agitated she rose, threw on a mantle, and went again to the window. The boat had disappeared. Mary spent part of the night gazing into the immensity of the heavens, or into the depths of the lake. Despite the turbulent thoughts agitating her, she found great physical alleviation in contact with the pure air and the contemplation of the peaceful, silent night. Thus, she awoke the next day calmer and more resigned. Unfortunately, the sight of Lady Lacleven, who presented herself at breakfast to fulfill her duties as taster, brought back her irritability. Perhaps things would have gone smoothly if Lady Lacleven, instead of remaining by the sideboard, had withdrawn after tasting the various dishes. But her insistence on remaining throughout the meal, which was at bottom a mark of respect, seemed to the Queen an unbearable tyranny. "Darling," she said to Mary Satan, "have you already forgotten that our good hostess complained yesterday of the fatigue she felt standing? Bring her one of the 2 stools that comprise our royal furniture, and be sure it is not the one with the broken leg." "If the furniture of Lacleven Castle is in such bad condition, madam," the old lady replied, "it is the fault of the kings of Scotland. For nearly a century, the poor Douglases have had so little favor from their sovereigns that they could not maintain the splendor of their ancestors. And because there was in Scotland a certain musician, I am informed, who spent their entire year's income in 1 month." "Those who know how to take so well, my lady," the Queen answered, "have no need of being given to. It seems to me the Douglases have lost nothing by waiting, and there is not a younger son of this noble family who might not aspire to the highest alliances. It is truly vexatious that our sister, the Queen of England, has taken a vow of virginity, as is stated." "Or rather," interrupted Lady Lacleven, "that the Queen of Scotland is not a widow by her 3rd husband. But," continued the old lady, pretending to recollect herself, "I do not say that to reproach your grace. Catholics look upon marriage as a sacrament, and on this head, receive it as often as they can." "This, then," returned Mary, "is the difference between them and the Huguenots. For they, not having the same respect for it, think it is allowed them to dispense with it in certain circumstances." At this terrible sarcasm, Lady Lacleven took a step towards Mary Stuart, holding the knife she had just used to cut a piece of meat for tasting. But the Queen rose with such calm and majesty that, either from involuntary respect or shame of her first impulse, Lady Lacleven let fall the weapon. Finding nothing sufficiently strong to express her feelings, she motioned for her servants to follow, and left the apartment with all the dignity that anger permitted her to summon. Scarcely had Lady Lacleven left the room than the Queen sat down again, joyful and triumphant at the victory she had just gained. She ate with a better appetite than she had yet done since she was a prisoner, while Mary Satan deplored in a low tone this fatal gift of repartee that Mary possessed. This, with her beauty, was one of the causes of all her misfortunes. But the Queen only laughed at her observations, saying she was curious to see the figure her good hostess would cut at dinner time. After breakfast, the Queen went down into the garden. Her satisfied pride had restored some of her cheerfulness. So much so that, seeing a mandolin lying forgotten on a chair as she crossed the hall, she told Mary Satan to take it, to see, she said, if she could recall her old talent. In reality, the Queen was one of the best musicians of the time and played admirably, says Brantome, on the lute and viol d'amour, an instrument much resembling the mandolin. Mary Satan obeyed. Arriving in the garden, the Queen sat in the deepest shade. There, having tuned her instrument, she at first drew lively and light tones, which soon darkened little by little, while her countenance assumed a hue of deep melancholy. Mary Satan looked at her with uneasiness, although she had long been used to these sudden changes in her mistress's humor. She was about to ask the reason for this gloomy veil suddenly spread over her face, when, regulating her harmonies, Mary began to sing in a low voice, as if for herself alone. The last verse died away, as if the Queen were exhausted. At the same time, the mandolin slipped from her hands, and would have fallen to the ground had not Mary Satan thrown herself on her knees and prevented it. The young girl remained thus at her mistress's feet for some time, gazing at her silently. As she saw that Mary was losing herself more and more in gloomy reverie, "Have those lines brought back to your Majesty some sad remembrance?" she asked hesitantly. "Oh yes," answered the Queen. "They reminded me of the unfortunate being who composed them. And may I, without indiscretion, inquire of your grace who is their author?" "Alas! He was a noble, brave, and handsome young man, with a faithful heart and a hot head. He would defend me today if I had defended him then. But his boldness seemed to me rashness, and his fault was a crime. What was to be done? I did not love him. Poor Chatelard! I was very cruel to him. But you did not prosecute him, it was your brother. You did not condemn him, the judges did. Yes, yes, I know that he too was Murray's victim, and that is no doubt the reason I am calling him to mind just now. But I was able to pardon him, Mary, and I was inflexible. I let a man ascend the scaffold whose only crime was loving me too well. And now I am astonished and complain of being abandoned by everyone. Listen, darling, there is one thing that terrifies me, that when I search within myself, I find that I have not only deserved my fate, but even that God did not punish me severely enough." "What strange thoughts for your grace," cried Mary. "And see where those unlucky lines which returned to your mind have led you, the very day you were beginning to recover a little of your cheerfulness." "Alas!" replied the Queen, shaking her head and uttering a deep sigh. "For 6 years, very few days have passed that I have not repeated those lines to myself, although it may be for the first time today that I repeat them aloud. He was a Frenchman too, Mary. They have exiled from me, taken or killed all who came to me from France. Do you remember that vessel which was swallowed up before our eyes when we came out of Calais harbor? I exclaimed then that it was a sad omen. You all wanted to reassure me. Well, who is right now, you or I? The Queen was in one of those fits of sadness for which tears are the sole remedy. So Mary Satan, perceiving that not only would every consolation be vain, but also unreasonable, far from continuing to react against her mistress's melancholy, fully agreed with her. It followed that the Queen, who was suffocating, began to weep, and her tears brought her comfort. Then little by little she regained self-control, and this crisis passed as usual, leaving her firmer and more resolute than ever. So much so that when she went up to her room again, it was impossible to read the slightest alteration in her countenance. The dinner hour was approaching, and Mary, who in the morning was looking forward impatiently to enjoying her triumph over Lady Lacleven, now saw her advance with uneasiness. The mere idea of again facing this woman, whose pride one was always obliged to oppose with insolence, was, after the moral fatigues of the day, a fresh weariness. So she decided not to appear for dinner, as on the day before. She was all the more glad she had taken this resolution, that this time it was not Lady Lacleven who came to fulfill the duties enjoined on a member of the family to make the Queen at ease. Instead, it was George Douglas whom his mother, in her displeasure at the morning scene, sent to replace her. Thus, when Mary Satan told the Queen that she saw the young man with dark hair cross the courtyard on his way to her, Mary congratulated herself even further on her decision. For this young man's insolence had wounded her more deeply than all his mother's haughty insults. The Queen was not a little astonished, then, when in a few minutes Mary Satan returned and informed her that George Douglas, having sent away the servants, desired the honor of speaking to her on a matter of importance. At first, the Queen refused, but Mary Satan told her that the young man's air and manner this time were so different from what she had seen 2 days before, that she thought her mistress would be wrong to refuse his request. The Queen rose then, and with her habitual pride and majesty, entered the adjoining room. Having taken 3 steps, she stopped with a disdainful air, waiting for George to address her. Mary Satan had spoken truly. George Douglas was now another man. Today he seemed as respectful and timid as he had seemed haughty and proud the preceding day. He, in his turn, took a step towards the Queen, but seeing Mary Satan standing behind her, "Madam," he said, "I wish to speak with your Majesty alone. Shall I not obtain this favor? Mary Satan is not a stranger to me, sir. She is my sister, my friend. She is more than all that, she is my companion in captivity. And by all these claims, madam, I have the utmost veneration for her. But what I have to tell you cannot be heard by other ears than yours. Thus, madam, as the opportunity now furnished may perhaps never present itself again, in the name of what is dearest to you, grant me what I ask." There was such a tone of respectful prayer in George's voice that Mary turned to the young girl, and, making her a friendly sign with her hand, "Go then, darling," she said. "But be at ease, You will lose nothing by not hearing. Go!" Mary Satan withdrew. The Queen smilingly looked after her until the door was shut. Then, turning to George, "Now, sir," she said, "we are alone, speak." But George, instead of replying, advanced to the Queen and, kneeling on one knee, drew from his breast a paper which he presented to her. Mary took it with amazement, unfolded it, glancing at Douglas, who remained in the same posture, and read as follows: "We, earls, lords, and barons, in consideration that our Queen is detained at Locleven, and that her faithful subjects cannot have access to her person, seeing, on the other hand, that our duty pledges us to provide for her safety, promise and swear to employ all reasonable means which will depend on us to set her at liberty again on conditions compatible with the honor of her Majesty, the welfare of the kingdom, and even with the safety of those who keep her in prison, provided that they consent to give her up. If they refuse, we declare that we are prepared to make use of ourselves, our children, our friends, our servants, our vassals, our goods, our persons, and our lives, to restore her to liberty, to procure the safety of the prince, and to cooperate in punishing the late king's murderers. If we are assailed for this intent, whether as a body or in private, we promise to defend ourselves and to aid one another, under pain of infamy and perjury. So may God help us. Given with our own hands at Dumbarton, St. Andrews, Argyll, Hentley, Arbroath, Galloway, Ross, Fleming, Harries, Stirling, Kilwinning, Hamilton, and St. Clair Knight." "And Satan," cried Mary. "Among all these signatures, I do not see that of my faithful Satan." Douglas, still kneeling, drew from his breast a second paper and presented it to the Queen with the same marks of respect. It contained only these few words: "Trust George Douglas, for your Majesty has no more devoted friend in the entire kingdom. Satan." Mary lowered her eyes to Douglas with an expression that was hers only. Then, giving him her hand to raise him, "Ah," she said, with a sigh more of joy than of sadness, "now I see that God, in spite of my faults, has not yet abandoned me. But how is it, in this castle, that you, a Douglas? Oh, it is incredible." "Madam," replied George, 7 years have passed since I saw you in France for the first time, and for 7 years I have loved you." Mary moved, but Douglas put forth his hand and shook his head with an air of such profound sadness that she understood that she might hear what the young man had to say. He continued, "Reassure yourself, madam. I should never have made this confession if, while explaining my conduct to you, this confession would not have given you greater confidence in me. Yes, for 7 years I have loved you, but as one loves a star that one can never reach, a Madonna to whom one can only pray. For 7 years I have followed you everywhere without you ever having paid attention to me, without my saying a word or making a gesture to attract your notice. I was on the night of Mevillon's galley when you crossed to Scotland. I was among the Regent's soldiers when you beat Hentley. I was in the escort which accompanied you when you went to see the sick king at Glasgow. I reached Edinburgh an hour after you had left it for Locleven, and then it seemed to me that my mission was revealed to me for the first time, and that this love for which till then I had reproached myself as a crime, was on the contrary a favor from God. I learned that the lords were assembled at Dumbarton. I flew thither. I pledged my name, I pledged my honor, I pledged my life, and I obtained from them, thanks to the facility I had for coming into this fortress, the happiness of bringing you the paper they have just signed. Now, madam, forget all I have told you, accept the assurance of my devotion and respect. Forget that I am near you. I am used to not being seen. Only, if you have need of my life, make a sign. For 7 years my life has been yours." "Alas," replied Mary, "I was complaining this morning of no longer being loved, and I ought to complain, on the contrary, that I am still loved. For the love that I inspire is fatal and mortal. Look back, Douglas, and count the tombs that, young as I am, I have already left on my path. Francis II, Chatelard, Rizzio, Darnley. Oh, to attach one's self to my fortunes, more than love is needed now. Heroism and devotion are requisite, so much the more that, as you have said, Douglas, it is love without any possible reward. Do you understand?" "Oh, madam, madam," answered Douglas, "is it not reward beyond my deserts to see you daily, to cherish the hope that liberty will be restored to you through me, and to have at least, if I do not give it you, the certainty of dying in your sight?" "Poor young man," murmured Mary, her eyes raised to heaven, as if she were reading there beforehand the fate awaiting her new defender. "Happy Douglas, on the contrary," cried George, seizing the Queen's hand and kissing it with perhaps still more respect than love. "Happy Douglas, for in obtaining a sigh from your Majesty, he has already obtained more than he hoped." "And upon what have you decided with my friends?" said the Queen, raising Douglas, who till then had remained on his knees before her. "Nothing yet," George replied, "for we scarcely had time to see one another. Your escape, impossible without me, is difficult even with me. And your Majesty has seen that I was obliged publicly to fail in respect, to obtain from my mother the confidence which gives me the good fortune of seeing you today. If this confidence on my mother's or my brother's part ever extends to giving up to me the castle keys, then you are saved. Let your Majesty not be surprised at anything, then. In the presence of others, I shall ever be always a Douglas, that is an enemy, and except your life be in danger, madam, I shall not utter a word, I shall not make a gesture which might betray the faith that I have sworn you. But on your side, let your grace know well, that present or absent, whether I am silent or speak, whether I act or remain inert, all will be in appearance only, save my devotion. Only," continued Douglas, approaching the window and showing the Queen a small house on Kinross Hill, "only look every evening in that direction, madam, and so long as you see a light shine there, your friends will be keeping watch for you, and you need not lose hope." "Thanks, Douglas, thanks," said the Queen. "It does one good to meet with a heart like yours from time to time. Oh, thanks. And now, madam," replied the young man, "I must leave your Majesty. To remain longer with you would raise suspicions, and a single doubt of me. Think of it well, madam, and that light which is your sole beacon is extinguished, and all returns into night." With these words, Douglas bowed more respectfully than he had yet done, and withdrew, leaving Mary full of hope, and still more full of pride. For this time, the homage she had just received was certainly for the woman, and not for the Queen. As the Queen had told him, Mary Satan was informed of everything, even the love of Douglas. The two women impatiently awaited the evening to see if the promised star would shine on the horizon. Their hope was not in vain. At the appointed time, the beacon was lit. The Queen trembled with joy, for it was the confirmation of her hopes, and her companion could not tear her from the window, where she remained with her gaze fastened on the little house in Kinross. At last she yielded to Mary Satan's prayers, and consented to go to bed. But twice in the night she rose noiselessly to go to the window. The light was always shining, and was not extinguished till dawn, with its sisters the stars. The next day at breakfast, George announced to the Queen the return of his brother, William Douglas. He arrived the same evening. As to himself, George, he had to leave Lechleven the next morning, to confer with the nobles who had signed the declaration, and who had immediately separated to raise troops in their several counties. The Queen could not attempt any escape to good purpose, but at a time when she would be sure of gathering around her an army strong enough to hold the country. As to him, Douglas, one was so used to his silent disappearances and to his unexpected returns, that there was no reason to fear that his departure would inspire any suspicion. All passed as George had said. In the evening, the sound of a bugle announced the arrival of William Douglas. He had with him Lord Ruthven, the son of him who had assassinated Rizzio, and who, exiled with Morton after the murder, died in England of the sickness with which he was already attacked the day of the terrible catastrophe in which we have seen him take such a large share. He was preceded by one day Lord Lindsay of Byres and Sir Robert Melville, brother of Mary's former ambassador to Elizabeth. All three were charged with a mission from the Regent to the Queen. On the following day, everything fell back into the usual routine, and William Douglas reassumed his duties as carver. Breakfast passed without Mary having learned anything of George's departure or Ruthven's arrival. On rising from the table, she went to her window. Scarcely was she there when she heard the sound of a horn echoing on the shores of the lake, and saw a small troop of horsemen halt, while waiting for the boat to come and take those who were going to the castle. The distance was too great for Mary to recognize any of the visitors, but it was clear, from the signs of intelligence exchanged between the small troop and the inhabitants of the fortress, that the newcomers were her enemies. This was a reason why the Queen, in her uneasiness, should not lose sight for a moment of the boat which was going to fetch them. She saw only two men get into it, and immediately put it off again for the castle. As the boat drew nearer, Mary's presentiments changed to real fears, for in one of the men coming towards her she thought she made out with Lord Lindsay of Byres, the same who, a week before, had brought her to her prison. It was indeed himself, as usual in a steel helmet without a visor, which allowed one to see his coarse face designed to express strong passions, and his long black beard with gray hairs here and there, which covered his chest. His person was protected, as if it were in time of war, with his faithful suit of armor, formerly polished and well gilded, but which, exposed without ceasing to rain and mist, was now eaten up with rust. He had slung on his back, much as one slings a quiver, a broadsword, so heavy that it took 2 hands to manage it, and so long that while the hilt reached the left shoulder the point reached the right spur. In a word, he was still the same soldier, brave to rashness but brutal to insolence, recognizing nothing but right and force, and always ready to use force when he believed himself in the right. The Queen was so much taken up with the sight of Lord Lindsay of Byres that it was only just as the boat reached the shore that she glanced at his companion and recognized Robert Melville. This was some consolation, for whatever might happen, she knew that she should find in him, if not ostensible, at least secret sympathy. Besides, his dress, by which one could have judged him equally with Lord Lindsay, was a perfect contrast to his companion's. It consisted of a black velvet doublet, with a cap and a feather of the same hue fastened to it with a gold clasp. His only weapon, offensive or defensive, was a small sword, which he seemed to wear rather as a sign of his rank than for attack or defense. As to his features and his manners, they were in harmony with this peaceful appearance. His pale countenance expressed both acuteness and intelligence. His quick eye was mild, and his voice insinuating. His figure slight and a little bent by habit rather than by years, since he was but 45 at this time, indicated an easy and conciliatory character. However, the presence of this man of peace, who seemed entrusted with watching over the demon of war, could not reassure the Queen. As to get to the landing place, in front of the great door of the castle, the boat had just disappeared behind the corner of a tower. She told Mary Satan to go down that she might try to learn what cause brought Lord Lindsay to Locleven, well knowing that with the force of character with which she was endowed, she need know this cause but a few minutes beforehand, whatever it might be, to give her countenance that calm and that majesty which she had always found to influence her enemies. Left alone, Mary let her glance stray back to the little house in Kinross, her sole hope. But the distance was too great to distinguish anything. Besides, its shutters remained closed all day, and seemed to open only in the evening, like the clouds which, having covered the sky for a whole morning, scattered at last to reveal to the lost sailor a solitary star. She had remained no less motionless, her gaze always fixed on the same object, when she was drawn from this mute contemplation by the step of Mary Satan. "Well, darling," asked the Queen, turning round. "Your Majesty is not mistaken," replied the messenger. "It really was Sir Robert Melville and Lord Lindsay. But there came yesterday with Sir William Douglas, a third ambassador, whose name, I am afraid, will be still more odious to your Majesty than either of the 2 I have just pronounced." "You deceive yourself, Mary," the Queen answered. "Neither the name of Melville nor that of Lindsay is odious to me. Melville's, on the contrary, is, in my present circumstances, one of those which I have most pleasure in hearing. As to Lord Lindsay's, it is doubtless not agreeable to me, but it is none the less an honorable name, always borne by men rough and wild, it is true, but incapable of treachery. Tell me, then, what is this name, Mary, for you see I am calm and prepared." "Alas! Madam," returned Mary, "calm and prepared as you may be, collect all your strength, not merely to hear this name uttered, but also to receive in a few minutes the man who bears it, for this name is that of Lord Ruthven." Mary Satan had spoken truly, and this name had a terrible influence upon the Queen. For scarcely had it escaped the young girl's lips than Mary Stuart uttered a cry, and turning pale, as if she were about to faint, caught hold of the window ledge. Mary Satan, frightened at the effect produced by this fatal name, immediately sprang to support the Queen. But she, stretching one hand towards her, while she laid the other on her heart, "It is nothing," she said. "I shall be better in a moment. Yes, Mary, yes, as you said, it is a fatal name and mingled with one of my most bloody memories. What such men are coming to ask of me must be dreadful indeed. But no matter, I shall soon be ready to receive my brother's ambassadors, for doubtless they are sent in his name. You, darling, prevent their entering, for I must have some minutes to myself. You know me, It will not take me long." With these words the queen withdrew with a firm step to her bedchamber. Mary Satan was left alone, admiring that strength of character which made Mary Stuart, in all other respects so completely womanlike, a man in the hour of danger. She immediately went to the door to close it with the wooden bar, but the bar had been taken away. There was no means of fastening the door from within. In a moment she heard someone coming up the stairs, and guessing from the heavy, echoing step that this must be Lord Lindsay, she looked around once again to see if she could find something to replace the bar. Finding nothing within reach, she passed her arm through the rings, resolved to let it be broken rather than allow anyone to approach her mistress before it suited her. Indeed, hardly had those coming up reached the landing than someone knocked violently, and a harsh voice cried, "Come, come, open the door, open directly." "And by what right," said Mary Satan, "am I ordered thus insolently to open the Queen of Scotland's door?" "By the right of the ambassador of the regent to enter everywhere in his name. I am Lord Lindsay, and I am coming to speak to Lady Mary Stuart." "To be an ambassador," answered Mary Satan, "is not to be exempted from having oneself announced in visiting a woman, and much more a queen. If this ambassador is, as he says, Lord Lindsay, he will await his sovereign's leisure, as every Scottish noble would do in his place." "By St. Andrew," cried Lord Lindsay, "open, or I will break in the door." "Do nothing to it, my lord, I entreat you," said another voice, which Mary recognized as Melville's. "Let us rather wait for Lord Ruthven, who is not yet ready." "Upon my soul," cried Lindsay, shaking the door, "I shall not wait a second." Then, seeing that it resisted, "Why did you tell me then, you scamp," Lindsay went on, speaking to the steward, "that the bar had been removed?" "It is true," he replied. "Then," returned Lindsay, "with what is this silly wench securing the door?" "With my arm, my lord, which I have passed through the rings, as a Douglas did for King James I, at a time when Douglases had dark hair instead of red, and were faithful instead of being traitors." "Since you know your history so well," replied Lindsay in a rage, "you should remember that that weak barrier did not hinder Graham, that Catherine Douglas's arm was broken like a willow wand, and that James I was killed like a dog." "But you, my lord," responded the courageous young girl, "ought also to know the ballad that is still sung in our time. Now on Robert Graham, the king's destroyer, shame. To Robert Graham clings shame, who destroyed our king." "Mary," cried the queen, who had overheard this altercation from her bedroom, "Mary, I command you to open the door directly. Do you hear?" Mary obeyed, and Lord Lindsay entered, followed by Melville, who walked behind him, with slow steps and bent head. Arrived in the middle of the second room, Lord Lindsay stopped, and looking round him, "Well, where is she, then?" he asked. "And has she not already kept us waiting long enough outside, without making us wait again inside? Or does she imagine that, despite these walls and these bars, she is always queen?" "Patience, my lord," murmured Sir Robert. "You see that Lord Ruthven has not come yet, and since we can do nothing without him, let us wait." "Let wait who will," replied Lindsay, inflamed with anger. "But it will not be I, and wherever she may be, I shall go and seek her." With these words, he made some steps towards Mary Stuart's bedroom, but at the same moment the queen opened the door, without seeming moved either at the visit or at the insolence of the visitors, and so lovely and so full of majesty, that each, even Lindsay himself, was silent at her appearance, and, as if in obedience to a higher power, bowed respectfully before her. "I fear I have kept you waiting, my lord," said the queen, without replying to the ambassador's salutation other than by a slight inclination of the head. "But a woman does not like to receive even enemies without having spent a few minutes over her toilet. It is true that men are less tenacious about ceremony," added she, throwing a significant glance at Lord Lindsay's rusty armor and soiled and pierced doublet. "Good day, Melville," she continued, without paying attention to some words of excuse stammered by Lindsay. "Be welcome in my prison, as you were in my palace, for I believe you are as devoted to one as to the other." Then, turning to Lindsay, who was looking interrogatively at the door, impatient as he was for Ruthven to come, "You have there, my lord," she said, pointing to the sword he carried over his shoulder, "a faithful companion, though it is a little heavy. Did you expect, in coming here, to find enemies against whom to employ it? On the contrary, it is a strange ornament for a lady's presence. But no matter, my lord, I am too much of a Stuart to fear the sight of a sword, even if it were naked, I warn you." "It is not out of place here, madam," replied Lindsay, bringing it forward and leaning his elbow on its cross hilt, "for it is an old acquaintance of your family. Your ancestors, my lord, were brave and loyal enough for me not to refuse to believe what you tell me. Besides, such a good blade must have rendered them good service." "Yes, madam, yes, surely it has done so, but that kind of service that kings do not forgive. He for whom it was made was Archibald Bell the Cat, and he girded himself with it the day when, to justify his name, he went to seize in the very tent of King James III, your grandfather, his unworthy favorites, Cochrane, Hummel, Leonard, and Torpichen, whom he hanged on Louder Bridge with the halters of his soldiers' horses. It was also with this sword that he slew at one blow, in the lists, Spens of Kilspindie, who had insulted him in the presence of King James IV, counting on the protection his master accorded him, and which did not guard him against it any more than his shield, which it split in two. At his master's death, which took place 2 years after the defeat of Flodden, on whose battlefield he left his 2 sons and 200 warriors of the name of Douglas, it passed into the hands of the Earl of Angus, who drew it from the scabbard when he drove the Hamiltons out of Edinburgh, and that so quickly and completely that the affair was called the sweeping of the streets. Finally, your father James V saw it glisten in the fight of the bridge over the Tweed, when Buccleuch, stirred up by him, wanted to snatch him from the guardianship of the Douglases, and when 80 warriors of the name of Scott remained on the battlefield. "But," said the Queen, "how is it that this weapon, after such exploits, has not remained as a trophy in the Douglas family? No doubt the Earl of Angus required a great occasion to decide him to renounce in your favor this modern Excalibur." "Yes, no doubt, madam, it was upon a great occasion," replied Lindsay, in spite of the imploring signs made by Melville, "and this will have at least the advantage of the others, in being sufficiently recent for you to remember. It was 10 days ago, on the battlefield of Carberry Hill, madam, when the infamous Bothwell had the audacity to make a public challenge in which he defied to single combat whomsoever would dare to maintain that he was not innocent of the murder of the king your husband. I made him answer then, I the third, that he was an assassin, and as he refused to fight with the 2 others under the pretext that they were only barons, I presented myself in my turn, I who am Earl and Lord. It was on that occasion that the noble Earl of Morton gave me this good sword to fight him to the death. So that, if he had been a little more presumptuous or a little less cowardly, dogs and vultures would be eating at this moment the pieces that, with the help of this good sword, I should have carved for them from that traitor's carcass." At these words, Mary Satan and Robert Melville looked at each other in terror, for the events that they recalled were so recent that they were, so to speak, still living in the Queen's heart. But the Queen, with incredible impassibility and a smile of contempt on her lips, "It is easy, my lord," she said, "to vanquish an enemy who does not appear in the lists. However, believe me, if Mary had inherited the Stuart's sword as she has inherited their scepter, your sword, long as it is, would yet have seemed to you too short. But as you have only to relate to us now, my lord, what you intended doing, and not what you have done, think it fit that I bring you back to something of more reality. For I do not suppose you have given yourself the trouble to come here purely, and simply to add a chapter to the little treatise Des Rhodamantades Espagnols by M. de Brantome." "You are right, madam," replied Lindsay, reddening with anger, "and you would already know the object of our mission if Lord Ruthven did not so ridiculously keep us waiting. But," added he, "have patience, the matter will not be long now, for here he is." Indeed, at that moment they heard steps mounting the staircase and approaching the room, and at the sound of these steps the Queen, who had borne with such firmness Lindsay's insults, grew so perceptibly paler that Melville, who did not take his eyes off her, put out his hand towards the armchair as if to push it towards her. But the Queen made a sign that she had no need of it, and gazed at the door with apparent calm. Lord Ruthven appeared. It was the first time that she had seen the son since Rizzio had been assassinated by the father. Lord Ruthven was both a warrior and a statesman, and at this moment his dress savoured of the 2 professions. It consisted of a close coat of embroidered buff leather, elegant enough to be worn as a court undress, and on which, if need were, one could buckle a cuirass for battle. Like his father, he was pale. Like his father, he was to die young, and even more than his father, his countenance wore that ill-omened melancholy by which fortune-tellers recognize those who are to die a violent death. Lord Ruthven united in himself the polished dignity of a courtier and the inflexible character of a minister, but quite resolved as he was to obtain from Mary Stuart, even if it were by violence, what he had come to demand in the regent's name, he none the less made her, on entering, a cold but respectful greeting, to which the Queen responded with a courtesy. Then the steward drew up to the empty armchair a heavy table on which had been prepared everything necessary for writing, and at a sign from the two lords he went out, leaving the Queen and her companion alone with the three ambassadors. Then the Queen, seeing that this table and this armchair were put ready for her, sat down, and after a moment, herself breaking this silence more gloomy than any word could have been. "My lords," she said, "you see that I wait. Can it be that this message which you have to communicate to me is so terrible that two soldiers as renowned as Lord Lindsay and Lord Ruthven hesitate at the moment of transmitting it?" "Madam," answered Ruthven, "I am not of a family, as you know, which ever hesitates to perform a duty, painful as it may be. Besides, we hope that your captivity has prepared you to hear what we have to tell you on the part of the secret council." "The secret council," said the Queen, "instituted by me, by what right does it act without me? No matter, I am waiting for this message. I suppose it is a petition to implore my mercy for the men who have dared to reach to a power that I hold only from God." "Madam," replied Ruthven, who appeared to have undertaken the painful role of spokesman, while Lindsay, mute and impatient, fidgeted with the hilt of his long sword, "it is distressing to me to have to undeceive you on this point. It is not your mercy that I come to ask. It is, on the contrary, the pardon of the secret council that I come to offer you." "To me, my lord, to me," cried Mary. "Subjects offer pardon to their queen. Oh, it is such a new and wonderful thing, that my amazement outweighs my indignation, and that I beg you to continue, instead of stopping you there, as perhaps I ought to do." "And I obey you so much the more willingly, madam," went on Ruthven imperturbably, "that this pardon is only granted on certain conditions stated in these documents, destined to re-establish the tranquility of the state, so cruelly compromised by the errors that they are going to repair. And shall I be permitted, my lord, to read these documents, or must I, allured by my confidence in those who present them to me, sign them with my eyes shut?" "No, madam," Ruthven returned. "The secret council desires, on the contrary, that you acquaint yourself with them, for you must sign them freely. Read me these documents, my lord, for such a reading is, I think, included in the strange duties you have accepted." Lord Ruthven took one of the two papers that he had in his hand, and read with the impassiveness of his usual voice the following: "Summoned from my tenderest youth to the government of the kingdom and to the crown of Scotland, I have carefully attended to the administration, but I have experienced so much fatigue and trouble that I no longer find my mind free enough, nor my strength great enough to support the burden of affairs of state. Accordingly, and as divine favor has granted us a son whom we desire to see during our lifetime bear the crown which he has acquired by right of birth, we have resolved to abdicate, and we abdicate in his favor, by these presents, freely and voluntarily, all our rights to the crown and to the government of Scotland, desiring that he may immediately ascend the throne, as if he were called to it by our natural death, and not as the effect of our own will, and that our present abdication may have a more complete and solemn effect, and that no one should put forward the claim of ignorance. We give full powers to our trusty and faithful cousins, the Lords Lindsay of Byres and William Ruthven, to appear in our name before the nobility, the clergy, and the burgesses of Scotland, of whom they will convoke an assembly at Stirling, and to their renounce, publicly and solemnly on our part, all our claims to the crown and to the government of Scotland. Signed freely, and as the testimony of one of our last royal wishes, in our castle of Lachleven, the _____ June 1567 inch. The date was left blank. There was a moment's silence after this reading, then, "Did you hear, madam?" asked Ruthven. "Yes," replied Mary Stuart. "Yes, I have heard rebellious words that I have not understood, and I thought that my ears, that one has tried to accustom for some time to a strange language, still deceived me, and that I have thought for your honor, my Lord William Ruthven, and my Lord Lindsay of Byres." "Madam," answered Lindsay, out of patience at having kept silence so long, "our honor has nothing to do with the opinion of a woman who has so ill known how to watch over her own." "My lord," said Melville, risking a word. "Let him speak, Robert," returned the Queen. We have in our conscience armor as well tempered as that with which Lord Lindsay is so prudently covered, although, to the shame of justice, we no longer have a sword. Continue, my lord, the Queen went on, turning to Lord Ruthven. Is this all that my subjects require of me? A date and a signature? Ah, doubtless it is too little. And this second paper, which you have kept in order to proceed by degrees, probably contains some demand more difficult to grant than that of yielding to a child scarcely a year old a crown which belongs to me by birthright, and to abandon my scepter to take a distaff. This other paper, replied Ruthven, without letting himself be intimidated by the tone of bitter irony adopted by the Queen, is the deed by which your Grace confirms the decision of the secret council which has named your beloved brother, the Earl of Murray, regent of the kingdom. Indeed, said Mary, the secret council thinks it needs my confirmation to an act of such slight importance, and my beloved brother, to bear it without remorse, needs me to add a fresh title to those of Earl of Mar and of Murray that I have already bestowed upon him. But one cannot desire anything more respectful and touching than all this, and I should be very wrong to complain. My lords, continued the Queen, rising and changing her tone, return to those who have sent you, and tell them that to such demands Mary Stuart has no answer to give. Take care, madam, responded Ruthven, for I have told you it is only on these conditions that your pardon can be granted you. And if I refuse this generous pardon, asked Mary, what will happen? I cannot pronounce beforehand, madam, but your Grace has enough knowledge of the laws, and above all of the history of Scotland and England, to know that murder and adultery are crimes for which more than one queen has been punished with death. And upon what proof could such a charge be found, my lord? Pardon my persistence, which takes up your precious time, but I am sufficiently interested in the matter to be permitted such a question. The proof, madam? Returned Ruthven. There is but one, I know, but that one is unexceptionable. It is the precipitate marriage of the widow of the assassinated with the chief assassin, and the letters which have been handed over to us by James Balfour, which prove that the guilty persons had united their adulterous hearts before it was permitted them to unite their bloody hands. My lord, cried the Queen, do you forget a certain repast given in an Edinburgh tavern, by this same Bothwell, to those same noblemen who treat him today as an adulterer and a murderer? Do you forget that at the end of that meal, and on the same table at which it had been given, a paper was signed to invite that same woman, to whom today you make the haste of her new wedding a crime, to leave off a widow's mourning to reassume a marriage robe? For if you have forgotten it, my lords, which would do no more honor to your sobriety than to your memory, I undertake to show it to you, I who have preserved it. And perhaps if we search, we shall find among the signatures the names of Lindsay of Byres and William Ruthven. O noble Lord Herries, cried Mary, loyal James Melville, you alone were right then, when you threw yourselves at my feet, entreating me not to conclude this marriage, which, I see it clearly today, was only a trap set for an ignorant woman by perfidious advisers or disloyal lords. Madam, cried Ruthven, in spite of his cold impassivity beginning to lose command of himself, while Lindsay was giving still more noisy and less equivocal signs of impatience. Madam, all these discussions are beside our aim. I beg you to return to it, then, and inform us if, your life and honor guaranteed, you consent to abdicate the crown of Scotland. And what safeguard should I have that the promises you make here will be kept? Our word, madam, proudly replied Ruthven. Your word, my lord, is a very feeble pledge to offer when one so quickly forgets one's signature. Have you not some trifle to add to it, to make me a little easier than I should be with it alone? Enough, Ruthven, enough, cried Lindsay. Do you not see that for an hour this woman answers our proposals only by insults? Yes, let us go, said Ruthven, and thank yourself only, madam, for the day when the thread breaks which holds the sword suspended over your head. My lords, cried Melville, my lords, in heaven's name, have a little patience, and forgive something to her who, accustomed to command, is today forced to obey. Very well, said Lindsay, turning round. Stay with her, then, and try to obtain by your smooth words what is refused to our frank and loyal demand. In a quarter of an hour we shall return. Let the answer be ready in a quarter of an hour. With these words the two noblemen went out, leaving Melville with the Queen, and one could count their footsteps, from the noise that Lindsay's great sword made, in resounding on each step of the staircase. Scarcely were they alone than Melville threw himself at the Queen's feet. "Madam," he said, "you remarked just now that Lord Harry's and my brother had given your Majesty advice that you repented not having followed. Well, madam, reflect on that I in turn give you, for it is more important than the other, for you will regret with still more bitterness not having listened to it. Ah, you do not know what may happen. You are ignorant of what your brother is capable of." "It seems to me, however," returned the Queen, "that he has just instructed me on that head. What more will he do than he has done already? A public trial. Oh, it is all I ask. Let me only plead my cause, and we shall see what judges will dare to condemn me. But that is what they will take good care not to do, madam, for they would be mad to do it when they keep you here in this isolated castle, in the care of your enemies, having no witness but God, who avenges crime, but who does not prevent it. Recollect, madam, what Machiavelli has said, a king's tomb is never far from his prison. You come from a family in which one dies young, madam, and almost always of a sudden death. 2 of your ancestors perished by steel, and 1 by poison." "Oh, if my death were sudden and easy," cried Mary. "Yes, I should accept it as an apology for my faults. For if I am proud when I compare myself with others, Melville, I am humble when I judge myself. I am unjustly accused of being an accomplice of Darnley's death, but I am justly condemned for having married Bothwell." "Time presses, madam, time presses," cried Melville, looking at the sand which, placed on the table, was marking the time. "They are coming back. They will be here in a minute, and this time you must give them an answer. Listen, madam, and at least profit from your situation as much as you can. You are alone here with one woman, without friends, without protection, without power. An abdication signed at such a juncture will never appear to your people to have been freely given, but will always pass as having been torn from you by force. And if need be, madam, if the day comes when such a solemn declaration is worth something, well, then you will have 2 witnesses of the violence done you. The one will be Mary Satan, and the other," he added in a low voice and looking uneasily about, "the other will be Robert Melville." Hardly had he finished speaking when the footsteps of the 2 nobles were again heard on the staircase, returning even before the quarter of an hour had elapsed. A moment afterwards the door opened, and Ruthven appeared, while over his shoulder was seen Lindsay's head. "Madam," said Ruthven, "we have returned. Has your grace decided? We come for your answer." "Yes," said Lindsay, pushing aside Ruthven, who stood in his way, and advancing to the table. "Yes, an answer clear, precise, positive, and without dissimulation." "You are exacting, my lord," said the Queen. "You would scarcely have the right to expect that from me if I were in full liberty on the other side of the lake and surrounded with a faithful escort. But between these walls, behind these bars, in the depths of this fortress, I shall not tell you that I sign voluntarily, lest you should not believe it. But no matter, you want my signature. Well, I am going to give it to you. Melville, pass me the pen." "But I hope," said Lord Ruthven, "that your grace is not counting on using your present position one day in an argument to protest against what you are going to do." The Queen had already stopped to write. She had already set her hand to the paper when Ruthven spoke to her. But scarcely had he done so, than she rose up proudly, and letting fall the pen, "My lord," she said, "what you asked of me just now was but an abdication pure and simple, and I was going to sign it. But if this abdication joined this marginal note, then I renounce of my own accord, and as judging myself unworthy, the throne of Scotland. I would not do it for the 3 united crowns that I have been robbed of in turn." "Take care, madam," cried Lord Lindsay, seizing the Queen's wrist with his steel gauntlet and squeezing it with all his angry strength. "Take care, for our patience is at an end, and we could easily end by breaking what would not bend." The Queen remained standing, and although a violent flush had passed like a flame over her countenance, she did not utter a word, and did not move. Her eyes only were fixed with such a great expression of contempt on those of the rough baron, that he, ashamed of the passion that had carried him away, let go the hand he had seized and took a step back. Then raising her sleeve and showing the violet marks made on her arm by Lord Lindsay's steel gauntlet, "This is what I expected, my lords," she said, "and nothing prevents me any longer from signing. Yes, I freely abdicate the throne and crown of Scotland, and there is the proof that my will has not been forced." With these words, she took the pen and rapidly signed the 2 documents, held them out to Lord Ruthven, and bowing with great dignity, withdrew slowly into her room, accompanied by Mary Satan. Ruthven looked after her, and when she had disappeared, "It doesn't matter," he said. "She has signed, and although the means you employed, Lindsay, may be obsolete enough in diplomacy, it is not the less efficacious, it seems." "No joking, Ruthven," said Lindsay, "for she is a noble creature, and if I had dared, I should have thrown myself at her feet to ask her forgiveness." "There is still time," replied Ruthven, "and Mary, in her present situation, will not be severe upon you. Perhaps she has resolved to appeal to the judgment of God to prove her innocence, and in that case a champion such as you might well change the face of things." "Do not joke, Ruthven," Lindsay answered a second time, with more violence than the first, "for if I were as well convinced of her innocence as I am of her crime, I tell you that no one should touch a hair of her head, not even the regent." "The devil!" "My lord," said Ruthven, "I did not know you were so sensitive to a gentle voice and a tearful eye. You know the story of Achilles' lance, which healed with its rust the wounds it made with its edge. Do likewise, my lord, do likewise." "Enough, Ruthven, enough," replied Lindsay. "You are like a corslet of Milan steel, which is 3 times as bright as the steel armor of Glasgow, but which is at the same time thrice as hard. We know one another, Ruthven, so an end to railleries or threats. Enough, believe me, enough." And after these words, Lord Lindsay went out first, followed by Ruthven and Melville, the first with his head high, and affecting an air of insolent indifference, and the second, sad, his brow bent, and not even trying to disguise the painful impression which this scene had made on him. Chapter 6. The Queen emerged from her room only in the evening, taking her place at the window overlooking the lake. At the usual time, she saw the light, now her sole hope, shine in the little house in Kinross. For a whole long month, she had no other consolation than seeing it, every night, fixed and faithful. At last, at the end of this time, just as she was beginning to despair of seeing George Douglas again, one morning, on opening the window, she uttered a cry. Mary Satan ran to her, and the Queen, too weak to speak, pointed to the tiny boat anchored in the middle of the lake. In it, little Douglas and George were absorbed in fishing, their favorite amusement. The young man had arrived the day before, and as everyone was accustomed to his unexpected returns, the sentinel had not even blown the horn. The Queen had not known that, at last, a friend had come. However, 3 more days passed without her seeing this friend other than on the lake. It is true that from morning till evening, he did not leave that spot, from which he could view the Queen's windows and the Queen herself, when she leaned against the bars to gaze at a wider horizon. At last, on the morning of the 4th day, the Queen was awakened by a great noise of dogs and horns. She immediately ran to the window, for a prisoner, everything is an event, and she saw William Douglas embarking with a pack of hounds and some huntsmen. In fact, making a truce for a day with his jailer's duties, to enjoy a pleasure more in harmony with his rank and birth, he was going to hunt in the woods which cover the last ridge of Ben Lomond, and which, ever sinking, die down on the banks of the lake. The Queen trembled with delight, for she hoped that Lady Lacleven would maintain her ill will, and that then George would replace his brother. This hope was not disappointing. At the usual time, the Queen heard the footsteps of those who were bringing her breakfast. The door opened, and she saw George Douglas enter, preceded by the servants carrying the dishes. George barely bowed, but the Queen, warned by him not to be surprised at anything, returned his greeting with a disdainful air. Then the servants performed their task and went out, as they were accustomed. "At last," said the Queen. "You are back again, then." George motioned with his finger, went to the door to listen if all the servants had really gone away, and if no one had remained to spy. Then, returning more at ease, and bowing respectfully, "Yes, madam," returned he, "and heaven be thanked, I bring good news." "Oh, tell me quickly," cried the Queen, "for staying in this castle is hell. You knew that they came, did you not, and that they made me sign an abdication?" "Yes, madam," replied Douglas, "but we also knew that your signature had been obtained from you by violence alone, and our devotion to your majesty is increased thereby, if possible. But, after all, what have you done? The Satans and the Hamiltons, who are, as your majesty knows, your most faithful servants," Mary turned round, smiling, and put out her hand to Mary Satan, "have already," continued George, "assembled their troops, who keep themselves in readiness for the first signal. But as they alone would not be sufficiently numerous to hold the country, we shall make our way directly to Dumbarton, whose governor is ours, and which by its position and its strength can hold out long enough against all the regent's troops to give to the faithful hearts remaining to you time to come and join us." "Yes, yes," said the Queen. "I see clearly what we shall do once we get out of this. But how are we to get out?" "That is the occasion, madam," replied Douglas, "for which your Majesty must call to your aid that courage of which you have given such great proofs." "If I have need only of courage and coolness," replied the Queen, "be easy, neither the one nor the other will fail me." "Here is a file," said George, giving Mary Satan that instrument which he judged unworthy to touch the Queen's hands, "and this evening I shall bring your Majesty cords to construct a ladder. You will cut through one of the bars of this window. It is only at a height of 20 feet. I shall come up to you, as much to try it as to support you. One of the garrison is in my pay. He will give us passage by the door it is his duty to guard, and you will be free." "And when will that be?" cried the Queen. "We must wait for two things, madam," replied Douglas. "The first, to collect at Kinross an escort sufficient for your Majesty's safety. The second, that the turn for night watch of Thomas Warden should happen to be at an isolated door that we can reach without being seen." "And how will you know that? Do you stay at the castle, then?" "Alas! No, madam," replied George. "At the castle I am a useless and even a dangerous friend for you, while once beyond the lake I can serve you in an effective manner." "And how will you know when Warden's turn to mount guard has come?" "The weathercock in the north tower, instead of turning in the wind with the others, will remain fixed against it." "But how shall I be warned?" "Everything is already provided for on that side. The light which shines each night in the little house in Kinross incessantly tells you that your friends keep watch for you. But when you would like to know if the hour of your deliverance approaches or recedes, in your turn place a light in this window. The other will immediately disappear. Then, placing your hand on your breast, count your heartbeats. If you reach the number 20 without the light reappearing, nothing is yet settled. If you only reach 10, the moment approaches. If the light does not leave you time to count beyond 5, your escape is fixed for the following night. If it reappears no more, it is fixed for the same evening. Then the owl's cry, repeated thrice in the courtyard, will be the signal. Let down the ladder when you hear it." "Oh, Douglas," cried the Queen, "you alone could foresee and calculate everything thus. Thank you 100 times." And she gave him her hand to kiss. A vivid red flushed the young man's cheeks, but almost directly mastering his emotion, he knelt down, and, restraining the expression of that love of which he had once spoken to the Queen, while promising her never more to speak of it, he took the hand that Mary extended, and kissed it with such respect that no one could have seen in this action anything but the homage of devotion and fidelity. Then, having bowed to the Queen, he said that a longer stay with her should not give rise to any suspicions. At the dinner hour Douglas brought, as he had said, a parcel of cord. It was not enough, but when evening came Mary Satan was to unroll it and let fall the end from the window, and George would fasten the remainder to it. The thing was done as arranged, and without any mishap, an hour after the hunters had returned. The following day George left the castle. The Queen and Mary Satan lost no time in setting about the rope ladder, and it was finished on the third day. The same evening, the Queen in her impatience, and rather to assure herself of her partisans' vigilance than in the hope that the time of her deliverance was so near, brought her lamp to the window. Immediately, and as George Douglas had told her, the light in the little house at Kinross disappeared. The Queen then laid her hand on her heart and counted up to 22. Then the light reappeared. They were ready for everything, but nothing was yet settled. For a week the Queen thus questioned the light and her heartbeats without their number changing. At last, on the 8th day, she counted only as far as 10. At the 11th the light reappeared. The Queen believed herself mistaken. She did not dare to hope what this announced. She withdrew the lamp, then, at the end of a quarter of an hour, showed it again. Her unknown correspondent understood with his usual intelligence that a fresh trial was required of him, and the light in the little house disappeared in its turn. Mary again questioned the pulsations of her heart, and fast as it leaped, before the 12th beat the propitious star was shining on the horizon. There was no longer any doubt. Everything was settled. Mary could not sleep all night. This persistence of her partisans inspired her with gratitude to the point of tears. The day came, and the Queen several times questioned her companion to assure herself that it was not all a dream. At every sound it seemed to her that the scheme on which her liberty hung was discovered, and when, at breakfast and at dinner time, William Douglas entered as usual, she hardly dared look at him, for fear of reading on his face the announcement that all was lost. In the evening the Queen again questioned the light. It made the same answer. Nothing had altered. The beacon was always one of hope. For 4 days it thus continued to indicate that the moment of escape was at hand. On the evening of the 5th, before the Queen had counted 5 beats, the light reappeared. The Queen leaned upon Mary Satan. She was nearly fainting, between dread and delight. Her escape was fixed for the next evening. The Queen tried once more, and obtained the same reply. There was no longer a doubt. Everything was ready except the prisoner's courage, for it failed her for a moment, and if Mary Satan had not drawn up a seat in time, she would have fallen prone. But the first moment over, she collected herself as usual, and was stronger and more resolute than ever. Till midnight the Queen remained at the window, her eyes fixed on that star of good omen. At last Mary Satan persuaded her to go to bed, offering, if she had no wish to sleep, to read her some verses by M. Ronsard, or some chapters from the Mère de Histoires. But Mary had no desire now for any profane reading, and had her hours read, making the responses as she would have done if she had been present at a mass said by a Catholic priest. Towards dawn, however, she grew drowsy, and as Mary Satan, for her part, was dropping with fatigue, she fell asleep directly in the armchair at the head of the Queen's bed. Next day she awoke, feeling that someone was tapping her on the shoulder. It was the Queen, who had already arisen. "Come and see, darling," she said. "Come and see the fine day that God is giving us. Oh, how alive is nature! How happy I shall be to be once more free among those plains and mountains. Decidedly, heaven is on our side." "Madam," replied Mary, "I would rather see the weather less fine. It would promise us a darker night. And consider, what we need is darkness, not light." "Listen," said the Queen. "It is by this we are going to see if God is indeed for us. If the weather remains as it is, yes, you are right, he abandons us. But if it clouds over, oh, then, darling, this will be a certain proof of his protection, will it not?" Mary Satan smiled, nodding that she adopted her mistress's superstition. Then the Queen, incapable of remaining idle in her great preoccupation of mind, collected the few jewels that she had preserved, enclosed them in a casket, got ready for the evening a black dress, in order to be still better hidden in the darkness. And these preparations made, she sat down again at the window, ceaselessly carrying her eyes from the lake to the little house in Kinross, shut up and dumb as usual. The dinner hour arrived. The Queen was so happy that she received William Douglas with more goodwill than was her wont, and it was with difficulty she remained seated during the time the meal lasted. But she restrained herself, and William Douglas withdrew, without seeming to have noticed her agitation. Scarcely had he gone than Mary ran to the window. She had need of air, and her gaze devoured in advance those wide horizons which she was about to cross anew. It seemed to her that once at liberty she would never shut herself up in a palace again, but would wander about the countryside continually. Then, amid all these tremors of delight, from time to time she felt unexpectedly heavy at heart. She then turned round to Mary Satan, trying to fortify her strength with hers, and the young girl kept up her hopes, but rather from duty than from conviction. But slow as they seemed to the Queen, the hours yet passed. Towards the afternoon some clouds floated across the blue sky. The Queen remarked upon them joyfully to her companion. Mary Satan congratulated her upon them, not on account of the imaginary omen that the Queen sought in them, but because of the real importance that the weather should be cloudy, that darkness might aid them in their flight. While the two prisoners were watching the billowy, moving vapors, the hour of dinner arrived. But it was half an hour of constraint and dissimulation, the more painful that, no doubt in return for the sort of goodwill shown him by the Queen in the morning, William Douglas thought himself obliged, in his turn, to accompany his duties with fitting compliments, which compelled the Queen to take a more active part in the conversation than her preoccupation allowed her. But William Douglas did not seem in any way to observe this absence of mind, and all passed as at breakfast. Directly he had gone, the Queen ran to the window. The few clouds which were chasing one another in the sky an hour before had thickened and spread, and all the blue was blotted out, to give place to a hue dull and leaden as pewter. Mary Stuart's presentiments were thus realized. As to the little house in Kinross, which one could still make out in the dusk. It remained shut up and seemed deserted. Night fell. The light shone as usual. The Queen signaled, it disappeared. Mary Stuart waited in vain. Everything remained in darkness. The escape was for the same evening. The Queen heard 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 10 o'clock strike successively. At 10 o'clock the sentinels were relieved. Mary Stuart heard the patrols pass beneath her windows, the steps of the watch recede. Then all returned to silence. Half an hour passed away thus. Suddenly the owl's cry resounded thrice. The Queen recognized George Douglas's signal. The supreme moment had come. In these circumstances the Queen found all her strength revived. She signed to Mary Satan to take away the bar and to fix the rope ladder. While putting out the lamp, she felt her way into the bedroom to seek the casket which contained her few remaining jewels. When she came back, George Douglas was already in the room. "All goes well, madam," he said. "Your friends await you on the other side of the lake. Thomas Warden watches at the postern, and God has sent us a dark night." The Queen, without replying, gave him her hand. George bent his knee and carried this hand to his lips, but on touching it, he felt it cold and trembling. "Madam," he said, "in heaven's name summon all your courage, and do not let yourself be downcast at such a moment." "Our Lady of Good Help," murmured Satan, "come to our aid." "Summon to you the spirit of the kings your ancestors," responded George, "for at this moment it is not the resignation of a Christian that you require, but the strength and resolution of a queen." "Oh, Douglas! Douglas!" cried Mary mournfully. "A fortune-teller predicted to me that I should die in prison and by a violent death. Has not the hour of the prediction arrived?" "Perhaps," George said, "but it is better to die as a queen than to live in this ancient castle and a prisoner." "You are right, George," the Queen answered, "but for a woman the first step is everything. Forgive me." Then, after a moment's pause, "Come," she said. "I am ready." George immediately went to the window, secured the ladder again and more firmly, then getting up onto the sill and holding to the bars with one hand, he stretched out the other to the Queen, who, as resolute as she had been timid a moment before, mounted on a stool, and had already set one foot on the window ledge, when suddenly the cry, "Who goes there?" rang out at the foot of the tower. The Queen sprang quickly back, partly instinctively and partly pushed by George, who, on the contrary, leaned out of the window to see whence came this cry, which, twice again renewed, remained twice unanswered, and was immediately followed by a report and the flash of a firearm. At the same moment the sentinel on duty on the tower blew his bugle, another set going the alarm bell, and the cries, to arms," and "Treason! Treason!" resounded throughout the castle. "Yes, yes, treason, treason!" cried George Douglas, leaping down into the room. "Yes, the infamous warden has betrayed us." Then, advancing to Mary, cold and motionless as a statue, "Courage, madam," he said. "Courage. Whatever happens, a friend remains for you in the castle. It is little Douglas." Scarcely had he finished speaking when the door of the Queen's apartment opened, and William Douglas and Lady Lacleven, preceded by servants carrying torches and armed soldiers, appeared on the threshold. The room was immediately filled with people and light. "Mother," said William Douglas, pointing to his brother standing before Mary Stuart and protecting her with his body, "do you believe me now? Look!" The old lady was for a moment speechless, then finding a word at last, and taking a step forward. "Speak, George Douglas," cried she. "Speak, and clear yourself at once of the charge which weighs on your honor. Say but these words, a Douglas was never faithless to his trust, and I believe you." "Yes, mother," answered William. "A Douglas? But he is not a Douglas. May God grant my old age the strength needed to bear on the part of one of my sons such a misfortune, and on the part of the other such an injury," exclaimed Lady Lacleven. "O woman born under a fatal star," she went on, addressing the Queen, "when will you cease to be, in the devil's hands, an instrument of perdition and death to all who approach you? O ancient house of Lacleven, cursed be the hour when this enchantress crossed thy threshold." "Do not say that, mother, do not say that," cried George. "Blessed be, on the contrary, the moment which proves that, if there are Douglases who no longer remember what they owe to their sovereigns, there are others who have never forgotten it." "Douglas, Douglas," murmured Mary Stuart, "did I not tell you?" "And I, madam," said George. "What did I reply then?" "That it was an honor and a duty to every faithful subject of your Majesty to die for you." "Well, die then. cried William Douglas, springing on his brother with raised sword, while he, leaping back, drew his, and with a movement quick as thought and eager as hatred, defended himself. But at the same moment Mary Stuart darted between the two young people. "Not another step, Lord Douglas," she said. "Sheathe your sword, George, or if you use it, let be to go hence, and against everyone but your brother. I still need your life, take care of it. My life, like my arm and my honor, is at your service, madam, and from the moment you command it I shall preserve it for you." With these words, rushing to the door with a violence and resolve which prevented anyone's stopping him. "Back!" cried he to the domestics who were barring the passage. "Make way for the young master of Douglas, or woe to you." "Stop him!" cried William. "Seize him, dead or alive. Fire upon him. Kill him like a dog." 2 or 3 soldiers, not daring to disobey William, pretended to pursue his brother. Then some gunshots were heard, and a voice crying that George Douglas had just thrown himself into the lake. "And has he then escaped?" cried William. Mary Stuart breathed again. The old lady raised her hands to heaven. "Yes, yes," murmured William. "Yes, thank heaven for your son's flight, for his flight covers our entire house with shame. Counting from this hour, we shall be looked upon as the accomplices of his treason." "Have pity on me, William," cried Lady Lacleven, wringing her hands. "Have compassion on your old mother. See you not that I am dying?" With these words, she fell backwards, pale and tottering. The steward and a servant supported her in their arms. "I believe, my lord," said Mary Satan, coming forward, "that your mother has as much need of attention just now as the Queen has need of repose. Do you not consider it is time for you to withdraw?" "Yes, yes," said William, "to give you time to spin fresh webs, I suppose, and to seek what fresh flies you can take in them. It is well, go on with your work, but you have just seen that it is not easy to deceive William Douglas. Play your game, I shall play mine." Then turning to the servants, "Go out, all of you," he said, "and you, mother, come." The servants and the soldiers obeyed. Then William Douglas went out last, supporting Lady Lacleven, and the Queen heard him shut behind him and double-lock the 2 doors of her prison. Scarcely was Mary alone, and certain that she was no longer seen or heard, then all her strength deserted her, and sinking into an armchair, she burst out sobbing. Indeed, all her courage had been needed to sustain her so far, and the sight of her enemies alone had given her this courage. But hardly had they gone than her situation appeared before her in all its fatal hardship. Dethroned, a prisoner, without another friend in this impregnable castle than a child to whom she had scarce given attention, and who was the sole and last thread attaching her past hopes to her hopes for the future, what remained to Mary Stuart of her 2 thrones and her double power. Her name, that was all. Her name with which, free, she had doubtless stirred Scotland, but which little by little was about to be effaced in the hearts of her adherents, and which during her lifetime oblivion was to cover perhaps as with a shroud. Such an idea was insupportable to a soul as lofty as Mary Stuart's, and to an organization which, like that of the flowers, has need, before everything, of air, light, and sun. Fortunately there remained to her the best beloved of her 4 Marys, who, always devoted and consoling, hastened to succor and comfort her. But this time it was no easy matter, and the Queen let her act and speak without answering her otherwise than with sobs and tears, when suddenly, looking through the window to which she had drawn up her mistress's armchair, "The light!" cried she. "Madam, the light!" At the same time she raised the Queen, and with arm outstretched from the window, she showed her the beacon, the eternal symbol of hope, relight in the midst of this dark night on Kinross Hill. There was no mistake possible, not a star was shining in the sky. "Lord God, I give thee thanks," said the Queen, falling on her knees and raising her arms to heaven with a gesture of gratitude. "Douglas has escaped, and my friends still keep watch." Then, after a fervent prayer, which restored to her a little strength, the Queen re-entered her room, and tired out by her varied successive emotions, she slept an uneasy, agitated sleep, over which the indefatigable Mary Satan kept watch till daybreak. As William Douglas had said, from this time forward the Queen was a prisoner indeed, and permission to go down into the garden was no longer granted, but under the surveillance of 2 soldiers. But this annoyance seemed to her so unbearable that she preferred to give up the recreation, which, surrounded with such conditions, became a torture. So she shut herself up in her apartments, finding a certain bitter and haughty pleasure in the very excess of her misfortune. Chapter 7. A week later, as the castle bell struck 9 in the evening, the Queen and Mary Satan sat at their tapestry work. Suddenly a stone, thrown from the courtyard, shattered a window pane and landed in the room. The Queen initially thought it an accident or an insult, but Mary Satan noticed the stone was wrapped in paper. She picked it up immediately. It was a letter from George Douglas, which read, "You commanded me to live, madam. I have obeyed. Your Majesty has seen, by the Kinross light, that your servants continue to watch over you. To avoid suspicion, the soldiers gathered that the fatal night dispersed at dawn and will not reassemble until a fresh attempt makes their presence necessary. But to renew this attempt now, with your Majesty's jailers on guard, would be your ruin. Let them take every precaution, madam. Let them sleep in security, while we, in our devotion, continue watching. Patience and courage." "Brave and loyal heart," cried Mary, "more constantly devoted to misfortune than others are to prosperity. Yes, I shall have patience and courage, and so long as that light shines, I shall still believe in liberty." This letter restored the Queen's courage. She now had a means of communication with George through little Douglas. It was undoubtedly he who had thrown the stone. She quickly wrote a letter to George, asking him to express her gratitude to all the lords who had signed the protestation. She also begged them, in the name of their sworn fidelity, not to waver in their devotion, promising them she would await the outcome with the patience and courage they requested. The Queen was not mistaken. The next day, as she stood at her window, little Douglas came to play at the foot of the tower. Without raising his head, he stopped directly beneath her to dig a trap for birds. The Queen checked if she was observed, and assured that part of the courtyard was deserted, she dropped the stone wrapped in her letter. At first, she feared a serious error, for little Douglas did not even turn at the sound. After a moment, during which the prisoner's heart was gripped with frightful anxiety, the child indifferently, as if searching for something else, laid his hand on the stone. Without hurrying, without raising his head, without giving any sign of intelligence to her who had thrown it, he put the letter in his pocket, finishing his work with the greatest calm. By this coolness, beyond his years, he showed the Queen what reliance she could place in him. From that moment, the Queen regained fresh hope. But days, weeks, months passed without any change in her situation. Winter arrived. The prisoner saw snow cover the plains and mountains, and the lake offered, if only she could pass the door, a firm road to the other bank. Yet, no letter came during all this time to bring her the consoling news that her deliverance was being planned. The faithful light alone announced to her every evening that a friend was keeping watch. Soon, nature awoke from its death sleep. Some early sun rays broke through the clouds of Scotland's somber sky. The snow melted, the lake broke its ice crust, the first buds opened, and the green turf reappeared. Everything emerged from its prison at the joyous approach of spring, and it was a great grief to Mary to see that she alone was condemned to an eternal winter. At last, one evening, she thought she observed in the light's motions that something new was happening. She had so often questioned this poor flickering star, and had so often let it count her heartbeats more than 20 times, that to spare herself the pain of disappointment, she had long ceased to interrogate it. However, she resolved to make one last attempt. Almost hopeless, she put her light near the window and immediately took it away. Still, faithful to the signal, the other disappeared at the same moment and reappeared at the 11th heartbeat of the Queen. At the same time, by a strange coincidence, a stone passing through the window fell at Mary Satan's feet. It was like the first, wrapped in a letter from George. The Queen took it from her companion's hands, opened it, and read, "The moment draws near. Your adherents are assembled. Summon all your courage. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the evening, drop a cord from your window and draw up the packet that will be fastened to it." In the Queen's apartments, there remained extra rope from the ladder taken away by the guards on the evening of the frustrated escape. The next day, at the appointed hour, the two prisoners shut the lamp in the bedroom so that no light would betray them. Mary Satan, approaching the window, let down the cord. After a minute, she felt from its movements that something was being attached to it. Mary Satan pulled, and a rather bulky parcel appeared at the bars, which it could not pass due to its size. Then the Queen came to her companion's aid. The parcel was untied, and its contents, separately, passed through easily. The two prisoners carried them into the bedroom, and, barricaded within, began an inventory. There were 2 complete suits of men's clothes in the Douglas livery. The Queen was perplexed when she saw a letter fastened to the collar of one of the coats. Eager to know the meaning of this enigma, she immediately opened it and read as follows. It is only by sheer audacity that Her Majesty can recover her liberty. Let Her Majesty read this letter, then, and punctually follow, if she deigns to adopt them, the instructions she will find therein. In the daytime, the castle keys do not leave the old steward's belt. When curfew is rung, and he has made his rounds to ensure all doors are shut, he gives them to William Douglas. William, if he stays up, fastens them to his sword belt, or if he sleeps, puts them under his pillow. For 5 months, little Douglas, whom everyone is accustomed to seeing working at the castle's armorer's forge, has been making keys similar enough to the originals that, once substituted, William will be deceived. Yesterday, little Douglas finished last. On the first favorable opportunity that Her Majesty perceives by carefully questioning the light each day, little Douglas will exchange the false keys for the true. He will enter the Queen's room and find her, as well as Miss Mary Satan, dressed in their men's clothing. He will go before them to lead them by the way that offers the best chances for their escape. A boat will be prepared and will await them. Until then, every evening, both to accustom themselves to these new costumes and to give them a worn appearance, Her Majesty and Miss Mary Satan will dress in the suits, which they must keep on from 9 o'clock until midnight. Furthermore, it is possible that, without having had time to warn them, their young guide may suddenly come to seek them. It is urgent, then, that he find them ready. The garments ought to fit perfectly Her Majesty and her companion, the measure having been taken on Miss Mary Fleming and Miss Mary Livingston, who are exactly their size. One cannot too strongly recommend Her Majesty to summon to her aid on this supreme occasion the coolness and courage of which she has given such frequent proofs at other times. The 2 prisoners were astounded by the boldness of this plan. At first, they looked at one another in consternation, for success seemed impossible. Nevertheless, they tried on their disguise. As George had said, it fitted each of them as if they had been measured for it. Every evening, the Queen questioned the light, as George had urged, for a whole long month. Each evening, the Queen and Mary Satan, though the light gave no fresh tidings, arrayed themselves in their men's clothes as arranged. They both acquired such practice that the garments became as familiar to them as those of their own sex. At last, on May 2nd, 1568, the Queen was awakened by the blowing of a horn. Uneasy as to what it announced, she slipped on a cloak and ran to the window, where Mary Satan joined her directly. A rather numerous band of horsemen had halted on the side of the lake, displaying the Douglas pennon, and 3 boats were rowing and vying with each other to fetch the new arrivals. This event caused the Queen dismay. In her situation, the least change in the castle routine was to be feared, for it might upset all their concerted plans. This apprehension redoubled when, as the boats drew near, the Queen recognized the elder Lord Douglas, the husband of Lady Lacleven, and the father of William and George. The venerable knight, keeper of the marches in the north, was coming to visit his ancient manor, in which he had not set foot for 3 years. It was an event for Lacleven. Some minutes after the boats arrived, Mary Stuart heard the old steward's footsteps mounting the stairs. He came to announce his master's arrival to the Queen, and as it was a time of rejoicing for all the castle inhabitants when its master returned, he came to invite the Queen to the celebratory dinner. Whether instinctively or from distaste, the Queen declined. All day long, the bell and the bugle resounded. Lord Douglas, like a true feudal lord, traveled with the retinue of a prince. Nothing was seen but new soldiers and servants passing and repassing beneath the Queen's windows. The footmen and horsemen were, moreover, wearing a livery similar to that which the Queen and Mary Satan had received. Mary awaited the night with impatience. The day before, she had questioned her light, and it had informed her as usual, by reappearing at her 11th or 12th heartbeat, that the moment of escape was near. But she greatly feared that Lord Douglas's arrival might have upset everything, and that this evening's signal could only announce a postponement. But hardly had she seen the light shine when she placed her lamp in the window. The other disappeared directly, and Mary Stuart, with terrible anxiety, began to question it. This anxiety increased when she had counted more than 15 beats. Then she stopped, cast down, her eyes mechanically fixed on the spot where the light had been. But her astonishment was great when, after a few minutes, She did not see it reappear, and when half an hour had elapsed, everything remained in darkness. The Queen then renewed her signal, but obtained no response. The escape was for the same evening. The Queen and Mary Satan were so little expecting this outcome that, contrary to their custom, they had not put on their men's clothes that evening. They immediately flew to the Queen's bedchamber, bolted the door behind them, and began to dress. They had hardly finished their hurried toilette when they heard a key turn in the lock. They immediately blew out the lamp. Light steps approached the door. The two women leaned one against the other, both near falling. Someone tapped gently. The Queen asked who was there, and little Douglas's voice answered with the first two lines of an old ballad. "Douglas, Douglas, tender and true." Mary opened the door directly. It was the watchword agreed upon with George Douglas. The child was without a light. He stretched out his hand and encountered the Queen. In the starlight, Mary Stuart saw him kneel down. Then she felt the imprint of his lips on her fingers. "Is your Majesty ready to follow me?" he asked in a low tone, rising. "Yes, my child," the Queen answered. "It is for this evening, then?" "With your Majesty's permission, yes, it is for this evening." "Is everything ready?" "Everything." "What are we to do?" "Follow me everywhere." "My God! My God!" cried Mary Stuart. "Have pity on us." Then, having breathed a short prayer in a low voice, while Mary Satan was taking the casket with the Queen's jewels, "I am ready," she said. "And you, darling?" "I also," replied Mary Satan. "Come then," said little Douglas. The two prisoners followed the child, the Queen going first and Mary Satan after. Their youthful guide carefully shut the door behind him, so that if a warder happened to pass, he would see nothing. Then he began to descend the winding stair. Halfway down, the noise of the feast reached them, a mingling of shouts of laughter, confused voices, and the clinking of glasses. The Queen placed her hand on her young guide's shoulder. "Where are you leading us?" she asked him with terror. "Out of the castle," replied the child. "But we shall have to pass through the great hall." "Without a doubt, and that is exactly what George foresaw. Among the footmen, whose livery your Majesty is wearing, no one will recognize you." "My God! My God!" the Queen murmured, leaning against the wall. "Courage, madam," said Mary Satan in a low voice, "or we are lost." "You are right," returned the Queen. "Let us go." And they started again, still led by their guide. At the foot of the stairs, he stopped and gave the Queen a stone pitcher full of wine. "Set this jug on your right shoulder, madam," he said. "It will hide your face from the guests, and your Majesty will arouse less suspicion if carrying something. You, Miss Mary, give me that casket and put this basket of bread on your head. Now that's right. Do you feel you have strength?" "Yes," said the Queen. "Yes," said Mary Satan. "Then follow me." The child went on his way, and after a few steps, the fugitives found themselves in a kind of antechamber to the great hall, from which proceeded noise and light. Several servants were occupied there with different duties. No one paid attention to them, and that a little reassured the Queen. Besides, there was no longer any drawing back. Little Douglas had just entered the great hall. The guests, seated on both sides of a long table according to their rank, were beginning dessert and consequently had reached the gayest moment of the repast. Moreover, the hall was so large that the lamps and candles, numerous as they were, left the sides of the apartment in a favorable half-light. In this space, 15 or 20 servants came and went. The Queen and Mary Satan mingled with this crowd, which was too occupied to notice them. Without stopping, without slackening, without looking back, they crossed the entire length of the hall, reached the other door, and found themselves in the vestibule corresponding to the one they had passed through on coming in. The Queen set down her jug there, Mary Satan her basket, and both, still led by the child, entered a corridor at the end of which they found themselves in the courtyard. A patrol was passing at the moment, but he took no notice of them. The child made his way towards the garden, still followed by the two women. There, for a considerable time, it was necessary to try which of all the keys opened the door. It was a time of inexpressible anxiety. At last, the key turned in the lock, the door opened. The Queen and Mary Satan rushed into the garden. The child closed the door behind them. About 2/3 of the way across, little Douglas held out his hand as a sign to them to stop. Then, putting down the casket and the keys on the ground, he placed his hands together and, blowing into them, thrice imitated the owl's cry so well that it was impossible to believe a human voice was uttering the sounds. Then, picking up the casket and the keys, he kept on his way on tiptoe and with an attentive ear. On getting near the wall, they again stopped, and after a moment's anxious waiting, they heard a groan, then something like the sound of a falling body. Some seconds later, the owl's cry was answered by a tu-wit-tu-who. "It is over," little Douglas said calmly. "Come." "What is over?" asked the Queen. "And what is that groan we heard?" "There was a sentry at the door to the lake," the child answered, "but he is no longer there." The Queen felt her heart's blood grow cold, at the same time that a chilly sweat broke out to the roots of her hair, for she perfectly understood. An unfortunate being had just lost his life on her account. Tottering, she leaned on Mary Satan, who herself felt her strength giving way. Meanwhile, little Douglas was trying the keys. The second opened the door. "And the Queen?" I said in a low voice. A man, who was waiting on the other side of the wall. "She is following me," replied the child. George Douglas, for it was he, sprang into the garden and, taking the Queen's arm on one side and Mary Satan's on the other, he hurried them quickly to the lakeside. When passing through the doorway, Mary Stuart could not help throwing an uneasy look about her, and it seemed to her that a shapeless object was lying at the bottom of the wall, and she shuddered all over. "Do not pity him," said George in a low voice, "for it is a judgment from heaven. That man was the infamous warden who betrayed us." "Alas," said the Queen, "guilty as he was, he is none the less dead on my account. When it concerned your safety, madam, was one to haggle over drops of that base blood. But silence! This way, William, this way. Let us keep along the wall, whose shadow hides us. The boat is within 20 steps, and we are saved." With these words, George hurried the two women still more quickly, and all four, without being detected, reached the banks of the lake. As Douglas had said, a little boat was waiting. On seeing the fugitives approach, four rowers, hidden along its bottom, rose, and one of them, springing to land, pulled the chain so that the Queen and Mary Satan could get in. Douglas seated them at the prow, the child placed himself at the rudder, and George, with a kick, pushed off the boat, which began to glide over the lake. "And now," he said, "we are really saved, for they might as well pursue a sea swallow on Solway Firth as try to reach us. Row, children, row. Never mind if they hear us. The main thing is to get into the open." "Who goes there?" cried a voice from the castle terrace above. "Row, row," said Douglas, placing himself in front of the Queen. "The boat! The boat!" cried the same voice. "Bring to the boat." Then, seeing that it continued to recede, "Treason! Treason!" cried the sentinel. "To arms!" At the same moment, a flash lit up the lake, the report of a firearm was heard, and a ball whistled past. The Queen uttered a little cry. Although she had run no danger, George, as we have said, had placed himself in front of her, quite protecting her with his body. The alarm bell now rang, and all the castle lights were seen moving and glancing about, as if distracted, in the rooms. "Courage, children," said Douglas. "Row as if your lives depended on each stroke of the oar, for in 5 minutes the skiff will be after us." "That won't be as easy for them as you think, George," said little Douglas, "for I shut all the doors behind me, and some time will pass before the keys I have left there open them. As to these," he added, showing those he had so skillfully abstracted, "I resign them to the Kelpie, the genie of the lake, and I nominate him porter of Lechleven Castle." "The discharge of a small piece of artillery," answered William's joke. But as the night was too dark for one to aim at such a distance as that already between the castle and the boat, the ball ricocheted 20 paces from the fugitives, while the report died away in echo after echo. Then Douglas drew his pistol from his belt, and, warning the ladies to have no fear, he fired in the air. This was not to answer the castle cannonade with idle bravado, but to notify a troop of faithful friends, who were waiting for them on the other shore of the lake, that the Queen had escaped. Immediately, despite the danger of being so near Kinross, cries of joy resounded on the bank, and William having turned the rudder, the boat made for land at the spot whence they had been heard. Douglas then gave his hand to the Queen, who sprang lightly ashore and, falling on her knees, immediately began to give thanks to God for her happy deliverance. On rising, the Queen found herself surrounded by her most faithful servants, Hamilton, Harry's, and Satan, Mary's father. Light-headed with joy, the Queen extended her hands to them, thanking them with broken words that expressed her intoxication and gratitude better than the choicest phrases could have done. Then suddenly turning round, she perceived George Douglas, alone and melancholy. Going to him, and taking him by the hand, "My lords," she said, presenting George to them and pointing to William, "behold my two deliverers, behold those to whom, as long as I live, I shall preserve gratitude of which nothing will ever acquit me." "Madam," said Douglas, "each of us has only done what he ought, and he who has risked most is the happiest. But if your Majesty will believe me, you will not lose a moment in needless words." "Douglas is right," said Lord Satan. "To horse! To horse!" Immediately, and while 4 couriers set out in 4 different directions to announce the Queen's happy escape to her friends, they brought her a horse saddled for her, which she mounted with her usual skill. Then the little troop, composed of about 20 persons, escorting the future destiny of Scotland, kept away from the village of Kinross, to which the castle firing had doubtless given the alarm. They took at a gallop the road to Satan's castle, where there was already a garrison large enough to defend the Queen from a sudden attack. The Queen journeyed all night, accompanied on one side by Douglas, on the other by Lord Satan. At daybreak they stopped at the gate of West Nidri Castle, belonging to Lord Satan, as we have said, and situated in West Lothian. Douglas sprang from his horse to offer his hand to Mary Stuart, but Lord Satan claimed his privilege as master of the house. The Queen consoled Douglas with a glance and entered the fortress. "Madam," said Lord Satan, leading her into a room prepared for her for 9 months, "your Majesty must need to repose after the fatigue and emotions you have gone through since yesterday morning. You may sleep here in peace, and disquiet yourself for nothing. Any noise you may hear will be made by a reinforcement of friends whom we are expecting. As to our enemies, your Majesty has nothing to fear from them so long as you inhabit the castle of a Satan." The Queen again thanked all her deliverers, gave her hand to Douglas to kiss one last time, kissed little William on the forehead, and named him her favorite page for the future. Then, profiting by the advice given her, she entered her room where Mary Satan, to the exclusion of every other woman, claimed the privilege of performing about her the duties with which she had been charged during their 11 months' captivity in Leckleven Castle. On opening her eyes, Mary Stuart thought she had had one of those dreams so common to prisoners, when waking they see again the bolts on their doors and the bars on their windows. So the Queen, unable to believe the evidence of her senses, ran, half-dressed, to the window. The courtyard was filled with soldiers, all friends who had hastened at the news of her escape. She recognized the banners of her faithful friends, the Satans, the Arbroaths, the Harrys, and the Hamiltons. Scarcely had she been seen at the window than all these banners bent before her, with shouts repeated 100 times. "Long live Mary of Scotland! Long live our Queen!" Then, without heeding the disarray of her toilet, lovely and chaste with her emotion and happiness, she greeted them in her turn, her eyes full of tears. But this time they were tears of joy. However, the Queen recollected that she was barely covered, and blushing at having allowed herself to be thus carried away in her ecstasy, she abruptly drew back, quite rosy with confusion. Then she had an instant's womanly fright. She had fled from Leckleven Castle in the Douglas livery, and without either the leisure or the opportunity for taking women's clothes with her. But she could not remain attired as a man. So she explained her uneasiness to Mary Satan, who responded by opening the closets in the Queen's room. They were furnished not only with robes, the measure for which, like that of the suit, had been taken from Mary Fleming, but also with all the necessaries for a woman's toilet. The Queen was astonished. It was like being in a fairy castle. "Mignonne," she said, looking one after another at the robes, all the fabrics of which were chosen with exquisite taste. "I knew your father was a brave and loyal knight, but I did not think he was so learned in the matter of the toilet. We shall name him Groom of the Wardrobe." "Alas, madam," smilingly replied Mary Satan, "you are not mistaken. My father has had everything in the castle furbished up to the last corslet, sharpened to the last sword, unfurled to the last banner. But my father, ready as he is to die for your Majesty, would not have dreamed for an instant of offering you anything but his roof to rest under, or his cloak to cover you. It is Douglas again who has foreseen everything, prepared everything even to Rosabelle, your Majesty's favorite steed, which is impatiently awaiting in the stable the moment when, mounted on her, your Majesty will make your triumphal re-entry into Edinburgh." "And how has he been able to get her back again?" Mary asked. "I thought that in the division of my spoils, Rosabelle had fallen to the fair Alice, my brother's favorite sultana? Yes, yes, said Mary Satan. It was so, and as her value was known, she was kept under lock and key by an army of grooms. But Douglas is the man of miracles, and as I have told you, Rosabelle awaits your majesty. Noble Douglas, murmured the queen with eyes full of tears. Then, as if speaking to herself, and this is precisely one of those devotions that we can never repay. The others will be happy with honors, places, money. But to Douglas, what matters is all these things. Come, madam, come, said Mary Satan. God takes on himself the debts of kings. He will reward Douglas. As to your majesty, reflect that they are waiting for dinner for you. I hope, she added, smiling, that you will not affront my father as you did Lord Douglas yesterday in refusing to partake of his feast on his fortunate homecoming. And luck has come to me for it, I hope, replied Mary. But you are right, darling, no more sad thoughts. We will consider when we have indeed become queen again what we can do for Douglas. The queen dressed and went down. As Mary Satan had told her, the chief noblemen of her party, already gathered around her, were waiting for her in the great hall of the castle. Her arrival was greeted with acclamations of the liveliest enthusiasm, and she sat down to table, with Lord Satan on her right hand, Douglas on her left, and behind her little William, who that same day was beginning his duties as page. Next morning the queen was awakened by the sound of trumpets and bugles. It had been decided the day before that she should set out that day for Hamilton, where reinforcements were looked for. The queen donned an elegant riding habit, and soon, mounted on Rosabelle, appeared amid her defenders. The shouts of joy redoubled. Her beauty, her grace, and her courage were admired by everyone. Mary Stuart became her own self once more, and she felt spring up in her again the power of fascination she had always exercised on those who came near her. Everyone was in good humor, and the happiest of all was perhaps little William, who for the first time in his life had such a fine dress and such a fine horse. 2,000 or 3,000 men were awaiting the queen at Hamilton, which she reached that same evening. During the night following her arrival, the troops increased to 6,000. On the 2nd of May, she was a prisoner, with no friend but a child in her prison, no means of communication with her adherents other than the flickering and uncertain light of a lamp. 3 days afterwards, that is to say, between the Sunday and the Wednesday, she found herself not only free, but also at the head of a powerful confederacy, which counted among its leaders 9 earls, 8 peers, 9 bishops, and a number of barons and nobles renowned among the bravest of Scotland. The advice of the most judicious among those about the queen was to shut herself up in the strong castle of Dumbarton, which, being impregnable, would give all her adherents time to assemble, distant and scattered as they were. Accordingly, the guidance of the troops who were to conduct the queen to that town was entrusted to the Earl of Argyll, and on the 11th of May, she took the road with an army of nearly 10,000 men. Murray was in Glasgow when he heard of the Queen's escape. The place was strong. He decided to hold it and summoned his bravest and most devoted partisans. Kirkcaldy of Grange, Morton, Lindsay of Byres, Lord Lachleven, and William Douglas hastened to him, and 6,000 of the best troops in the kingdom gathered around them, while Lord Ruthven in the counties of Berwick and Angus raised levies with which to join them. On May 13th, Morton occupied the village of Langside from daybreak, through which the Queen must pass to get to Dumbarton. The news of the occupation reached the Queen when the two armies were still 7 miles apart. Mary's first instinct was to escape an engagement. She remembered her last battle at Carberry Hill, at the end of which she had been separated from Bothwell and brought to Edinburgh. So she expressed this opinion aloud, which was supported by George Douglas, who, in black armor, without other arms, had continued at the Queen's side. "Avoid an engagement," cried Lord Satan, not daring to answer his sovereign, and replying to George as if this opinion had originated with him. "We could do it, perhaps, if we were 1 to 10, but we shall certainly not do so when we are 3 to 2. You speak a strange tongue, my young master," he continued with some contempt, "and you forget, it seems to me, that you are a Douglas and that you speak to a Satan." "My lord," returned George calmly, "when we only hazard the lives of Douglases and Satans, you will find me, I hope, as ready to fight as you, be it 1 to 10, be it 3 to 2. But we are now answerable for an existence dearer to Scotland than that of all the Satans and all the Douglases. My advice is then to avoid battle." "Battle! Battle!" cried all the chieftains. "You hear, madam?" said Lord Satan to Mary Stuart. "I believe that to wish to act against such unanimity would be dangerous. In Scotland, madam, there is an ancient proverb which has it that there is most prudence in courage." "But have you not heard that the regent has taken up an advantageous position?" the Queen said. "The greyhound hunts the hare on the hillside as well as in the plain," replied Satan. "We will drive him out, wherever he is." "Let it be as you desire, then, my lords. It shall not be said that Mary Stuart returned to the scabbard the sword her defenders had drawn for her." Then, turning to Douglas, "George," she said to him, "choose a guard of 20 men for me, and take command of them. You will not quit me." George bent low in obedience, chose 20 from among the bravest men, placed the Queen in their midst, and put himself at their head. Then the troops, which had halted, received the order to continue their road. In 2 hours' time, the advance guard was in sight of the enemy. It halted, and the rest of the army rejoined it. The Queen's troops then found themselves parallel with the city of Glasgow, and the heights which rose in front of them were already occupied by a force above which floated, as above that of Mary, the royal banners of Scotland. On the other side, and on the opposite slope, stretched the village of Langside, encircled with enclosures and gardens. The road which led to it, and which followed all the variations of the ground, narrowed at one place in such a way that 2 men could hardly pass abreast. Then, farther on, it lost itself in a ravine, beyond which it reappeared, then branched into 2, of which one climbed to the village of Langside, while the other led to Glasgow. On seeing the lie of the ground, the Earl of Argyll immediately comprehended the importance of occupying this village, and turning to Lord Satan, he ordered him to gallop off and try to arrive there before the enemy, who doubtless, having made the same observation as the commander of the royal forces, was setting in motion at that very moment a considerable body of cavalry. Lord Satan called up his men directly, but while he was ranging them around his banner, Lord Arbroath drew his sword and, approaching the Earl of Argyll, "My lord," he said, "you did me wrong in charging Lord Satan to seize that post. As commander of the vanguard, it is to me this honor belongs. Allow me, then, to use my privilege in claiming it." "It is I who received the order to seize it. I will seize it," cried Satan. "Perhaps," returned Lord Arbroath, "but not before me." "Before you and before every Hamilton in the world," exclaimed Satan, putting his horse to the gallop and rushing down into the hollow road. "Saint Bennet, and forward." "Come, my faithful kinsman," cried Lord Arbroath, dashing forward on his side with the same object. "Come, my men-at-arms, for God and the Queen." The 2 troops immediately rushed forward in disorder and ran against one another in the narrow way, where, as we have said, 2 men could hardly pass abreast. There was a terrible collision there, and the conflict began among friends who should have been united against the enemy. Finally, the 2 troops, leaving behind them some corpses suffocated in the press, or even killed by their companions, passed through the defile pell-mell and were lost sight of in the ravine. But during this struggle, Satan and Arbroath had lost precious time, and the detachment sent by Murray, which had taken the road by Glasgow, had reached the village beforehand. It was now necessary not to take it, but to retake it. Argyll saw that the whole day's struggle would be concentrated there, and understanding more and more the importance of the village, immediately put himself at the head of the body of his army, commanding a rear guard of 2,000 men to remain there and await further orders to take part in the fighting. But whether the captain who commanded them had misunderstood, or whether he was eager to distinguish himself in the eyes of the Queen, scarcely had Argyll vanished into the ravine, at the end of which the struggle had already commenced between Kirkcaldy of Grange and Morton on one side, and on the other between Arbroath and Satan. Then, without heeding the cries of Mary Stuart, he set off in his turn at a gallop, leaving the Queen without other guard than the little escort of 20 men which Douglas had chosen for her. Douglas sighed. "Alas," said the Queen, hearing him, "I am not a soldier, but there it seems to me a battle very badly begun." "What is to be done?" replied Douglas. "Every one of us is infatuated from first to last, and all these men are behaving today like madmen or children." "Victory! Victory!" said the Queen. "The enemy is retreating, fighting. I see the banners of Satan and Arbroath floating near the first houses in the village. Oh, my brave lords!" she cried, clapping her hands. "Victory! Victory!" But she stopped suddenly, perceiving a body of the enemy's army advancing to charge the victors in the flank. It is nothing, said Douglas. So long as there is only cavalry, we have nothing much to fear, and besides, the Earl of Argyle will fall in time to aid them. George, said little William. Well, asked Douglas. Don't you see? The child went on, stretching out his arms towards the enemy's force, which was coming on at a gallop. What? Each horseman carries a footman armed with an arquebus behind him, so that the troop is twice as numerous as it appears. That's true, upon my soul, the child is good sight. Let someone go at once full gallop, and take news of this to the Earl of Argyle. Aye, cried little William. I saw them first. It is my right to bear the tidings. Go then, my child, said Douglas, and may God preserve you. The child flew, quick as lightning, not hearing or feigning not to hear the Queen, who was recalling him. He was seen to cross the gorge and plunge into the hollow road at the moment when Argyle was debouching at the end and coming to the aid of Satan and Arbroath. Meanwhile, the enemy's detachment had dismounted its infantry, which, immediately formed up, was scattering on the sides of the ravine by paths impracticable for horses. William will come too late, cried Douglas, or even should he arrive in time, the news is now useless to them. Oh, madmen that we are! This is how we have always lost all our battles. Is the battle lost, then? Demanded Mary, growing pale. No, madam, no, cried Douglas. Heaven be thanked, not yet, but through too great haste we have begun badly. And William, said Mary Stuart, he is now serving his apprenticeship in arms, for if I am not mistaken, he must be at this moment at the very spot where those marksmen are making such quick firing. Poor child, cried the Queen. If ill should befall him, I shall never console myself. Alas! Madam, replied Douglas, I greatly fear that his first battle is his last, and that everything is already over for him. For unless I make a mistake, there is his horse returning riderless. Oh, my God, said the Queen, weeping and raising her hands to heaven. It is then decreed that I should be fatal to all around me. George was not deceived. It was William's horse coming back without his young master and covered with blood. Madam, said Douglas, we are ill-placed here. Let us gain that hillock on which is the castle of Crookstone. From then we shall survey the whole battlefield. No, not there, said the Queen in terror. Within that castle I came to spend the first days of my marriage with Darnley. It will bring me misfortune. Well, beneath that yew tree, then, said George, pointing to another slight rise near the first. But it is important for us to lose no detail of this engagement. Everything depends perhaps for your majesty on an ill-judged maneuver or a lost moment. Guide me then, the Queen said, for as for me I no longer see it. Each report of that terrible cannonade echoes to the depths of my heart. However well placed this eminence was for overlooking the whole battlefield, the reiterated discharge of cannon and musketry covered it with such a cloud of smoke that it was impossible to make out anything but masses lost amid a murderous fog. At last, when an hour had passed in this desperate conflict, through the skirts of this sea of smoke the fugitives were seen to emerge and disperse in all directions, followed by the victors. Only at that distance it was impossible to make out who had gained or lost the battle, and the banners, which on both sides displayed the Scottish arms, could in no way clear up this confusion. At that moment, there was seen coming down from the Glasgow hillsides all the remaining reserve of Murray's army. It was coming at full speed to engage in the fighting, but this maneuver might equally well have for its object the support of defeated friends as to complete the rout of the enemy. However, soon there was no longer any doubt, for this reserve charged the fugitives, amid whom it spread fresh confusion. The Queen's army was beaten. At the same time, 3 or 4 horsemen appeared on the hither side of the ravine, advancing at a gallop. Douglas recognized them as enemies. "Fly, madam," cried George. "Fly without loss of a second, for those who are coming upon us are followed by others. Gain the road while I go to check them. And you," he added, addressing the escort, "be killed to the last man rather than let them take your queen." "George! George!" cried the Queen, motionless, and as if riveted to the spot. But George had already dashed away with all his horse's speed, and as he was splendidly mounted, he flew across the space with lightning rapidity and reached the gorge before the enemy. There he stopped, put his lance in rest, and alone against 5 bravely awaited the encounter. As to the queen, she had no desire to go, but, on the contrary, as if turned to stone, she remained in the same place, her eyes fastened on this combat which was taking place at scarcely 500 paces from her. Suddenly, glancing at her enemies, she saw that one of them bore in the middle of his shield a bleeding heart, the Douglas arms. Then she uttered a cry of pain, and drooping her head, "Douglas against Douglas, brother against brother," she murmured. "It only wanted this last blow." "Madam, madam," cried her escort, "there is not an instant to lose. The young master of Douglas cannot hold out long thus alone against 5. Let us fly. Let us fly." And 2 of them, taking the queen's horse by the bridle, put it to the gallop, at the moment when George, after having beaten down 2 of his enemies and wounded a 3rd, was thrown down in his turn in the dust, thrust to the heart by a lance head. The queen groaned on seeing him fall. Then, as if he alone had detained her, and as if he being killed she had no interest in anything else, she put Rosabelle to the gallop, and as she and her troop were splendidly mounted, they had soon lost sight of the battlefield. She fled thus for 60 miles, without taking any rest, and without ceasing to weep or to sigh. At last, having traversed the counties of Renfrew and Ayr, she reached the Abbey of Dundrennan, in Galloway, and certain of being, for the time at least, sheltered from every danger, she gave the order to stop. The prior respectfully received her at the gate of the convent. "I bring you misfortune and ruin, father," said the queen, alighting from her horse. "They are welcome," replied the prior, "since they come accompanied by duty." The queen gave Rosabelle to the care of one of the men-at-arms who had accompanied her, and leaning on Mary Satan, who had not left her for a moment, and on Lord Herries, who had rejoined her on the road, she entered the convent. Lord Herries had not concealed her position from Mary Stuart. The day had been completely lost, and with the day, at least for the present, all hope of reascending the throne of Scotland. There remained but 3 courses for the queen to take: to withdraw into France, Spain, or England. On the advice of Lord Herries, which accorded with her own feeling, she decided upon the last. That same night she wrote this double missive in verse and in prose to Elizabeth. "My dear sister, I have often begged you to receive my tempest-tossed vessel into your haven during the storm. If at this pass she finds a safe harbor there, I shall cast anchor there forever. Otherwise, the bark is in God's keeping, for she is ready and caulked for defense on her voyage against all storms. I have dealt openly with you, and still do so. Do not take it in bad part if I write thus. It is not in defiance of you, as it appears, for in everything I rely on your friendship." This sonnet accompanied the letter. "One thought alone brings danger and delight. Bitter and sweet change places in my heart, with doubt, and then with hope, it takes its part, till peace and rest alike are put to flight. Therefore, dear sister, if this card pursue that keen desire by which I am oppressed, to see you, 'tis because I live distressed, unless some swift and sweet result ensues. Beheld I have my ship compelled by fate to seek the open sea, when close to port, and calmest days break into storm and gale, wherefore full grieved and fearful is my state, not for your sake, but since, in evil sort, fortune so often snaps the strongest rope and sail." Elizabeth trembled with joy at receiving this double letter. For the 8 years that her enmity had been daily increasing toward Mary Stuart, she had followed her continually, as a wolf might a gazelle. At last, the gazelle sought refuge in the wolf's den. Elizabeth had never hoped as much. She immediately dispatched an order to the Sheriff of Cumberland to make known to Mary that she was ready to receive her. One morning, a bugle was heard blowing on the seashore. It was Queen Elizabeth's envoy coming to fetch Queen Mary Stuart. Then arose great entreaties to the fugitive not to trust herself thus to a rival in power, glory, and beauty. But the poor dispossessed queen was full of confidence in her she called her good sister, and believed herself going, free and rid of care, to take at Elizabeth's court the place due to her rank and her misfortunes. Thus she persisted, in spite of all that could be said. In our time, we have seen the same infatuation seize another royal fugitive, who, like Mary Stuart, confided himself to the generosity of his enemy England. Like Mary Stuart, he was cruelly punished for his confidence, and found in the deadly climate of St. Helena the scaffold of Fotheringay. Mary Stuart set out on her journey, then, with her little following. Arriving at the shore of Solway Firth, she found there the warden of the English marches. He was a gentleman named Lowther, who received the queen with the greatest respect, but who made her understand that he could not permit more than 3 of her women to accompany her. Mary Satan immediately claimed her privilege. The queen held out her hand. "Alas, mignonne," she said, "but it might well be another's turn. You have already suffered enough for me and with me." But Mary, unable to reply, clung to her hand, making a sign with her head that nothing in the world should separate her from her mistress. Then all who had accompanied the queen renewed their entreaties that she should not persist in this fatal resolve, and when she was already a third of the way along the plank placed for her to enter the skiff, the prior of Dundrennan, who had offered Mary Stuart such dangerous and touching hospitality, entered the water up to his knees, to try to detain her. But all was useless. The queen had made up her mind. At that moment Lothair approached her. "Madam," he said, "accept my regrets that I cannot offer a warm welcome in England to all who would wish to follow you there, but our queen has given us positive orders, and we must carry them out. May I be permitted to remind your majesty that the tide serves." "Positive orders," cried the prior. "Do you hear, madam? Oh, you are lost if you quit this shore. Back, while there is still time. Back, madam, in heaven's name. To me, sir knights, to me," he cried, turning to Lord Herries and the other lords who had accompanied Mary Stuart. "Do not allow your queen to abandon you, were it necessary to struggle with her and the English at the same time. Hold her back, my lords, in heaven's name. Withhold her." "What is this violence, sir priest?" said the warden of the marches. "I came here at your queen's express command. She is free to return to you, and there is no need to have recourse to force for that." Then, addressing the queen, "Madam," he said, "do you consent to follow me into England in full liberty of choice? Answer, I entreat you, for my honor demands that the whole world should be aware that you have followed me freely." "Sir," replied Mary Stuart, "I ask your pardon, in the name of this worthy servant of God and his queen, for what he may have said to offend you. Freely I leave Scotland and place myself in your hands, trusting that I shall be free either to remain in England with my royal sister, or to return to France to my worthy relatives." Then, turning to the priest, "Your blessing, father, and God protect you." "Alas! Alas!" murmured the abbot, obeying the queen. "It is not we who are in need of God's protection, but rather you, my daughter. May the blessing of a poor priest turn aside from you the misfortunes I foresee. Go, and may it be with you as the Lord has ordained in his wisdom and in his mercy." Then the queen gave her hand to the sheriff, who conducted her to the skiff, followed by Mary Satan and 2 other women only. The sails were immediately unfurled, and the little vessel began to recede from the shores of Galloway to make her way towards those of Cumberland. So long as it could be seen, they who had accompanied the queen lingered on the beach, waving her signs of adieu, which, standing on the deck of the shallop which was bearing her away, she returned with her handkerchief. Finally the boat disappeared, and all burst into lamentations or into sobbing. They were right, for the good prior of Dundrennan's presentiments were only too true, and they had seen Mary Stuart for the last time. Chapter 8. Upon landing on England's shores, the Queen of Scotland, Mary Stuart, was met by messengers from Queen Elizabeth. They conveyed Elizabeth's regret at being unable to receive Mary personally, despite the affection she held for her. However, the messengers added, it was imperative that Mary first clear herself of the death of Lord Darnley, whose family, as subjects of England, had a right to Elizabeth's protection and justice. Mary Stuart, blinded to the trap, immediately offered to prove her innocence to Elizabeth's satisfaction. But as soon as Elizabeth had Mary Stuart's letter, she transformed from an arbiter into a judge. She appointed commissioners to hear both sides and summoned Murray to England to accuse his sister. Murray, aware of Elizabeth's secret intentions regarding her rival, did not hesitate. He arrived in England with a casket containing the incriminating letters, verses, and other papers. These documents, he claimed, proved that the Queen had not only been Bothwell's mistress during Darnley's lifetime, but had also known of her husband's assassination. On Mary's side, her advocates, Lord Herries and the Bishop of Ross, maintained that the letters were forged and the handwriting counterfeited. They demanded expert verification, which was denied. Thus, this great controversy remained unresolved for centuries, and to this day, neither scholars nor historians have definitively settled the matter. After a 5-month inquiry, the Queen of England announced to the parties that, having found nothing dishonorable in either accuser or accused, Everything would remain in status quo until new proof emerged. This strange decision should have led Elizabeth to send the regent back to Scotland and free Mary Stuart. Instead, she transferred Mary from Bolton Castle to Carlisle Castle. From its terrace, to further her grief, poor Mary Stuart could gaze upon the blue mountains of her native Scotland. Among the judges appointed by Elizabeth to examine Mary Stuart's conduct was Thomas Howard, Duke of Norfolk. Whether convinced of Mary's innocence, or driven by an ambitious plan to marry Mary, betroth his daughter to the young Scottish king, and become regent of Scotland, he resolved to free her. Several prominent English nobles, including the Earls of Westmoreland and Northumberland, joined the plot, pledging their full support. However, their scheme was revealed to the regent, who promptly denounced it to Elizabeth. Norfolk was arrested. Westmoreland and Northumberland, warned in time, fled across the borders to Scottish territories sympathetic to Queen Mary. Westmoreland reached Flanders, where he died in exile. Northumberland was captured and sent to Lochleven Castle, where he was held more securely than the royal prisoner before him. Norfolk was beheaded. Mary Stuart's star, it seemed, had lost none of its fatal influence. Meanwhile, the regent returned to Edinburgh, enriched with gifts from Elizabeth, having effectively won his case since Mary remained imprisoned. He immediately set about dispersing her remaining supporters. No sooner had he confined Westmoreland in Lochleven Castle than, in the name of the young King James VI, he pursued those who had championed his mother's cause, especially the Hamiltons. This family, mortal enemies of the Douglases since the sweeping of the streets of Edinburgh, saw 6 of its chief members condemned to death. Only through the pleas of John Knox, then so powerful in Scotland that Murray dared not refuse, was their sentence commuted to eternal exile. Among those granted amnesty was a man named Hamilton of Bothwell Half, a fierce and vindictive figure from ancient Scotland. He had found refuge in the Highlands when he learned that Murray, who had confiscated Bothwell Half's lands and given them to a favorite, had cruelly expelled his sick and bedridden wife from her home. She was forced out in the dead of winter without time to dress. The poor woman, without shelter, clothing, or food, lost her mind, wandering for a time, an object of both pity and fear, as no one dared assist her for fear of compromising themselves. Finally, she returned to die of misery and cold on the very threshold from which she had been driven. Upon hearing this news, Bothwell Half, despite his violent nature, displayed no anger. He merely responded with a terrible smile, "It is well, I shall avenge her." The next day, Bothwell Half left the Highlands, descending into the plain in disguise. He carried an admission order from the Archbishop of St. Andrews to a house the prelate owned in Linlithgow. This house, situated on the main street, featured a wooden balcony overlooking the square and a gate opening to the countryside. Bothwell Half entered at night, installed himself on the first floor, hung black cloth on the walls to conceal his shadow, and covered the floor with mattresses to muffle his footsteps. He secured a saddled racehorse in the garden, carved out the top of the small gate leading to the open country to allow a swift escape, armed himself with a loaded arquebus, and barricaded himself in the room. These preparations, it was imagined, were for Murray's arrival in Linlithgow the following day. But, despite their secrecy, they were nearly rendered useless. The regent's friends warned him that it would be unsafe to pass through the town, which largely belonged to the Hamiltons, and advised him to bypass it. However, Murray was courageous. Accustomed to facing real danger, he merely laughed at what he considered an imaginary threat and boldly adhered to his original plan, refusing to deviate. Consequently, as the street with the Archbishop of St. Andrews' balcony was on his route, he entered it. He did not proceed rapidly, preceded by guards clearing a path, as his friends still counseled, but advanced at a foot's pace, slowed by the large crowd gathered to see him. As he reached the balcony, almost as if fate conspired with the murderer, the crowd became so dense that Murray was forced to halt for a moment. This pause gave Bothwell Half time to adjust for a steady shot. He rested his arquebus on the balcony, took careful aim, and fired. Bothwell Half had loaded the arquebus with such a charge that the ball, passing through the regent's heart, also killed the horse of a gentleman to his right. Murray fell instantly, exclaiming, "My God, I am killed." Having seen the window from which the shot was fired, those in the regent's train immediately rushed the great door of the house facing the street and smashed it open. But they arrived only in time to see Bothwell Half escaping through the small garden gate on the horse he had prepared. They quickly remounted their own horses, which they had left in the street, and, passing through the house, pursued him. Bothwell Half had a good horse and a head start, yet 4 of his pursuers, pistols in hand, were so well mounted that they began to gain on him. Bothwell Half, realizing that whip and spur were insufficient, drew his dagger and used it to goad his horse. Under this terrible stimulus, his horse gained fresh vigor and, leaping an 18-foot gully, placed a barrier between master and pursuers that they dared not cross. The murderer sought asylum in France, retiring under the protection of the Guises. There, his daring act had earned him a great reputation. Days before the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, he was approached with an offer to assassinate Admiral Coligny. But Bothwell Half indignantly rejected these proposals, stating that he was an avenger of abuses, not an assassin, and that those who had grievances against the admiral should simply come and ask him how he had achieved his own retribution, and then act likewise. As for Murray, he died the night following his wound, leaving the regency to the Earl of Lennox, Darnley's father. Upon learning of his death, Elizabeth wrote that she had lost her best friend. While these events unfolded in Scotland, Mary Stuart remained imprisoned, despite the urgent and repeated protests of Charles IX and Henry III of France. Frightened by the attempt made in Mary's favor, Elizabeth even had her moved to Sheffield Castle, where fresh patrols constantly moved around it. But days, months, and years passed. Poor Mary, who had so impatiently endured 11 months of captivity in Lochleven Castle, had now been led from prison to prison for 15 or 16 years, despite her protests and those of the French and Spanish ambassadors. Finally, she was taken to Tutbury Castle and placed under the care of Sir Amias Powlett, her last jailer. There, her sole lodging consisted of 2 low, damp rooms where, little by little, her remaining strength so diminished that there were days she could not walk due to pain in all her limbs. Then it was that she, who had been the queen of 2 kingdoms, born in a gilded cradle and raised in silk and velvet, was forced to humble herself and ask her jailer for a softer bed and warmer coverings. This request, treated as an affair of state, led to negotiations that lasted a month, after which the prisoner was finally granted what she asked. Yet, the unhealthiness, cold, and privation still did not work quickly enough on her healthy and robust constitution. Attempts were made to convey to Powlett what a service he would render the Queen of England by shortening the existence of one who, though already condemned in her rival's mind, delayed to die. But Sir Amias Powlett, coarse and harsh as he was to Mary Stuart, declared that, as long as she was with him, she would have nothing to fear from poison or dagger. He vowed to taste all dishes served to his prisoner, and allow no one to approach her except in his presence. Indeed, some assassins, sent by Leicester, the very man who had once aspired to the hand of the lovely Mary Stuart, were driven from the castle as soon as its stern keeper learned their intentions. Elizabeth had to be patient, contenting herself with tormenting her rival whom she could not kill, still hoping that a fresh opportunity would arise to bring her to trial. That long-delayed opportunity, Mary Stuart's fatal star at last provided. A young Catholic gentleman, the last descendant of a fading ancient chivalry, incited by Pope Pius V's excommunication of Elizabeth, which declared her fallen from her earthly kingdom and heavenly salvation, resolved to restore liberty to Mary. Mary was now increasingly viewed not as a political prisoner, but as a martyr for her faith. Accordingly, defying the law Elizabeth had enacted in 1585, which stipulated that any attempt on her person, by or for someone claiming the English crown, would trigger a commission of 25 members to examine the offense and condemn the guilty, Babington remained undeterred by the fate of his predecessors. He assembled 5 friends, equally zealous Catholics, who pledged their lives and honor to the plot. Its aim was to assassinate Elizabeth and place Mary Stuart on the English throne. But this well-planned scheme was revealed to Walsingham, who allowed the conspirators to proceed as far as he deemed safe. The day before the assassination was set to occur, he had them arrested. This imprudent and desperate attempt delighted Elizabeth, for according to the letter of the law, it finally delivered her rival's life into her hands. Orders were immediately given to Sir Amias Powlett to seize the prisoner's papers and move her to Fotheringay Castle. The jailer, hypocritically relaxing his usual severity, suggested Mary Stuart go riding, under the pretext that she needed fresh air. The poor prisoner, who for 3 years had only seen the countryside through her prison bars, joyfully accepted. She left Tutbury between 2 guards mounted for greater security, on a horse whose feet were hobbled. These 2 guards took her to Fotheringay Castle, her new habitation, where she found the apartment she was to occupy already draped in black. Mary Stuart had entered her tomb alive. As for Babington and his accomplices, they had already been beheaded. Meanwhile, her 2 secretaries, Coral and Now, were arrested, and all her papers were seized and sent to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, for her part, ordered the 40 commissioners to assemble and proceed without delay to the prisoner's trial. They arrived at Fotheringay on October 14, 1586. The next day, assembled in the castle's great hall, they began the examination. At first, Mary refused to appear before them, declaring that she did not recognize the commissioners as judges, as they were not her peers. She also refused to acknowledge English law, which had never protected her and had constantly abandoned her to the rule of force. But seeing that they proceeded nonetheless, and that every calumny was permitted without anyone there to refute it, she resolved to appear. We quote the 2 interrogatories to which Mary Stuart submitted, as recorded in the report of M. de Belivre to M. de Villeroy. M. de Belivre, as we shall see later, had been specially sent by King Henry III to Elizabeth. Intelligence for M. Villeroy of what was done in England by M. de Belivre about the affairs of the Queen of Scotland, in the months of November and December 1586 and January 1587. The lady being seated at the end of the table in the said hall, and the said commissioners about her, the Queen of Scotland began to speak in these terms. I do not admit that any one of you here assembled is my peer or my judge to examine me upon any charge. Thus what I do and now tell you is of my own free will, taking God to witness that I am innocent and pure in conscience of the accusations and slanders of which they wish to accuse me. For I am a free princess and born a queen, obedient to no one, save to God, to whom alone I must give an account of my actions. This is why I protest yet again that my appearance before you is not prejudicial either to me, or to the kings, princes, and potentates, my allies, nor to my son, and I require that my protest be registered, and I demand the record of it. Then the Chancellor, who was one of the commissioners, replied in his turn, protesting against her protestation. He then ordered that the commission, by virtue of which they were proceeding, a commission founded on the statutes and law of the kingdom, should be read to the Queen of Scotland. But to this, Mary Stuart answered that she again protested. The said statutes and laws, she argued, were without force against her, because these statutes and laws were not made for persons of her condition. To this, the Chancellor replied that the commission intended to proceed against her, even if she refused to answer, and declared that the trial should continue. She was doubly subject to indictment, he stated, as the conspirators had not only plotted in her favor, but also with her consent. To which the said Queen of Scotland responded that she had never even thought of it. Upon this, the letters she allegedly had written to Babington and his replies were read to her. Mary Stuart then affirmed that she had never seen Babington, had never had any conference with him, had never in her life received a single letter from him, and that she defied anyone in the world to maintain that she had ever done anything to the prejudice of the said Queen of England. Furthermore, she argued, strictly guarded as she was, away from all news, removed from and deprived of those nearest her, surrounded by enemies, and finally, deprived of all advice, she had been unable to participate in or consent to the practices of which she was accused. There were, she added, many persons who wrote to her about things she had no knowledge of, and she had received a number of letters without knowing their origin. Then Babington's confession was read to Mary, but she replied that she did not understand its meaning. She asserted that if Babington and his accomplices had made such statements, they were base, false liars. Besides, she added, show me my handwriting and my signature, since you claim I wrote to Babington. Not counterfeited copies like these, which you have filled at your leisure with whatever falsehoods you please to insert. She was then shown the letter Babington had allegedly written to her. She glanced at it and stated, I have no knowledge of this letter. Upon this, her supposed reply was presented, and she again declared, I have no more knowledge of this answer. If you will show me my own letter and my own signature containing what you say, I will accept it all. But up to the present, as I have already told you, you have produced nothing worthy of credence, unless it be the copies you have invented and embellished." With these words she rose, her eyes full of tears. "If I have ever," she said, "consented to such intrigues, aiming at my sister's death, I pray to God that he have neither pity nor mercy on me. I confess that I have written to several persons. I have implored them to deliver me from my wretched prisons, where I languished, a captive and ill-treated princess, for 19 years and 7 months. But it never occurred to me, even in thought, to write or even to desire such things against the Queen. Yes, I also confess to having exerted myself for the deliverance of some persecuted Catholics, and if I had been able, and could yet, with my own blood, protect them and save them from their pains, I would have done it, and would do it for them with all my power, in order to save them from destruction." Then, turning to Secretary Walsingham, she said, "But, my lord, from the moment I see you here, I know whence comes this blow. You have always been my greatest enemy and my son's, and you have moved everyone against me and to my prejudice." Thus accused to his face, Walsingham rose. "Madam," he replied, "I protest before God, who is my witness, that you deceive yourself, and that I have never done anything against you unworthy of a good man, either as an individual or as a public personage." This concluded the day's proceedings. The next day, the Queen was again obliged to appear before the commissioners. Seated at the end of the hall's table, with the commissioners around her, she began to speak in a loud voice. "You are not unaware, my lords and gentlemen, that I am a sovereign queen, anointed and consecrated in the Church of God. I cannot, and ought not, for any reason whatsoever, be summoned to your courts or called to your bar, to be judged by the law and statutes that you lay down. For I am a princess and free, and I owe no more to any prince than he owes to me. Regarding everything of which I am accused toward my said sister, I cannot reply if you do not permit me to be assisted by counsel. And if you go further, do what you will, but from all your procedure in reiterating my protestations, I appeal to God, who is the only just and true judge, and to the kings and princes, my allies and confederates." This protestation was once more registered, as she had required. Then she was informed that she had further written several letters to the princes of Christendom, against the Queen and the Kingdom of England. "As to that," replied Mary Stuart, "it is another matter, and I do not deny it. If it were to be done, I should do as I have done, to gain my liberty. For there is no man or woman in the world, of lesser rank than I, who would not do it, and who would not make use of the help and succor of their friends to escape a captivity as harsh as mine was. You charge me with certain letters from Babington. Well, I do not deny that he has written to me, and that I have replied to him. But if you find in my answers a single word about the Queen my sister, well, yes, there will be good cause to prosecute me. I replied to him, who wrote to me that he would set me at liberty, that I accepted his offer, if he could do it without compromising either of us. That is all. As to my secretaries," the Queen added, "not they but torture spoke by their mouths. And as to the confessions of Babington and his accomplices, there is not much to be made of them, for now that they are dead, you can say all that seems good to you, and let who will believe you." With these words, the Queen refused to answer further if she were not given counsel. Renewing her protestation, she withdrew to her apartment. But, as the Chancellor had threatened, the trial continued despite her absence. Meanwhile, M. de Chateauneuf, the French ambassador to London, observed matters too closely to be deceived about their course. Accordingly, at the first rumor of Mary Stuart being brought to trial, he wrote to King Henry III, urging his intervention on the prisoner's behalf. Henry III immediately dispatched an extraordinary embassy to Queen Elizabeth, led by M. de Bellievre. At the same time, having learned that James VI, Mary's son, far from showing interest in his mother's fate, had told the French minister Courcelles, "I can do nothing, let her drink what she has spilled," Henry wrote James the following letter, intending to persuade the young prince to support his efforts. November 21st, 1586. Courcelles, I have received your letter of the 4th of October last, in which I have seen the discourse that the King of Scotland has held with you concerning what you have witnessed to him of the good affection I bear him, a discourse in which he has given proof of desiring to reciprocate it entirely. But I wish that letter had informed me also that he was better disposed towards the Queen, his mother, and that he had the heart and the desire to arrange everything in a way to assist her in the affliction in which she now is. Reflect that the prison where she has been unjustly detained for 18 years, and more has induced her to lend an ear to many things proposed to her for gaining her liberty, a thing naturally greatly desired by all men, and more still by those born sovereigns and rulers, who bear being kept prisoners thus with less patience. He should also consider that if the Queen of England, my good sister, allows herself to be persuaded by the counsels of those who wish that she should stain herself with Queen Mary's blood, it will be a matter that will bring him great dishonor, inasmuch as one will judge that he will have refused his mother the good offices that he should render her with the said Queen of England, and which would have perhaps been sufficient to move her, if he would have employed them, as warmly and as soon as his natural duty commanded him. Moreover, it is to be feared for him that, his mother dead, his own turn may come, and that one may think of doing as much for him, by some violent means, to make the English succession easier to seize for those who are likely to have it after the said Queen Elizabeth, and not only to defraud the said King of Scotland of the claim he can put forward, but to render doubtful even that which he has to his own crown. I do not know in what condition the affairs of my said sister-in-law will be when you receive this letter, but I will tell you that in every case I wish you to strongly rouse the said King of Scotland, with remonstrances and everything else which may bear on this subject, to embrace the defense and protection of his said mother, and to express to him, on my part, that as this will be a matter for which he will be greatly praised by all the other kings and sovereign princes, he must be assured that if he fails in it, there will be great censure for him, and perhaps notable injury to himself in particular. Furthermore, as to the state of my own affairs, you know that the Queen, Madam and Mother, is about to see the King of Navarre, and to confer with him on the matter of the pacification of the troubles of this kingdom, to which, if he bears as much good affection as I do for my part, I hope that things may come to a good conclusion, and that my subjects will have some respite from the great evils and calamities that the war occasions them. Supplicating the Creator, Corsellis, that he may have you in his holy keeping. Written at Saint-Germain-en-Laye, the 21st day of November 1586. Signed Henri and below Brulert. This letter finally prompted James VI to make a form of demonstration in his mother's favor. He sent Grey, Robert Melville, and Keith to Queen Elizabeth. But although London was nearer Edinburgh than Paris, the French envoys reached it before the Scots. It is true that upon reaching Calais on November 27th, M. de Bellievre had found a special messenger there from M. de Chateauneuf, instructing him not to lose an instant. Chateauneuf, to provide for every difficulty, had chartered a vessel ready in the harbor. But however great the speed these noble lords wished to make, they were obliged to await favorable winds, which did not allow them to put to sea until Friday, the 28th, at midnight. The next day, reaching Dover at 9 o'clock, they were so shaken by seasickness that they were forced to stay a whole day in town to recover. Consequently, it was not until Sunday the 30th that M. de Bellievre was able to set out in the coach M. Chateauneuf sent him via M. de Brancaleon, taking the road to London. He was accompanied by gentlemen of his suite, who rode on post horses. Resting only a few hours along the way to make up for lost time, they at last arrived in London on Sunday, December 1st, at midday. M. de Bellievre immediately sent one of the gentlemen of his suite, M. de Villiers, to the Queen of England, who was holding her court at Richmond Castle. The decree had been secretly pronounced 6 days prior and submitted to Parliament, which was to deliberate upon it behind closed doors. The French ambassadors could not have chosen a worse moment to approach Elizabeth. To gain time, she declined to receive M. de Villiers, replying that he would learn the reason for this refusal the next day. Indeed, the next day, a rumor spread in London that the French embassy had a contagion, and that 2 of the lords had died of the plague in Calais. The Queen, whatever her wish to be agreeable to Henry III, could not endanger her precious existence by receiving his envoys. Great was M. de Bellievre's astonishment upon learning this news. He protested that the Queen was misled by a false report and insisted on being received. Nevertheless, the delays lasted another 6 days. But as the ambassadors threatened to depart without waiting longer, and as Elizabeth, disquieted by Spain, had no desire to embroil herself with France, she had M. De Belivre informed on the morning of December 7th that she was ready to receive him after dinner at Richmond Castle, along with the noblemen of his suite. At the appointed time, the French ambassadors presented themselves at the castle gates. Having been brought to the Queen, they found her seated on her throne and surrounded by the greatest lords in her kingdom. Then Messrs. de Chateauneuf and de Belivre, one the ambassador in ordinary and the other the envoy extraordinary, after greeting her on behalf of the King of France, began to make the remonstrances with which they were charged. Elizabeth replied, not only in French, but also in the most eloquent speech of the time. Carried away by passion, she pointed out to the envoys of her brother Henry that the Queen of Scotland had always acted against her, and that this was the third time she had attempted her life through countless means. She had borne this, Elizabeth asserted, too long and with too much patience. Nothing, however, had so profoundly cut her to the heart as Mary's last conspiracy. That event, she added with sadness, had caused her to sigh more and shed more tears than the loss of all her relatives, especially since the Queen of Scotland was her near relative and closely connected with the King of France. As in their remonstrances, Messrs. de Chateauneuf and de Belivre had brought forward several examples from history, Elizabeth adopted, in her reply on this occasion, her usual pedantic style. She told them that she had seen and read a great many books in her life, 1,000 more than others of her sex and rank were wont to, but that she had never found a single example of a deed like that attempted on her. A deed pursued by a relative, whom the king her brother could not and ought not to support in her wickedness, when it was, on the contrary, his duty to hasten its just punishment. Then she added, addressing de Belivre especially, and descending from the height of her pride to a gracious countenance, that she greatly regretted he was not deputed for a better occasion. She would reply to King Henry, her brother, in a few days, concerning whose health she was solicitous, as well as that of the Queen Mother, who must experience such great fatigue from the trouble she took to restore peace to her son's kingdom. Then, not wishing to hear more, she withdrew to her room. The envoys returned to London, where they awaited the promised reply. But while expecting it unavailingly, they quietly learned of the death sentence given against Queen Mary. This caused them to return to Richmond to make fresh remonstrations to Queen Elizabeth. After 2 or 3 fruitless journeys, they were at last, on December 15th, admitted for the second time to the royal presence. The Queen did not deny that the sentence had been pronounced. As it was easy to see that she did not intend to use her right of pardon in this case, de Belivre, judging that there was nothing more to be done, asked for a safe conduct to return to his king. Elizabeth promised it to him within 2 or 3 days. On the following Tuesday, the 17th of the same month of December, Parliament, as well as the chief lords of the realm, were convened at the Palace of Westminster. There, in full court and before all, a sentence of death was proclaimed and pronounced against Mary Stuart. Then this same sentence, with great display and solemnity, was read in the squares and at the crossroads of London, from whence it spread throughout the kingdom. Upon this proclamation, the bells rang for 24 hours, while the strictest orders were given to each inhabitant to light bonfires in front of their houses, as was the custom in France on the eve of St. John the Baptist. Then, amidst this sound of bells, by the light of these bonfires, de Belivre, wishing to make a last effort to avoid any self-reproach, wrote the following letter to Queen Elizabeth. Madam, we quitted your Majesty yesterday, expecting, as it had pleased you to inform us, to receive in a few days your reply touching the prayer that we made you on behalf of our good master, your brother, for the Queen of Scotland, his sister-in-law and confederate. But as of this morning we have been informed that the judgment given against the said Queen has been proclaimed in London, although we had promised ourselves another issue from your clemency and the friendship you bear to the said Lord King, your good brother. Nevertheless, to neglect no part of our duty, and believing in so doing to serve the intentions of the King our master, we have not wanted to fail to write to you this present letter. In it, we supplicate you once again, very humbly, not to refuse His Majesty the very pressing and very affectionate prayer that he has made you, that you will be pleased to preserve the life of the said Lady Queen of Scotland. The said Lord King will receive this as the greatest pleasure your Majesty could give him, while on the contrary, he could not imagine anything which would cause him more displeasure, and which would wound him more, than if he were used harshly with regard to the said Lady Queen, being what she is to him. And as, madam, the said king our master, your good brother, when for this object he dispatched us to your majesty, had not conceived that it was possible, in any case, to determine so promptly upon such an execution, we implore you, madam, very humbly, before permitting it to go further, to grant us some time in which we can make known to him the state of the affairs of the said Queen of Scotland, in order that before your majesty takes a final resolution, you may know what it may please his very Christian majesty to tell you, and point out to you on the greatest affair which, in our memory, has been submitted to men's judgment. Monsieur de Saint Cyr, who will give these presents to your majesty, will bring us, if it pleases you, your good reply. London, this 16th day of December 1586. Signed, de Belivre and de Lobspine Chateauneuf. On that same day, Monsieur de Saint Cyr and the other French lords returned to Richmond, seeking an audience to deliver a letter. However, the Queen refused to receive them, citing indisposition. They were compelled to leave the letter with Walsingham, her first Secretary of State, who promised a royal reply by the following day. Despite this assurance, the French lords waited 2 more days. At last, on the evening of the second day, 2 English gentlemen found Monsieur de Belivre in London. Without any written confirmation, they announced, on behalf of their queen, that in response to their letter and their plea for a reprieve, Her Majesty would grant 12 days. This was Elizabeth's final word, and further appeals were futile. Monsieur de Genlis was immediately dispatched to the King of France. He carried a long dispatch from Monsieur de Chateauneuf and de Belivre, and was also to convey, in person, all he had witnessed regarding Queen Mary's affairs during his time in England. King Henry III responded at once with new instructions for Messrs. de Chateauneuf and de Belivre. But despite Monsieur de Genlis's haste, he did not reach London until the 14th day, 2 days after the granted delay had expired. Nevertheless, as the sentence had not yet been carried out, Messrs. de Belivre and de Chateauneuf immediately set out for Greenwich Castle, some miles from London, where the Queen was celebrating Christmas. They hoped to secure an audience to deliver their king's reply. For 4 or 5 days they were denied. Undeterred, they persisted, and on January 6th, Messrs. de Belivre and de Chateauneuf were finally summoned by the Queen. They were introduced with all the customary ceremonies and found Elizabeth in an audience chamber. The ambassadors approached, greeted her, and Monsieur de Belivre began to deliver his master's remonstrances, respectfully yet firmly. Elizabeth listened with an impatient air, fidgeting in her seat. At last, unable to control herself, she burst out, rising and flushing with anger. "Monsieur de Belivre," she demanded, "are you truly charged by the king, my brother, to speak to me in such a way?" "Yes, madam," replied Monsieur de Belivre, bowing. "I am expressly commanded to do so." "And do you have this command under his hand?" Elizabeth pressed. "Yes, madam," the ambassador calmly affirmed. "And the king, my master, your good brother, has expressly charged me, in letters signed by his own hand, to make to your majesty the remonstrances which I have had the honor to address to you." "Well," cried Elizabeth, losing all composure, "I demand a copy of that letter signed by you, and reflect that you will answer for each word that you take away or add." "Madam," answered Monsieur de Belivre, "it is not the custom of the kings of France, or their agents, to forge letters or documents. You will have the copies you require tomorrow morning, and I pledge their accuracy in my honor." "Enough, sir, enough," said the Queen, and signaling for everyone else to leave, she remained for nearly an hour with Messrs. de Chateauneuf and de Belivre. The details of that interview remain unknown, except that the Queen promised to send an ambassador to the King of France. She vowed this envoy would be in Paris at the same time as Monsieur de Belivre, if not before, and would carry her final decision regarding the Queen of Scotland's fate. Elizabeth then withdrew, making it clear to the French envoys that any further attempts to see her would be futile. On January 13th, the ambassadors received their passports and noticed that a Queen's vessel awaited them at Dover. The very day of their departure, a strange incident occurred. A gentleman named Stafford, brother of Elizabeth's ambassador to the King of France, presented himself at Monsieur de Trapes's, an official in the French Chancellery. Stafford claimed to know a prisoner for debt who had a matter of utmost importance to communicate. To emphasize its significance, he stated it concerned the King of France's service and the affairs of Queen Mary of Scotland. Monsieur de Trapes, though immediately mistrusting this overture, did not wish to risk neglecting such a pressing matter if his suspicions proved false. He went with Stafford to the prison. There, the prisoner revealed he was incarcerated for a debt of only 20 crowns. He promised that if Monsieur de Chateauneuf would pay this sum, he would undertake to free the Queen of Scotland from danger by assassinating Elizabeth. Monsieur de Trappes was greatly astonished, realizing this was a trap for the French ambassador. He declared he was certain Monsieur de Chateauneuf would consider any enterprise threatening Queen Elizabeth's life or the realm's peace as deeply wicked. Wishing to hear no more, he returned to Monsieur de Chateauneuf and recounted what had transpired. Monsieur de Chateauneuf, perceiving the true purpose of the overture, immediately told Stafford that he found it strange for a gentleman to engage in such treachery. He ordered Stafford to leave the embassy at once and never return. Stafford withdrew, seemingly believing himself a lost man, and implored Monsieur de Trappes to allow him to cross the Channel with him and the French envoys. Monsieur de Trappes referred him to Monsieur de Chateauneuf, who directly informed Stafford that he had not only forbidden him his house, but also all communication with anyone from the embassy. He added that were it not for the respect he wished to maintain for Stafford's brother, the Earl of Stafford, his colleague, he would immediately denounce his treason to Elizabeth. The same day, Stafford was arrested. After this conference, Monsieur de Trappes set out to rejoin his traveling companions, who were several hours ahead. Upon reaching Dover, he, in turn, was arrested and brought back to prison in London. Interrogated that same day, Monsieur de Trappes frankly recounted the events, appealing to Monsieur de Chateauneuf for the truth of his statement. The following day brought a second interrogation. To his great amazement, when he requested to see the previous day's record, he was presented only with forged copies, customary in English law, containing incriminating confessions against both himself and Monsieur de Chateauneuf. He objected and protested, refusing to answer or sign anything further. He was then returned to the Tower with redoubled precaution, signaling a significant accusation. The next day, Monsieur de Chateauneuf was summoned before the Queen and confronted with Stafford. Stafford impudently maintained that he had plotted with Monsieur de Trappes and the debtor prisoner, a plot aimed at nothing less than endangering the Queen's life. Monsieur de Chateauneuf defended himself with indignant fervor, but Elizabeth had too great an interest in remaining unconvinced to even consider the evidence. She then told Monsieur de Chateauneuf that only his status as ambassador prevented her from arresting him like his accomplice, Monsieur de Trappes. Immediately dispatching an ambassador to King Henry III, as she had promised, she charged him not to excuse her for the sentence just pronounced and the death soon to follow. Instead, he was to accuse Monsieur de Chateauneuf of complicity in a plot, the discovery of which alone had compelled her to consent to the Scottish Queen's death. She claimed to be certain, through experience, that as long as her enemy lived, her own existence would be hourly threatened. On that same day, Elizabeth quickly spread the rumor of the new danger she had narrowly escaped, not only in London but throughout England. Thus, when the Scottish ambassadors arrived 2 days after the French envoy's departure, having as evident shown little haste, the Queen informed them that their request was ill-timed. She had just received proof that, as long as Mary Stuart lived, Elizabeth's own life was in peril. Robert Melville attempted to reply, but Elizabeth flew into a passion, stating that he, Melville, had given the King of Scotland ill counsel to intercede for his mother. She added that if she had such an adviser, she would have him beheaded. To this, Melville responded, at the risk of his life, he would never spare his master good advice. And on the contrary, he who would counsel a son to let his mother perish would deserve to be beheaded. Upon this reply, Elizabeth ordered the Scottish envoys to withdraw, telling them she would send them her answer. 3 or 4 days passed without further word. They then requested a final audience to hear the ultimate decision of the Queen to whom they had been sent. Elizabeth granted it. As with Monsieur de Bellievre, the meeting was filled with recriminations and complaints. Finally, Elizabeth asked what guarantee they would offer for her life if she consented to pardon the Queen of Scotland. The envoys replied that they were authorized to make pledges in the name of the King of Scotland, their master, and all the lords of his realm. Mary Stuart would renounce all claims to the English crown in favor of her son, and she would offer the King of France and all the princes and lords, his relations and friends, as security for this undertaking. To this answer, the Queen, losing her usual composure, cried, "What are you saying, Melville? That would be to arm my enemy with 2 claims, while he has only 1. Does your Majesty then regard the King, my master, as your enemy?" replied Melville. "He believed himself happier, madam, and thought he was your ally." "No, no," Elizabeth said, blushing. "It is a way of speaking. And if you find a means of reconciling everything, gentlemen, to prove to you, on the contrary, that I regard King James VI as my good and faithful ally, I am quite ready to incline to mercy. Seek, then, on your side," she added, "while I seek on mine." With these words, she left the room, and the ambassadors retired, encouraged by the glimmer of hope she had offered. That same evening, a gentleman at court sought out the Master of Grey, the head of the embassy, ostensibly for a polite visit. During their conversation, he remarked, "It is very difficult to reconcile Queen Elizabeth's safety with her prisoner's life. Besides, if the Queen of Scotland were pardoned, and she or her son ever came to the English throne, there would be no security for the Lords Commissioners who voted for her death. Therefore, there is only one way to arrange everything. The King of Scotland should himself give up his claims to the Kingdom of England. Otherwise, in his opinion, Elizabeth has no security in saving the Scottish Queen's life." The Master of Grey then looked at him fixedly, asking if his sovereign had charged him with this message. But the gentleman denied it, claiming it was merely his personal opinion. Elizabeth received the envoys from Scotland once more, then told them, after careful consideration, she had found no way to save the Queen of Scotland's life while securing her own. Therefore, she could not grant their request. To this declaration, the Master of Grey replied, "Since this is the case, he is, in this instance, ordered by his master to say that they protest in the name of King James that all that has been done against his mother is of no account, seeing that Queen Elizabeth has no authority over a queen, as she is her equal in rank and birth. Therefore, they declare that immediately after their return, and when their master knows the result of their mission, he will assemble his parliament and send messengers to all Christian princes, to take counsel with them as to what can be done to avenge her whom they could not save." Elizabeth again flew into a passion, declaring they had certainly not received such a mission from their king. But they then offered to provide this protest in writing, under their signatures. Elizabeth replied that she would send an ambassador to arrange everything with her good friend and ally, the King of Scotland. However, the envoy stated that their master would not listen to anyone before their return. Elizabeth then begged them not to leave at once, as she had not yet made her final decision on the matter. On the evening following this audience, Lord Hingally visited the Master of Grey and appeared to notice some handsome pistols from Italy. As soon as Hingally left, Grey asked the nobleman's cousin to take them to Hingally as a gift. Delighted with this pleasant task, the young man wished to perform it that same evening. He went to the Queen's palace, where his relative was staying, to deliver the present. But he had barely passed through a few rooms when he was arrested, searched, and the arms he carried were found upon him. Although the pistols were not loaded, he was immediately arrested. However, he was not taken to the Tower, but held prisoner in his own room. The next day, a rumor circulated that the Scottish ambassadors, in turn, had attempted to assassinate the Queen, and that pistols, given by the Master of Grey himself, had been found on the assassin. This treachery could not but open the envoys' eyes. Convinced at last that they could do nothing for poor Mary Stuart, they left her to her fate and set out the next day for Scotland. Scarcely were they gone than Elizabeth sent her secretary, Davison, to Sir Amias Powlett. He was instructed to sound him again regarding the prisoner. Afraid, despite herself, of a public execution, the Queen had reverted to her former ideas of poisoning or assassination. But Sir Amias Powlett declared that he would allow no one access to Mary except the executioner, who, moreover, must bear a perfectly valid warrant. Davison reported this answer to Elizabeth, who, while listening, stamped her foot several times. When he finished, unable to control herself, she cried, "God's death! There's a dainty fellow, always talking of his fidelity and not knowing how to prove it." Elizabeth was then obliged to make up her mind. She asked Davison for the warrant. He gave it to her. Forgetting that she was the daughter of a queen who had died on the scaffold, she signed it without any trace of emotion. Then, having affixed the Great Seal of England, "Go," she said, laughing, "tell Walsingham that all is ended for Queen Mary. But tell him with precautions, for, as he is ill, I am afraid he will die of grief when he hears it." The jest was the more atrocious, given that Walsingham was known to be the Queen of Scotland's bitterest enemy. Towards evening of that day, Saturday the 14th, Beale, Walsingham's brother-in-law, was summoned to the palace. The Queen placed the death warrant in his hands, along with an order addressed to the Earls of Shrewsbury, Kent, Rutland, and other noblemen near Fotheringay, to be present at the execution. Beale took with him the London executioner, whom Elizabeth had dressed in black velvet for this great occasion, and set out 2 hours after receiving his warrant. Chapter 9. Queen Mary had known the decree of the commissioners for 2 months. The very day it was pronounced, she learned the news through her chaplain, whom they had allowed her to see just once. Mary Stuart took advantage of this visit to give him 3 letters she had just written, one for Pope Sixtus V, another for Don Bernard Mendoza, and the third for the Duke of Guise. Here is that last letter. December 14th, 1586. My good cousin, whom I hold dearest in the world, I bid you farewell, being prepared to be put to death by an unjust judgment. This is a death such as no one of our race, thanks to God, and never a queen, and still less one of my rank, has ever suffered. But, good cousin, praise the Lord, for I was useless to the cause of God and His Church in this world, being a prisoner. I hope that my death will, on the contrary, bear witness to my constancy in the faith, and to my willingness to suffer for the maintenance and restoration of the Catholic Church in this unfortunate island. And though no executioner has ever dipped his hand in our blood, have no shame in it, my friend. For the judgment of heretics, who have no authority over me, a free queen, is profitable in the sight of God to the children of His Church. If I adhere, moreover, to what they propose to me, I should not suffer this stroke. All of our houses have been persecuted by this sect, witness your good father, through whose intercession I hope to be received with mercy by the just judge. I commend you, then, my poor servants, the discharge of my debts, and the founding of some annual mass for my soul. Not at your expense, but that you may make the arrangements, as you will be required when you learn my wishes through my poor and faithful servants, who are about to witness my last tragedy. God prosper you, your wife, children, brothers, and cousins, and above all our chief, my good brother and cousin, and all his. The blessing of God, and that which I shall give to my children, be on yours, whom I commend no less to God than my own son, unfortunate and ill-treated as he is. You will receive some rings from me, which will remind you to pray to God for the soul of your poor cousin, deprived of all help and counsel except that of the Lord, who gives me strength and courage to alone resist so many wolves howling after me. To God be the glory. Believe particularly what will be told to you by a person who will give you a ruby ring from me. For I take it on my conscience that the truth will be told to you of what I have charged him to tell, especially concerning my poor servants and their share. I commend this person to you for his simple sincerity and honesty, that he may be placed in some good position. I have chosen him as the least partial and the one who will most simply bring you my commands. Ignore, I beg you, that he told you anything in particular, for envy might injure him. I have suffered a great deal for 2 years and more, and have not been able to let you know for an important reason. God be praised for all, and give you grace to persevere in the service of His Church as long as you live. May this honor never pass from our race, while so many men and women are ready to shed their blood to maintain the fight for the faith, all other worldly considerations set aside. And as for me, I esteem myself born on both father's and mother's sides, that I should offer up my blood for this cause, and I have no intention of degenerating. Jesus, crucified for us, and all the holy martyrs, make us by their intercession worthy of the voluntary offering we make of our bodies to their glory. From Fotheringay, this Thursday, November 24th. They have, thinking to degrade me, pulled down my canopy of state. Since then, my keeper has come to offer to write to their queen, saying this deed was not done by his order, but by the advice of some of the council. I have shown them, instead of my arms on the said canopy, the cross of our Lord. You will hear all this. They have been more gentle since. Your affectionate cousin and perfect friend, Mary, Queen of Scotland, Dowager of France. From that day forward, when she learned the sentence delivered by the commissioners, Mary Stuart no longer harbored any hope. Knowing that Elizabeth's pardon was required to save her, she considered herself lost and focused only on preparing to die well. Indeed, having sometimes become crippled in all her limbs from the cold and damp of her prisons, She feared being so when they would come to take her, which would prevent her from resolutely going to the scaffold as she intended. So, on Saturday, February 14th, she sent for her doctor, Bourgoin. Moved by a presentiment that her death was at hand, she asked him what she must do to prevent the return of the pains that crippled her. He replied that it would be good for her to take medicine made from fresh herbs. "Go then," said the queen, "and ask Sir Amias Powlett for permission to seek them in the fields." Bourgoin went to Sir Amias. As he himself was troubled with sciatica, he should have understood better than anyone the need for the remedies the queen requested. But this simple request caused great difficulties. Sir Amias replied that he could do nothing without consulting his companion Drury. He suggested that paper and ink might be brought, and that Master Bourgoin could then make a list of the necessary plants, which they would try to procure. Bourgoin answered that he did not know English well enough, and that the village apothecaries did not know enough Latin, for him to risk the queen's life through any error of his own or others. Finally, after 1,000 hesitations, Powlett allowed Bourgoin to go out, accompanied by the apothecary Gorgon. Thus, the following day, the queen was able to begin her treatment. Mary Stuart's presentiments had not deceived her. Tuesday, February 17th, at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Earls of Kent and Shrewsbury and Beale sent word to the queen that they wished to speak with her. The queen answered that she was ill and in bed, but if what they had to tell her was important and they would give her a little time, she would get up. They replied that the communication admitted no delay and begged her to make ready. The queen immediately complied, rising from her bed, cloaking herself, and seating herself at a small table, in the same spot where she usually spent a great part of the day. Then the two earls, accompanied by Beale, Amias Powlett, and Drury, entered. Behind them, drawn by curiosity and filled with terrible anxiety, came her dearest ladies and most cherished servants. These included, among women, the Mrs. Renée de Really, Gillis Mowbray, Jean Kennedy, Elspeth Correll, Mary Paget, and Susan Kirkcaldy, and among men Dominique Bourgoin, her doctor, Pierre Gorgon, her apothecary, Jacques Gervais, her surgeon, Annibal Stewart, her footman, Dither Sifflart, her butler, Jean Lauder, her baker, and Martin Hute, her carver. Then the Earl of Shrewsbury, with head bared like all those present, who remained thus as long as they were in the Queen's room, began to speak in English, addressing Mary. "Madam, the Queen of England, my august mistress, has sent me to you, with the Earl of Kent and Sir Robert Beale, here present, to make known to you that after honorably proceeding in the inquiry into the deed of which you are accused and found guilty, an inquiry already submitted to your grace by Lord Buckhurst, and having delayed as long as it was in her power the execution of the sentence, she can no longer withstand the importunity of her subjects, who press her to carry it out, so great and loving is their fear for her. For this purpose we have come bearing a commission, and we humbly beg, madam, that it may please you to hear it read." "Read, my lord, I am listening," replied Mary Stuart, with the greatest calmness. Then Robert Beale unrolled the commission, which was on parchment, sealed with the great seal in yellow wax, and read as follows. "Elizabeth, by the grace of God, Queen of England, France, and Ireland, etc., to our beloved and faithful cousins George, Earl of Shrewsbury, Grand Marshal of England, Henry, Earl of Kent, Henry, Earl of Derby, George, Earl of Cumberland, Henry, Earl of Pembroke, greeting. The Earls of Cumberland, Derby, and Pembroke did not obey the Queen's orders and were present neither at the reading of the sentence nor at the execution. Considering the sentence given by us and others of our council, nobility, and judges against the former Queen of Scotland, bearing the name of Mary, daughter and heiress of James V, King of Scotland, commonly called Queen of Scotland and Dowager of France, which sentence all the estates of our realm in our last Parliament assembled not only concluded, but, after mature deliberation, ratified as being just and reasonable, considering also the urgent prayer and request of our subjects, begging us and pressing us to proceed to the publication thereof, and to carry it into execution against her person, as they judge it duly merited, adding in this place that her detention was and would be daily a certain and evident danger, not only to our life, but also to themselves and their posterity, and to the public welfare of this realm, as much on account of the gospel and the true religion of Christ as of the peace and tranquillity of this state, although the said sentence has been frequently delayed, so that even until this time we abstained from issuing the commission to execute it. Yet, for the complete satisfaction of the said demands made by the estates of our Parliament, through which daily we hear that all our friends and subjects, as well as the nobility, the wisest, greatest, and most pious, nay, even those of inferior condition, with all humility and affection from the care they have of our life, and consequently from the fear they have of the destruction of the present divine and happy state of the realm, if we spare the final execution, consenting and desiring the said execution, though the general and continual demands, prayers, counsels, and advice were in such things contrary to our natural inclination, yet, being convinced of the urgent weight of their continual intercessions tending to the safety of our person, and also to the public and private state of our realm, we have at last consented and suffered that justice have its course. And for its execution, considering the singular confidence we have in your fidelity and loyalty, together with the love and affection that you have toward us, particularly to the safeguarding of our person and our country, of which you are very noble and chief members, we summon, and for the discharge of it, we enjoin you, that at sight of these presents you go to the castle of Fotheringay, where the former Queen of Scotland is, in the care of our friend and faithful servant and counsellor, Sir Amias Powlett, and there take into your keeping, and do that by your command execution be done on her person, in the presence of yourselves and the said Sir Amias Powlett, and of all the other officers of justice whom you command to be there. In the meantime, we have for this end and this execution given warrant in such a way and manner, and in such a time and place, and by such persons that you 5, 4, 3, or 2, find expedient in your discretion, notwithstanding all laws, statutes, and ordinances whatsoever, contrary to these presents, sealed with our great seal of England, which will serve for each of you, and all those who are present, or will make by your order anything pertaining to the execution aforesaid, full and sufficient discharge forever. Done and given in our house at Greenwich, the 1st day of February, February 10th, New Style, in the 29th year of our reign. Mary listened to this reading with great calmness and dignity. When it was finished, she made the sign of the cross. "Welcome," she said, "to all news which comes in the name of God. Thanks, Lord, for you deign to put an end to all the ills you have seen me suffer for 19 years and more." "Madam," said the Earl of Kent, "have no ill will towards us on account of your death. It was necessary to the peace of the state and the progress of the new religion." "So," cried Mary with delight, "so I shall have the happiness of dying for the faith of my fathers. Thus God deigns to grant me the glory of martyrdom. Thanks God," she added, joining her hands with less excitement but more piety. "Thanks that you have deigned to destine for me such an end, of which I was not worthy. That, O my God, is indeed a proof of your love, and an assurance that you will receive me in the number of your servants. For although this sentence had been notified to me, I was afraid, from the manner in which they have dealt with me for 19 years, of not yet being so near as I am to such a happy end, thinking that your queen would not dare to lay a hand on me, who, by the grace of God, am a queen as she is, the daughter of a queen as she is, crowned as she is, her near relative, granddaughter of King Henry VII, and who has had the honor of being Queen of France, of which I am still dowager. And this fear was so much the greater," she added, laying her hand on a New Testament which lay near her on the small table, "that I swear on this holy book I have never attempted, consented to, or even desired the death of my sister, the Queen of England." "Madam," replied the Earl of Kent, taking a step towards her and pointing to the New Testament, "this book on which you have sworn is not genuine, since it is the Papist version. Consequently, your oath cannot be considered any more genuine than the book on which it has been taken." "My lord," answered the Queen, "what you say may befit you, but not me, who well know that this book is the true and faithful version of the word of the Lord, a version made by a very wise divine, a very good man, and approved by the Church." "Madam," the Earl of Kent returned, "your grace stopped at what you were taught in your youth, without inquiry as to whether it was good or bad. It is not surprising, then, that you have remained in your error, for want of having heard anyone who could make known the truth to you. This is why, as your grace has but a few hours longer to remain in this world, and consequently has no time to lose, with your permission, we shall send for the Dean of Peterborough, the most learned man there is on the subject of religion, who, with his word, will prepare you for your salvation, which you risk to our great grief and that of our august Queen, by all the papistical follies, abominations, and childish nonsense which keep Catholics away from the holy word of God and the knowledge of the truth. You mistake, my lord, replied the queen gently, if you have believed that I have grown up careless in the faith of my fathers, and without seriously occupying myself with a matter so important as religion. I have, on the contrary, spent my life with learned and wise men, who taught me what one must learn on this subject, and I have sustained myself by reading their works, since the means of hearing them has been taken from me. Besides, never having doubted in my lifetime, doubt is not likely to seize me in my death hour. And there is the Earl of Shrewsbury here present, who will tell you that, since my arrival in England, I have, for an entire Lent, of which I repent, heard your wisest doctors, without their arguments having made any impression on my mind. It will be useless then, my lord, she added, smiling, to summon to one so hardened as I, the Dean of Peterborough, learned as he is. The only thing I ask you in exchange, my lord, and for which I shall be grateful to you beyond expression, is that you will send me my almoner, whom you keep shut up in this house, to console me and prepare me for death, or, in his stead, another priest, be he who he may, if only a poor priest from a poor village, I being no harder to please than God, and not asking that he have knowledge, provided that he has faith. It is with regret, madam, replied the Earl of Kent, that I find myself obliged to refuse your grace's request. But it would be contrary to our religion and our conscience, and we should be culpable in doing it. This is why we again offer you the venerable Dean of Peterborough, certain that your grace will find more consolation and content in him than in any bishop, priest, or vicar of the Catholic faith. Thank you, my lord, said the queen again, but I have nothing to do with him, and as I have a conscience free of the crime for which I am about to die, with God's help, martyrdom will take the place of confession for me. And now, I will remind you, my lord, of what you told me yourself, that I have but a few hours to live. And these few hours, to benefit me, should be passed in prayer and meditation, and not in idle disputes. With these words she rose, and bowing to the earls Sir Robert Beale, Amias, and Drury, she indicated, by a gesture full of dignity, that she wished to be alone and in peace. Then, as they prepared to leave, "Apropos, my lords," she said, "for what hour should I make ready to die?" "For 8 o'clock tomorrow, madam," answered the Earl of Shrewsbury, his voice stammering. "It is well," said Mary. "But have you got a reply from my sister Elizabeth regarding a letter I wrote to her about a month ago?" "And what was this letter about, if it pleased you, madam?" asked the Earl of Kent. "It concerned my burial and my funeral ceremony, my lord. I asked to be interred in France, in the Cathedral Church of Rheims, near the late Queen, my mother." "That may not be, madam," replied the Earl of Kent. "But do not trouble yourself with these details. The Queen, my august mistress, will provide for them as is suitable. Does your grace have anything else to ask us?" "I would also like to know," said Mary, "if my servants will be allowed to return, each to his own country, with the little that I can give him. It will hardly be enough, in any case, for the long service they have done for me, and the long imprisonment they have borne on my account." "We have no instructions on that matter, madam," the Earl of Kent said, "but we think an order will be given for this, as for other things, in accordance with your wishes. Is this all that your grace has to say to us?" "Yes, my lord," replied the queen, bowing a second time. "And now you may withdraw." "One moment, my lords, in heaven's name, one moment," cried the old physician, coming forward and throwing himself on his knees before the two earls. "What do you want?" asked Lord Shrewsbury. "To point out to you, my lords," replied the aged Burgoyne, weeping, "that you have granted the queen but a very short time for such an important matter as her life. Reflect, my lords, on what rank and degree she whom you have condemned has held among the princes of this earth. Consider if it is well and seemingly to treat her as an ordinary condemned person of middling estate. And if not for the sake of this noble queen, my lords, do this for the sake of us, her poor servants. Having had the honor of living near her so long, we cannot part from her so quickly and without preparation. Besides, my lords, think of it, a woman of her state and position ought to have some time to set in order her last affairs. What will become of her and of us if, before dying, our mistress has no time to regulate her jointure and accounts, and to put in order her papers and her title deeds? She has services to reward and acts of piety to perform. She should not neglect either. We know that she will only concern herself with us, and through this, my lords, neglect her own salvation. Grant her, then, a few more days, my lords. As our mistress is too proud to ask such a favor, I ask you in all our names, and implore you not to refuse poor servants a request which your august queen would certainly not refuse, if they had the good fortune to lay it at her feet." "Is it then true, madam," Sir Robert Beale asked, "that you have not yet made a will?" "I have not, sir," the queen answered. "In that case, my lords," said Sir Robert Beale, turning to the two earls, "perhaps it would be a good thing to put it off for a day or two." "Impossible, sir," replied the Earl of Shrewsbury. "The time is fixed, and we cannot change anything, even by a minute now." "Enough, Bourgoin, enough," said the queen. "Rise, I command you." Bourgoin obeyed. The Earl of Shrewsbury, turning to Sir Amias Powlett, who stood behind him. "Sir Amias," he said, "we entrust this lady to your keeping. You will charge yourself with her, and keep her safe till our return." With these words he went out, followed by the Earl of Kent, Sir Robert Beale, Amias Powlett, and Drury. The queen remained alone with her servants. Then, turning to her women with as serene a countenance as if the event was of little importance, "Well, Jean," she said, speaking to Kennedy, "have I not always told you, and was I not right, that at the bottom of their hearts they wanted to do this? Did I not see clearly through all their procedures the end they had in view, and know well enough that I was too great an obstacle to their false religion to be allowed to live? Come," continued she, "hasten supper now, that I may put my affairs in order." Then, seeing that instead of obeying her, her servants were weeping and lamenting, "My children," she said, with a sad smile, but without a tear in her eye, "it is no time for weeping, quite the contrary. For if you love me, you ought to rejoice that the Lord, in making me die for his cause, relieves me from the torments I have endured for 19 years. As for me, I thank him for allowing me to die for the glory of his faith and his church. Let each have patience, then, and while the men prepare supper, we women will pray to God." The men immediately went out, weeping and sobbing. The queen and her women fell on their knees. When they had recited some prayers, Mary rose, and sending for all the money she had left, she counted it and divided it into portions. She put these into purses with the name of the destined recipient, in her handwriting, with the money. At that moment, supper being served, she seated herself at table with her women as usual, the other servants standing or coming and going. Her doctor waited on her at the table as he was accustomed, since her steward had been taken from her. She ate no more nor less than usual, speaking throughout supper of the Earl of Kent, and of the way in which he betrayed himself with respect to religion, by his insisting on wanting to give the queen a pastor instead of a priest. "Happily," she added, laughing, "one more skillful than he needed to change me." Meanwhile, Bourgoin was weeping behind the queen, for he was thinking that he was serving her for the last time, and that she who was eating, talking, and laughing thus, next day at the same hour, would be but a cold and insensible corpse. When the meal was over, the queen sent for all her servants. Then, before the table was cleared of anything, she poured out a cup of wine, rose, and drank to their health, asking them if they would not drink to her salvation. Then she had a glass given to each one. All kneeled down, and all, says the account from which we borrow these details, drank, mingling their tears with the wine, and asking pardon of the queen for any wrongs they had done to her. The queen granted it heartily, and asked them to do as much for her, and to forget her impatient ways, which she begged them to attribute to her imprisonment. Then, having given them a long discourse, in which she explained their duties to God, and exhorted them to persevere in the Catholic faith, she begged them, after her death, to live together in peace and charity, forgetting all the petty quarrels and disputes they had had among one another in the past. This speech ended, the queen rose from the table, and desired to go into her wardrobe room, to see the clothes and jewels she wished to dispose of. But Bourgoin observed that it would be better to have all these separate objects brought into her chamber. There would be a double advantage in this. She would be less tired for one thing, and the English would not see them for another. This last reason decided her. While the servants were supping, she had brought into her anteroom, first of all her robes, and took the inventory from her wardrobe attendant. She began to write in the margin beside each item the name of the person it was to be given to. Directly, and as fast as she did it, that person to whom it was given took it and put it aside. As for the things which were too personal to her to be thus bestowed, she ordered that they should be sold, and that the purchase money should be used for her servants' traveling expenses when they returned to their own countries, well knowing how great the cost would be, and that no one would have sufficient means. This memorandum finished, she signed it, and gave it as a discharge to her wardrobe attendant. Then, that done, she went into her room, where had brought her rings, her jewels, and her most valuable belongings. She inspected them all, one after the other, down to the very least, and distributed them as she had done her robes, so that, present or absent, everyone had something. Then she furthermore gave, to her most faithful people, the jewels she intended for the King and Queen of France, for the King her son, for the Queen Mother, for Messrs. de Guise and de Lorraine, without forgetting in this distribution any prince or princess among her relatives. She desired, besides, that each should keep the things then in his care, giving her linen to the young lady who looked after it, her silk embroideries to her who took charge of them, her silver plate to her butler, and so on with the rest. Then, as they were asking her for a discharge, "It is useless," she said. "You owe an account to me only, and tomorrow, therefore, you will no longer owe it to anyone." But, as they pointed out that the king her son could claim from them, "You are right," she said, and she gave them what they asked. That done, and having no hope left of being visited by her confessor, she wrote him this letter. "I have been tormented all this day on account of my religion, and urged to receive the consolations of a heretic. You will learn, through Bourgoin and the others, that everything they could say on this matter has been useless, that I have faithfully made protestations of the faith in which I wished to die. I requested that you should be allowed to receive my confession, and to give me the sacrament which has been cruelly refused, as well as the removal of my body, and the power to make my will freely, so that I cannot write anything except through their hands, and with the good pleasure of their mistress. For want of seeing you, then, I confess to you my sins in general, as I should have done in particular, begging you, in God's name, to watch and pray this night with me, for the remission of my sins, and to send me your absolution and forgiveness for all the wrongs I have done you. I shall try to see you in their presence, as they permitted it to my steward, and if it is allowed, before all, and on my knees, I shall ask your blessing. Send me the best prayers you know for this night and for tomorrow morning, for the time is short, and I have not the leisure to write. But be calm, I shall recommend you like the rest of my servants, and your benefices above all will be secured to you. Farewell, for I have not much more time. Send to me in writing everything you can find best for my salvation, in prayers and exhortations. I will send you my last little ring." Directly she had written this letter, the Queen began to make her will, and at a stroke, with her pen running on, and almost without lifting it from the paper, she wrote 2 large sheets, containing several paragraphs, in which no one was forgotten, present as absent, distributing the little she had with scrupulous fairness, and still more according to need than according to service. The executors she chose were the Duke of Guise, her first cousin, the Archbishop of Glasgow, her ambassador, the Bishop of Ross, her chaplain-in-chief, and M. du Ruisseau, her chancellor. All 4 are certainly very worthy of the charge, the first from his authority, the 2 bishops by piety and conscience, and the last by his knowledge of affairs. Her will finished, she wrote this letter to the King of France. "Sr. my brother-in-law, having by God's permission and for my sins, I believe, thrown myself into the arms of this Queen, my cousin, where I have had much to endure for more than 20 years, I am by her and by her Parliament finally condemned to death. Having asked for my papers, taken from me, to make my will, I have not been able to obtain anything to serve me, not even permission to write my last wishes freely, nor leave that after my death my body should be transported, as was my dearest desire, into your kingdom, where I had had the honor of being queen, your sister and your ally. Today, after dinner, without more respect, my sentence has been declared to me, to be executed tomorrow, like a criminal, at 8 o'clock in the morning. I have not the leisure to give you a full account of what has occurred. But if it pleases you to believe my doctor and these others, my distressed servants, you will hear the truth, and that, thanks to God, I despise death, which I protest I receive innocent of every crime, even if I were their subject, which I never was. But my faith in the Catholic religion and my claims to the crown of England are the real causes for my condemnation. Yet they will not allow me to say that it is for religion I die, for my religion kills theirs. That is so true that they have taken my chaplain from me, who, although a prisoner in the same castle, may not come either to console me or to give me the holy sacrament of the Eucharist. But, on the contrary, They have made urgent entreaties to receive the consolations of their minister, whom they have brought for this purpose. He who will bring you this letter, and the rest of my servants, who are your subjects for the most part, will bear you witness of the way in which I shall have performed my last act. Now it remains to me to implore you, as a most Christian king, as my brother-in-law, as my ancient ally, and one who has so often done me the honor to protest your friendship for me, to give proof of this friendship, in your virtue and your charity, by helping me in that of which I cannot without you discharge my conscience. That is to say, in rewarding my good distressed servants by giving them their dues. Then, in having prayers made to God for a queen who has been called most Christian, and who dies a Catholic and deprived of all her goods. As to my son, I commend him to you as much as he shall deserve, for I cannot answer for him. But as to my servants, I commend them with clasped hands. I have taken the liberty of sending you 2 rare stones good for your health, hoping that yours may be perfect during a long life. You will receive them as coming from your very affectionate sister-in-law, at the point of death and giving proof of her good disposition towards you. I shall commend my servants to you in a memorandum, and will order you, for the good of my soul, for whose salvation it will be employed, to pay me a portion of what you owe me, if it pleases you. I conjure you for the honor of Jesus, to whom I shall pray tomorrow at my death, that you leave me the wherewithal to found a mass and to perform the necessary charities. This Wednesday, 2 hours after midnight, your affectionate and good sister, Mary R. Of all these recommendations, the will and the letters, the Queen at once had copies made which she signed, so that if some should be seized by the English, the others might reach their destination. Bourgoin pointed out to her that she was wrong to be in such a hurry to close them, and that perhaps in 2 or 3 hours she would remember that she had left something out. But the Queen paid no attention, saying she was sure she had not forgotten anything, and that if she had only time now to pray and to look to her conscience. So she shut up all the several articles in the drawers of a piece of furniture and gave the key to Bourgoin. Then sending for a footbath, in which she stayed for about 10 minutes, she lay down in bed, where she was not seen to sleep, but constantly to repeat prayers or to remain in meditation. Towards 4 o'clock in the morning, the Queen, who was accustomed, after evening prayers, to have the story of some male or female saint read aloud to her, did not wish to depart from this habit. After having hesitated among several for this solemn occasion, she chose the greatest sinner of all, the penitent thief, saying humbly, "If, great sinner as he was, he has yet sinned less than I desire to beg of him, in remembrance of the passion of Jesus Christ, to have pity on me in the hour of my death, as our Lord had pity on him." Then, when the reading was over, she had all her handkerchiefs brought, and chose the finest, which was of delicate cambric all embroidered in gold, to bandage her eyes with. At daybreak, reflecting that she had only 2 hours to live, she rose and began dressing. But before she had finished, Bourgoin came into her room, and afraid lest the absent servants might murmur against the Queen, if by chance they were discontented at the will, and might accuse those who had been present of having taken away from their share to add to their own, he begged Mary to send for them all and to read it in their presence. To which Mary agreed, and consented to do so at once. All the servants were then summoned, and the Queen read her testament, declaring it was done of her own free will, written and signed with her own hand. She begged those present to help see it carried out without change or omission. After reading it and receiving promises from all, she gave it to Bourgoin, charging him to send it to Monsieur de Guise, her chief executor. He was also to forward her letters to the king and her principal papers and memorandums. After this, she had the casket brought in, containing the purses mentioned earlier. She opened them one after another, and seeing by the ticket within for whom each was intended, she distributed them with her own hand. None of the recipients were aware of their contents. These gifts varied from 20 to 300 crowns. To these sums she added 700 livres for the poor, 200 for the poor of England, and 500 for the poor of France. Then she gave each man and her suite 2 rose nobles to be distributed in alms for her sake, and finally 150 crowns to Bourgoin, to be divided among them all when they should separate. Thus, 26 or 27 people received money legacies. The Queen performed all this with great composure and calmness, with no apparent change of countenance. It seemed as if she were only preparing for a journey or change of dwelling. Then she again bade her servants farewell, consoling them and exhorting them to live in peace, all this while finishing dressing as well and as elegantly as she could. Her toilet ended, the Queen went from her reception room to her anteroom, where an altar was set up, at which her chaplain used to say Mass before he had been taken from her. Kneeling on the steps, surrounded by all her servants, she began the communion prayers. When they were finished, drawing from a golden box a host consecrated by Pius V, which she had always scrupulously preserved for the occasion of her death, she told Bourgoin to take it. As he was the senior, he was to take the priest's place, old age being holy and sacred. In this manner, in spite of all precautions taken to deprive her of it, the Queen received the holy sacrament of the Eucharist. This pious ceremony ended, Bourgoin told the Queen that in her will she had forgotten 3 people, Mademoiselle Beauregard, de Montbrun, and her chaplain. The Queen was greatly astonished at this oversight, which was quite involuntary. Taking back her will, she wrote her wishes with respect to them in the first empty margin. Then she kneeled down again in prayer. But after a moment, as she suffered too much in this position, she rose. Bourgoin had brought her a little bread and wine, which she ate and drank. When she had finished, she gave him her hand and thanked him for having been present to help her at her last meal, as he was accustomed. Feeling stronger, she kneeled down and began to pray again. Scarcely had she done so, then there was a knocking at the door. The Queen understood what was required of her. But as she had not finished praying, she begged those who had come to fetch her to wait a moment. In a few minutes she would be ready. The Earls of Kent and Shrewsbury, remembering the resistance she had made when she had had to go down to the commissioners and appear before the lawyers, mounted some guards in the anteroom where they were waiting themselves, so that they could take her away by force if necessary, should she refuse to come willingly, or should her servants want to defend her. But it is untrue that the 2 barons entered her room, as some have said. They only set foot there once, on the occasion which we have related, when they came to apprise her of her sentence. They waited some minutes, nevertheless, as the Queen had begged them. Then, about 8 o'clock, they knocked again, accompanied by the guards. But to their great surprise the door was opened immediately, and they found Mary on her knees in prayer. Upon this, Sir Thomas Andrew, who was at the time Sheriff of the county of Nottingham, entered alone, a white wand in his hand. As everyone stayed on their knees praying, he crossed the room with a slow step and stood behind the Queen. He waited a moment there, and as Mary Stuart did not seem to see him, "Madam," he said, "the Earls have sent me to you." At these words the Queen turned round, and at once rising in the middle of her prayer, "Let us go," she replied, and she made ready to follow him. Then Bourgoin, taking the cross of black wood with an ivory Christ which was over the altar, said, "Madam, would you not like to take this little cross?" "Thank you for having reminded me," Mary answered. "I had intended to, but I forgot." Then, giving it to Annibal Stuart, her footman, that he might present it when she should ask for it, she began to move to the door, and on account of the great pain in her limbs, leaning on Bourgoin, who, as they drew near, suddenly let her go, saying, "Madam, your Majesty knows if we love you, and all, such as we are ready to obey you, should you command us to die for you. But I have not the strength to lead you farther. Besides, it is not becoming that we, who should be defending you to the last drop of our blood, should seem to be betraying you and giving you thus into the hands of these infamous English." "You are right, Bourgoin," said the Queen. "Moreover, my death would be a sad sight for you, which I ought to spare for your age and your friendship. Mr. Sheriff," added she, "call someone to support me, for you see that I cannot walk." The sheriff bowed, and signed to 2 guards whom he had kept hidden behind the door to lend him assistance in case the Queen should resist, to approach and support her, which they at once did, and Mary Stuart went on her way, preceded and followed by her servants weeping and wringing their hands. But at the second door other guards stopped them, telling them they must go no farther. They all cried out against such a prohibition. They said that for the 19 years they had been shut up with the Queen, they had always accompanied her wherever she went, that it was frightful to deprive their mistress of their services at the last moment, and that such an order had doubtless been given because they wanted to practice some shocking cruelty on her, of which they desired no witnesses. Bourgoin, who was at their head, seeing that he could obtain nothing by threats or entreaties, asked to speak with the earls. But this claim was not allowed either, and as the servants wanted to pass by force, the soldiers repulsed them with blows of their arquebus. Then, raising her voice, "It is wrong of you to prevent my servants from following me," said the queen, "and I begin to think, like them, that you have some ill designs upon me beyond my death." The sheriff replied, "Madam, 4 of your servants are chosen to follow you, and no more. When you have come down, they will be fetched, and will rejoin you." "What?" said the queen. "The 4 chosen persons cannot even follow me now." "The order is thus given by the earls," answered the sheriff, "and to my great regret, madam, I can do nothing." Then the queen turned to them, and taking the cross from Mary Stuart, and in her other hand her book of hours and her handkerchief, "My children," she said, "this is one more grief to add to our other griefs. Let us bear it like Christians, and offer this fresh sacrifice to God." At these words sobs and cries burst forth on all sides. The unhappy servants fell on their knees, and while some rolled on the ground, tearing their hair, others kissed her hands, her knees, and the hem of her gown, begging her forgiveness for every possible fault, calling her their mother and bidding her farewell. Finding, no doubt, that this scene was lasting too long, the sheriff made a sign, and the soldiers pushed the men and women back into the room and shut the door on them. Still, fast as was the door, the queen nonetheless heard their cries and lamentations, which seemed, in spite of the guards, as if they would accompany her to the scaffold. At the stairhead, the queen found Andrew Melville awaiting her. He was the master of her household, who had been secluded from her for some time, and who was at last permitted to see her once more to say farewell. The queen, hastening her steps, approached him, and kneeling down to receive his blessing, which he gave her weeping. "Melville," she said, without rising, and addressing him as thou for the first time, "as thou hast been an honest servant to me, be the same to my son. Seek him out directly after my death, and tell him of it in every detail. Tell him that I wish him well, and that I beseech God to send him his Holy Spirit." "Madam," replied Melville, "this is certainly the saddest message with which a man can be charged. No matter, I shall faithfully fulfill it, I swear to you." "What sayest thou, Melville?" responded the queen, rising. "And what better news canst thou bear, on the contrary, than that I am delivered from all my ills? Tell him that he should rejoice, since the sufferings of Mary Stuart are at an end. Tell him that I die a Catholic, constant in my religion, faithful to Scotland and France, and that I forgive those who put me to death. Tell him that I have always desired the union of England and Scotland. Tell him, finally, that I have done nothing injurious to his kingdom, to his honor, or to his rights. And thus, good Melville, till we meet again in heaven." Then, leaning on the old man, whose face was bathed in tears, she descended the staircase, at the foot of which she found the 2 earls, Sir Henry Talbot, Lord Shrewsbury's son, Amias Powlett, Drew Drury, Robert Beale, and many gentlemen of the neighborhood. The queen, advancing towards them without pride, but without humility, complained that her servants had been refused permission to follow her, and asked that it should be granted. The lords conferred together. A moment after, the Earl of Kent inquired which ones she desired to have, saying she might be allowed 6. So the queen chose from among the men Burgoyne, Gordon, Gervase, and Didier, and from the women Jean Kennedy and Elspeth Correll, the one she preferred to all, though the latter was sister to the secretary who had betrayed her. But here arose a fresh difficulty, the earls saying that this permission did not extend to women, women not being used to be present at such sights, and when they were, usually upsetting everyone with cries and lamentations, and as soon as the decapitation was over, rushing to the scaffold to staunch the blood with their handkerchiefs, a most unseemly proceeding. "My lords," then said the queen, "I answer and promise my servants that they will not do any of the things your honors fear. Alas! Poor people! They would be very glad to bid me farewell. And I hope that your mistress, being a maiden queen, and accordingly sensitive for the honor of women, has not given you such strict orders that you are unable to grant me the little I ask. So much the more," added she in a profoundly mournful tone, "that my rank should be taken into consideration, for indeed I am your queen's cousin, granddaughter of Henry VII, Queen Dowager of France and crowned Queen of Scotland." The lords consulted together for another moment, and granted her demands. Accordingly, 2 guards went up immediately to fetch the chosen individuals. The queen then moved on to the great hall, leaning on 2 of Sir Amias Paulet's gentlemen, accompanied and followed by the earls and lords, the the sheriff walking before her, and Andrew Melville bearing her train. Her dress, as carefully chosen as possible, as we have said, consisted of a coif of fine cambric, trimmed with a lace veil thrown back and falling to the ground behind. She wore a cloak of black stamped satin lined with black taffetas and trimmed in front with sable, with a long train and sleeves hanging to the ground. The buttons were of jet in the shape of acorns and surrounded with pearls, her collar in the Italian style. Her doublet was of figured black satin, and underneath she wore stays, laced behind in crimson satin, edged with velvet of the same color. A gold cross hung by a pomander chain at her neck, and 2 rosaries at her girdle. It was thus she entered the great hall where the scaffold was erected. It was a platform 12 feet wide, raised about 2 feet from the floor, surrounded with barriers and covered with black serge. On it were a little chair, a cushion to kneel on, and a block also covered in black. Just as, having mounted the steps, she set foot on the fatal boards, the executioner came forward, and asking forgiveness for the duty he was about to perform, kneeled, hiding behind him his axe. Mary saw it, however, and cried, "Ah, I would rather have been beheaded in the French way, with a sword." "It is not my fault, madam," said the executioner, "if this last wish of your majesty cannot be fulfilled. But, not having been instructed to bring a sword, and having found this axe here only, I am obliged to use it." "Will that prevent your pardoning me, then?" "I pardon you, my friend," said Mary, "and in proof of it, here is my hand to kiss." The executioner put his lips to the Queen's hand, rose and approached the chair. Mary sat down, and the Earls of Kent and Shrewsbury standing on her left, the sheriff and his officers before her, Amias Powlett behind, and outside the barrier the lords, knights, and gentlemen, numbering nearly 250, Robert Beale for the second time read the warrant for execution. As he was beginning, the servants who had been fetched came into the hall and placed themselves behind the scaffold, the men mounted upon a bench put back against the wall, and the women kneeling in front of it. A little spaniel, of which the Queen was very fond, came quietly, as if he feared to be driven away, and lay down near his mistress. The Queen listened to the reading of the warrant without seeming to pay much attention, as if it had concerned someone else, and with a countenance as calm and even as joyous as if it had been a pardon and not a sentence of death. Then, when Beale had ended, and having ended, cried in a loud voice, "God save Queen Elizabeth!" to which no one made any response. Mary signed herself with the cross, and rising without any change of expression, and on the contrary, lovelier than ever, "My lords," she said, "I am a queen-born sovereign princess, and not subject to law, a near relation of the Queen of England and her rightful heir. For a long time I have been a prisoner in this country. I have suffered here much tribulation and many evils that no one had the right to inflict, and now, to crown all, I am about to lose my life. Well, my lords, bear witness that I die in the Catholic faith, thanking God for letting me die for his holy cause, and protesting, today as every day, in public as in private, that I have never plotted, consented to, nor desired the Queen's death, nor any other thing against her person. But that, on the contrary, I have always loved her, and have always offered her good and reasonable conditions to put an end to the troubles of the kingdom and deliver me from my captivity, without my having ever been honored with a reply from her. And all this, my lords, you well know. Finally, my enemies have attained their end, which was to put me to death. I do not pardon them less for it than I pardon all those who have attempted anything against me. After my death, the authors of it will be known. But I die without accusing anyone, for fear the Lord should hear me and avenge me." Upon this, whether he was afraid that such a speech by so great a queen should soften the assembly too much, or whether he found that all these words were making too much delay, the Dean of Peterborough placed himself before Mary, and, leaning on the barrier, "Madam," he said, "my much-honored mistress has commanded me to come to you." But at these words, Mary, turning and interrupting him, "Mr. Dean," she answered in a loud voice, "I have nothing to do with you. I do not wish to hear you, and beg you to withdraw." "Madam," said the Dean, persisting in spite of this resolve expressed in such firm and precise terms, "you have but a moment longer. Change your opinions, abjure your errors, and put your faith in Jesus Christ alone, that you may be saved through him." "Everything you can say is useless," replied the Queen, "and you will gain nothing by it. Be silent, then, I beg you, and let me die in peace." And as she saw that he wanted to go on, She sat down on the other side of the chair and turned her back to him. But the dean immediately walked round the scaffold till he faced her again. Then, as he was going to speak, the Queen turned about once more and sat at first, seeing which the Earl of Shrewsbury said, "Madam, truly I despair that you are so attached to this folly of papacy. Allow us, if it pleases you, to pray for you." "My lord," the Queen answered, "if you desire to pray for me, I thank you, for the intention is good, but I cannot join in your prayers, for we are not of the same religion." The earls then called the dean, and while the Queen, seated in her little chair, was praying in a low tone, he, kneeling on the scaffold steps, prayed aloud. The whole assembly, except the Queen and her servants, prayed after him. Then, in the midst of her orison, which she said with her Agnus Dei round her neck, a crucifix in one hand, and her book of hours in the other, she fell from her seat onto her knees, praying aloud in Latin, whilst the others prayed in English. When the others were silent, she continued in English in her turn, so that they could hear her, praying for the afflicted Church of Christ, for an end to the persecution of Catholics, and for the happiness of her son's reign. Then she said, in an accent full of faith and fervor, that she hoped to be saved by the merits of Jesus Christ, at the foot of whose cross she was going to shed her blood. At these words the Earl of Kent could no longer contain himself, and without respect for the sanctity of the moment, "Oh, madam," he said, "put Jesus Christ in your heart, and reject all this rubbish of popish deceptions." But she, without listening, went on, praying the saints to intercede with God for her, and kissing the crucifix, she cried, "Lord, Lord, receive me in thy arms outstretched on the cross, and forgive me all my sins." Thereupon, she being again seated in the chair, the Earl of Kent asked her if she had any confession to make, to which she replied that, not being guilty of anything, to confess would be to give herself the lie. "It is well," the Earl answered. "Then, madam, prepare." The Queen rose, and as the executioner approached to assist her disrobe, "Allow me, my friend," she said. "I know how to do it better than you, and am not accustomed to undress before so many spectators, nor to be served by such valets." And then, calling her two women, she began to unpin her coiffure, and as Jean Kennedy and Elspeth Corll, while performing this last service for their mistress, could not help weeping bitterly. "Do not weep," she said to them in French, "for I have promised and answered for you." With these words, she made the sign of the cross upon the forehead of each, kissed them, and recommended them to pray for her. Then the Queen began to undress, herself assisting, as she was wont to do when preparing for bed. Taking the gold cross from her neck, she wished to give it to Jean, saying to the executioner, "My friend, I know that all I have upon me belongs to you, but this is not in your way. Let me bestow it, if you please, on this young lady, and she will give you twice its value in money." But the executioner, hardly allowing her to finish, snatched it from her hands with, "It is my right." The Queen was not moved much by this brutality, and went on taking off her garments until she was simply in her petticoat. Thus rid of all her garb, she again sat down, and Jean Kennedy, approaching her, took from her pocket the handkerchief of gold-embroidered cambric which she had prepared the night before, and bound her eyes with it, which the earls, lords, and gentlemen looked upon with great surprise, it not being customary in England. And as she thought that she was to be beheaded in the French way, that is to say, seated in the chair, she held herself upright, motionless, and with her neck stiffened to make it easier for the executioner, who, for his part, not knowing how to proceed, was standing, without striking, axe in hand. At last the man laid his hand on the Queen's head, and drawing her forward, made her fall on her knees. Mary then understood what was required of her, and feeling for the block with her hands, which were still holding her book of hours and her crucifix, she laid her neck on it, her hands joined beneath her chin, that she might pray till the last moment. The executioner's assistant drew them away, for fear they should be cut off with her head. And as the Queen was saying, "In manis tees, Domini," the executioner raised his axe, which was simply an axe for chopping wood, and struck the first blow, which hit too high, and piercing the skull, made the crucifix and the book fly from the condemned's hands by its violence, but which did not sever the head. However, stunned with the blow, the Queen made no movement, which gave the executioner time to redouble it. But still the head did not fall, and a third stroke was necessary to detach a shred of flesh which held it to the shoulders. At last, when the head was quite severed, the executioner held it up to show to the assembly, saying, God save Queen Elizabeth. So perish all Her Majesty's enemies, responded the Dean of Peterborough. Amen, said the Earl of Kent, but he was the only one. No other voice could respond, for all were choked with sobs. At that moment the Queen's headdress fell, disclosed her hair, cut very short, and as white as if she had been aged 70. As to her face, it had so changed during her death agony that no one would have recognized it had he not known it was hers. The spectators cried out aloud at this sign, for frightful to see, the eyes were open, and the lids went on moving as if they would still pray, and this muscular movement lasted for more than a quarter of an hour after the head had been cut off. The Queen's servants had rushed upon the scaffold, picking up the Book of Hours and the crucifix as relics. Jean Kennedy, remembering the little dog who had come to his mistress, looked about for him on all sides, seeking him and calling him, but she sought and called in vain. He had disappeared. At that moment, as one of the executioners was untying the Queen's garters, which were of blue satin embroidered in silver, he saw the poor little animal, which had hidden in her petticoat, and which he was obliged to bring out by force. Then, having escaped from his hands, it took refuge between the Queen's shoulders and her head, which the executioner had laid down near the trunk. Jean took him then, in spite of his howls, and carried him away, covered with blood, for everyone had just been ordered to leave the hall. Bourgoin and Gervais stayed behind, entreating Sir Amias Powlett to let them take the Queen's heart, so that they might carry it to France, as they had promised her. But they were harshly refused and pushed out of the hall, of which all the doors were closed, and there remained only the executioner and the corpse. Brantome relates that something infamous took place there. Chapter 10. 2 hours after the execution, Mary Stuart's body and head were brought to the hall where she had faced the commissioners. They were laid on a table, covered with a black serge cloth, and remained there until 3 in the afternoon. At that time, Dr. Waters from Stamford and the Fotheringay village surgeon arrived to perform the embalming. This operation was carried out under the watchful eyes of Amias Powlett and his soldiers, with little regard for the rank or sex of the deceased queen. The body was exposed for all who wished to see it. Though perhaps intended as an indignity, a rumor spread that the queen's limbs were swollen and dropsical. Yet, every spectator was compelled to admit they had never seen a body of a young girl in the bloom of health purer and lovelier than that of Mary Stuart, who had died a violent death after 19 years of suffering and captivity. During the autopsy, the spleen was found to be normal, with only slightly livid veins. The lungs were yellowish in places, and the brain was 1/6 larger than usual for a person of her age and sex. These observations suggested a potential for a long life, which had just been so cruelly cut short. Following this report, the body was embalmed, placed in a leaden coffin, and then into a wooden one. It remained on the table for nearly 5 months, until the first day of August, before anyone was allowed near it. English guards, noticing Mary Stuart's grieving servants trying to look through the keyhole, blocked the opening, preventing them from even gazing at the coffin of their beloved mistress. Meanwhile, an hour after Mary Stuart's death, Henry Talbot, who had witnessed the execution, rode at full speed to London. He carried the news of her rival's death to Elizabeth. However, upon reading the first lines, Elizabeth, true to her character, cried out in grief and indignation. She claimed her orders had been misunderstood, that there had been too much haste, and blamed Secretary of State Davison. She insisted she had given him the warrant to hold until she had made up her mind, not to send to Fotheringay. Consequently, Davison was sent to the Tower and condemned to pay a fine of £10,000 sterling for having deceived the Queen. Amidst this upheaval, an embargo was placed on all vessels in all ports of the realm. This was to prevent news of the death from reaching abroad, particularly France, except through carefully chosen emissaries who could present the execution in the least unfavorable light for Elizabeth. Simultaneously, the scandalous public festivities that had marked the announcement of the sentence were repeated to celebrate the news of the execution. London was illuminated, bonfires lit, and the enthusiasm was so great that the French embassy was broken into, which would taken to revive the fires when they began to die down. Crestfallen by these events, Monsieur de Chateauneuf remained secluded at the embassy. A fortnight later, he received an invitation from Elizabeth to visit her at the Archbishop of Canterbury's country house. Chateauneuf resolved to say nothing about what had happened. But as soon as Elizabeth saw him, Dressed in black, she rose, approached him, and, overwhelming him with kind attentions, declared she was ready to place all the strength of her kingdom at Henry III's disposal to help him suppress the League. Chateauneuf received these offers with a cold and severe expression, maintaining his silence on the event that had put both the Queen and himself into mourning. But Elizabeth, taking him by the hand, drew him aside and, with deep sighs, spoke. "Ah, sir, since I saw you, the greatest misfortune that could befall me has occurred. I mean the death of my good sister, the Queen of Scotland, of which I swear by God himself, my soul, and my salvation, that I am perfectly innocent. I had signed the order, it is true, but my counselors have played a trick on me for which I cannot calm myself. And I swear to God that if it were not for their long service, I would have them beheaded. I have a woman's frame, sir, but in this woman's frame beats a man's heart." Chateauneuf bowed without a response. But his letter to Henry III and Henry's reply prove that neither was deceived by this female Tiberius. Meanwhile, as mentioned, the unfortunate servants remained prisoners, and the poor body lay in the great hall awaiting a royal interment. Elizabeth claimed this delay was to allow her time to order a splendid funeral for her good sister Mary. In reality, the Queen dared not juxtapose a secret and infamous death with a public and royal burial. Time was also needed for the initial reports Elizabeth wished to spread to gain credence before the truth was revealed by the servants. The Queen hoped that once the indifferent world had formed its opinion on the Queen of Scots' death, it would not bother to change it. Finally, when the warders grew as weary as the prisoners, Elizabeth received a report stating the poorly embalmed body could no longer be kept. She at last ordered the funeral to proceed. After August 1st, tailors and dressmakers sent by Elizabeth arrived at Fotheringay Castle with cloth and black silk to clothe Mary's servants in mourning. However, the servants refused, having already made their own funeral garments at their own expense immediately after their mistress's death, without waiting for the Queen of England's bounty. Nevertheless, the tailors and dressmakers worked so diligently that everything was finished by the 7th. The next day, at 8 in the evening, a large chariot, drawn by 4 horses in mourning trappings and covered in black velvet, stopped at the gate of Fotheringay Castle. It was adorned with small streamers embroidered with the arms of Scotland, those of the Queen, and the arms of Aragon, those of Darnley. The chariot was followed by the herald king, accompanied by 20 gentlemen on horseback with their servants and lackeys, all dressed in mourning. They dismounted and proceeded with their entire retinue into the room where the body lay. With utmost respect, the body was brought down and placed in the chariot, as each spectator stood with bared head in profound silence. This visit caused a stir among the prisoners, who debated whether they should implore to follow their mistress's body, which they felt they could not and should not let go alone. Just as they were about to ask permission to speak to the herald king, he entered their assembly. He informed them that he was charged by his mistress, the august Queen of England, to give the Queen of Scotland the most honorable funeral possible. He had already made most of the preparations for the ceremony, which was to take place on August 10th, 2 days later. However, as the leaden shell enclosing the body was very heavy, it was better to move it that night to where the grave was dug, rather than waiting for the day of interment. He assured them this burial of the shell was merely a preparatory ceremony. If any wished to accompany the corpse to see what was done with it, they were at liberty, and those who stayed behind could follow the funeral procession. Elizabeth's explicit desire was that all, from first to last, should be present. This assurance calmed the unfortunate prisoners. They deputed Burgwyn, Gervase, and 6 others, Andrew Melville, Stuart, Gorgon, Howard, Lauder, and Nicholas Delamar, to follow their mistress's body. At 10 o'clock that night, they set out, walking behind the chariot, which was preceded by the herald and accompanied by men on foot carrying torches. 20 gentlemen and their servants followed. In this manner, at 2 in the morning, they reached Peterborough. There stands a splendid cathedral built by an ancient Saxon king, and within it, to the left of the choir, lay the remains of Queen Catherine of Aragon, wife of Henry VIII. Her tomb was still adorned with a canopy bearing her arms. Upon arrival, they found the cathedral draped in black. A dome had been erected in the middle of the choir, much like the Chapelles Ardentes in France, though without lighted candles around it. This dome was covered with black velvet, overlaid with the arms of Scotland and Aragon, with streamers like those on the chariot. The state coffin was already beneath this dome, a bier covered in black velvet fringed with silver, with a matching pillow supporting a royal crown. To the right of this dome, and in front of Queen Catherine of Aragon's burial place, Mary of Scotland's sepulchre had been dug. It was a brick grave, prepared to be later covered with a slab or marble tomb, and into which the coffin was to be deposited. The Bishop of Peterborough, in his episcopal robes but without his mitre, cross, or cope, awaited at the door, accompanied by his dean and several other clergy. The body was brought into the cathedral without chant or prayer, and lowered into the tomb in profound silence. As soon as it was placed there, the masons, who had paused, resumed work, closing the grave level with the floor. They left only an opening of about 1.5 feet, through which the contents could be seen and through which, as was customary at royal obsequies, the broken staves of the officers and the ensigns and banners bearing their arms could be thrown onto the coffin. This nocturnal ceremony concluded, Melville, Bourgoin, and the other deputies were taken to the bishop's palace, where the more than 350 persons appointed to the funeral procession, all chosen, except for the servants, from among the authorities, nobility, and Protestant clergy, were to assemble. The following day, Thursday, August 9th, they began to adorn the banqueting halls with rich and sumptuous fabrics. This was done in the sight of Melville, Bourgoin, and the others, who had been brought there less to witness Queen Mary's interment than to attest to Queen Elizabeth's magnificence. But, as one might imagine, the unhappy prisoners were indifferent to this splendor, extraordinary as it was. On Friday, August 10th, all the chosen persons assembled at the bishop's palace. They arranged themselves in the appointed order and proceeded to the nearby cathedral. Upon arrival, they took their assigned places in the choir, and the choristers immediately began to chant a funeral service in English, according to Protestant rites. At the first words of this service, seeing it was not conducted by Catholic priests, Bourgoin left the cathedral, declaring he would not be present at such sacrilege. He was followed by all of Mary's servants, men and women, except Melville and Barbe Mowbray, who believed that whatever the tongue in which one prayed, that tongue was heard by the Lord. This departure caused a great scandal, but the bishop preached nonetheless. After the sermon, the herald king sought Bourgoin and his companions, who were walking in the cloisters. He informed them that the almsgiving was about to begin, inviting them to participate. But they replied that, being Catholics, they could not make offerings at an altar of which they disapproved. The herald king returned, much disturbed by this dissent unsettling the assembly's harmony. Nevertheless, the alms-offering proceeded, just as the sermon had. Then, as a final attempt, he sent for them again, explaining that the service was entirely over and they might return for the royal ceremonies, which belonged only to the religion of the dead. This time they consented, but when they arrived, the staves were broken, and the banners thrown into the grave through the opening the workmen had already closed. Then, in the same order in which it had arrived, the procession returned to the palace, where a splendid funeral repast had been prepared. By a strange contradiction, Elizabeth, who, having punished the living woman as a criminal, had just treated the dead woman as a queen, also wished the honors of the funeral banquet to be for the servants, so long forgotten by her. But, as one can imagine, they did not adapt well to this intention. They seemed neither astonished by the luxury nor gladdened by the good cheer. Instead, they drowned their bread and wine in tears, offering no responses to questions or acknowledgment of the honors granted. As soon as the repast ended, the poor servants left Peterborough and took the road back to Fotheringay, where they heard they were finally free to withdraw wherever they wished. They did not need to be told twice. They lived in perpetual fear, not considering their lives safe as long as they remained in England. Therefore, they immediately gathered all their belongings, each taking his own, and thus departed Fotheringay Castle on foot, Monday, August 13th, 1587. Bourgoin left last. Having reached the far side of the drawbridge, he turned. A Christian, yet unable to forgive Elizabeth, not for his own sufferings, but for his mistress's, he faced the regicide walls. With hands outstretched, he spoke in a loud and threatening voice, uttering the words of David, "Let vengeance for the blood of thy servants, which has been shed, O Lord God, be acceptable in thy sight." The old man's curse was heard, and inflexible history is burdened with Elizabeth's punishment. We mentioned that the executioner's axe, in striking Mary Stuart's head, caused the crucifix and the Book of Hours she held to fly from her hands. We also noted that these two relics were retrieved by people in her retinue. We are unaware of what became of the crucifix, but the Book of Hours is preserved in the Royal Library. Those curious about such historical souvenirs can view it there. Two certificates inscribed on a blank leaf of the volume attest to its authenticity. These are they. First certificate. We, the undersigned Vicar Superior of the strict observance of the Order of Cluny, certify that this book has been entrusted to us by order of the deceased Dom Michel Nardin, a professed religious priest of our said observance, who passed away in our College of Saint Martial of Avignon on March 28, 1723, aged about 80 years. He spent about 30 years among us, living very religiously. He was German by birth and had served as an officer in the army for a long time. He entered Cluny and made his profession there, greatly detached from all worldly goods and honors. He kept, with his superior's permission, only this book, which he knew had been in use by Mary Stuart, Queen of England and Scotland, until the end of her life. Before dying and parting from his brethren, he requested that it be sent to us by mail, sealed, for safe remittance. Having received it as requested, we have begged Monsieur l'Abbé Bignon, Councillor of State and King's Librarian, to accept this precious relic of the piety of a Queen of England and of a German officer of her religion as well as of ours. Signed, Brother Gerard Poncet, Vicar General Superior. Second certificate. We, Jean-Paul Bignon, King's Librarian, are very happy to have an opportunity of exhibiting our zeal in placing the said manuscript in His Majesty's library. July 8, 1724. Signed, Jean-Paul Bignon. This manuscript, upon which the Queen of Scotland's last gaze was fixed, is a duodecimo, written in Gothic script and containing Latin prayers. It is adorned with miniatures highlighted with gold, depicting devotional subjects, stories from sacred history, or from the lives of saints and martyrs. Every page is encircled with arabesques mingled with garlands of fruit and flowers, amidst which grotesque figures of men and animals emerge. As for the binding, now worn, or perhaps even then, to the woof, it is in black velvet. The flat covers are adorned in the center with an enameled pansy, set in silver and surrounded by a wreath. Two twisted silver-gilt knotted cords are diagonally attached from one corner of the cover to the other, finishing with a tuft at both ends.